Outside the game, I'd have a hard time making decisions and just go through life without any direction really. But when I'm in the game and as captain of the team, I have to make confident split-second decisions to lead our team and give us that direction we need to win the game.
Are you ready to get good? Enter Globe Gamer Grounds, your gateway to good gaming. Enjoy hundreds of open tournaments and earn points and rewards every time you play. Register for free at globegamergrounds.com.
Outside the game, I'd have a hard time making decisions and just go through life without any direction really. But when I'm in the game and as captain of the team, I have to make confident split-second decisions to lead our team and give us that direction we need to win the game.
Uy, wag ka dyan. Wag ka dyan. Tita ka. Tita ka. Stay. Good job. I'm proud of you. Handshake. Okay. So, welcome ladies and gentlemen. Tayo ay nagbabalik na naman sa Academy Alliance Game Split 2 Valorant. Huwag natin kalimutan. Presented by Globe at Home and powered by LogitechG. My name is Dax. Kasama ko dito si Yusuke. Parang ST. Ito na naman tayo. We are gonna be back into Valorant gaming. But in all honesty, I think this is pretty much one of the most hype weekends we're gonna have here because we're gonna see who are the teams na yun makakapasok pa rin sa playoffs, do or die, para lang makamove on dito sa Alliance Games.
Yes, and well, it's actually been a couple of weeks already since we've come back to the Alliance game stage. And you know, fresh off of a LAN finals,
Oy.
and now mataas yung expectation natin for a lot of these universities. And actually, one thing that I consider is exciting is every time we do have a new split or a new season, we always see new fresh faces come up from different regions from the country. So it's gonna be a blast, if anything, because you know, I mean, sanay na tayo sa ating Big Four, but in Academy, it's not just that. There's more, guys.
Oh, diba? We're looking for 8 teams into the playoffs. We already have a number of refs, especially from last week na nandun ka. So, ikaw talaga witness, nakapasok yung Ateneo, nakapasok yung Verdes Arcos, but this time around, we're gonna have a few squads trying to survive and trying to still move on. I believe we're gonna start things off with CSB versus UST. And then, we have... Biglang may lalabas ng drums dito. And then the other side, we got MCE versus UP. So I'm very excited for those matchups. You mentioned the Big Four. You know, you have UST, you have UP, and let's see if they can get that kind of glory here sa Alliance Games na nakikita natin usually kahit dun sa mga UAP, mga talaga, sa sports.
Yes. Mga taga-sigaw sa arena.
You're always there. That's the thing, right?
Yes. I'm always there watching.
Yeah, that's true. Guys, if you're ever at those games, especially Lasal Ateneo, nandun lang talaga sa pinakatuktok, na pinakataas, andun ang parang Yusuke natin.
Hanapin niyo lang yung pandak sa Gen Ad.
Parang kung mas malaki yung drum kesa doon sa drummer, siya yun, guys.
Yes. Tapatan ko lang yung drum, but yeah, I mean, speaking of big things, you know, I do want to mention this squad of Romancon, who's actually fresh into the collegiate scene. They've established themselves during the pandemic only, actually. And they do have some notable names, such as in the world of Tekken, we have AK. So yes, AK actually competes for them Tekken-wise. But he actually also plays Mobile Legends, no? So, and actually, alam ko nagka-cast din yan eh. So,
lahat na lang
pag taga-Lasal talaga.
May sinasabi ka ba, Lasalista?
Nag-multitask, magaling yung mag-multitask.
Totoo naman eh, may campus dito sa isang side ng TAF, tapos ito naman, yung isa ka pang campus, nandun rin, TAF rin, andito rin sa ating group stage. Hindi talaga. Pagbaba mo ng LRT, nandun isa pang Lasal, tapos sa pagtingin mo sa kaliwa, may isa pang Lasal. But in all honesty, I think we kind of have to talk about this Romancon gaming squad right now. And whenever I think about this team, parang ilang beses sila in those play-ins, malapit sa pag-qualify, but they haven't really made it too far off. But this time around, ito na nga, big splash, actually making waves. But they did get kind of drowned last time around by the Golden Gears, and it was overwhelming, honestly, from Bulsu in that matchup.
Yeah, it's really, it's so cute to say Bulsu.
Bulsu.
Bulacan State University Golden Gears. Actually, it isn't the first time I saw this squad. When they competed last week. No, they're very familiar, and I know they do have a wonderful set of players in their roster. And again, they showed that from last week's game versus Romancon. And if anything, itong Romancon gaming, they do have a little bit of an edge because they already competed for previous seasons of the Alliance games or even during UAC so they do carry that experience with them. I guess nahihirapan lang sila when it comes to team plays, and that's something the Golden Years took advantage of.
Yeah.
And that kind of explains why the score was 0-2 as well. So we could definitely see Romancon, they had a tough time to compete for that game. So today, mukhang babawi sila. That's definitely gonna be the game plan. And if anything, do or die matchup kasi to Dax. If they're out, then wala na. They cannot advance anymore to our Alliance games.
Hey, come on. That's really just it. Lower bracket na to. If you are out, you are gonna be gone from the tournament. And in all honesty, I get what your point is. Nung napanood ko yung matches last time, parang you're running a double duelist on Fracture, if I remember correctly, at Delicado. Oh, tatangkad na rin ako like this. Oh, diba?
Go down.
Tip? No.
Go down.
Okay, fine. Sige, level tayo. Equal tayo dito as casters. But equally on the other side, we can talk about the Telitigers. Long time face dito sa Alliance game. Palagi na lang pag niisip mo Akadarina, you know that UST is just there somewhere in multiple games. But right now,
Black, gold, black, white! Black, gold, black, white!
ibang klaseng growling tiger na talaga yan ano ba yung chant ng UST?
Yun nga.
Hindi ko alam
Black, gold, black, white.
Sige, ikaw naman talaga yung cheerleader dito. But in all honesty, we look at the Telitigers squad, and one of the first names I remember is Cirque. He's just been absolutely incredible all throughout the group stage so far. And I wonder, para dito sa side ng Telitigers, who else is gonna be stepping on up the same way? Kasi it does take a little bit of time for UST to get things going from time to time. Pero in all honesty, pag gumagana talaga yung plano nila, doon talaga natin nakikita yung pinakalakas ng Telitigers
Yeah, and you know what? Shout out as well to Uomi.
Me?
Isang poging caster out there for the...
Sa ML yun, di ba?
Sa ibang Bang Bang. One of the
Ano ba yung tunay na
founders-
bang bang?
Ay.
Ito? Yun, yung kabila. Okay lang.
I am not permitted to say anything regarding that. Yes, but regarding the growth of the Telitigers, as you mentioned, I do remember since season 1 pa lang they have been competing, when the format for our Alliance games was very much different, where it was really centered mostly on, as we like to call the Big Four, in yung mga notable teams in the Philippines. And again, it's great now that we are seeing different regions pop up. And if anything, the Telitigers, they haven't really had the smoothest ride in the whole entirety of the Alliance games, Valorant-wise.
Yeah.
But they're back, and they're hoping to, try and build back what they, I'd say, potentially lost. Kasi
I
sayang din
agree. Kasi, diba, we would always talk about Telitigers before, we talked about Oblation before, but now they're finally back here on this
Yes.
stage. Now we're gonna see them in 2 separate matches for today. But guys, don't forget, Fiber Strong, Family Strong, with the new G-Fiber Only 2099 ng Globe at Home. Game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband. Without getting with guys, tagal-tagal na, diba, ng Globe. Inaris mo na kasi kanina may logo ng Globe dito.
Hindi yung Globe. Iba yun. Yes,
Okay.
ilalabas natin na mamaya pag
Okay,
may
sige. May
analysis
may
na.
notes ka mamaya
Diba?
dyan.
Mamaya,
Guys, ito
lalabas
na yung
yung notes
ST's
natin.
corner. But, okay, sige. Matchup back. We go back to the matchup. I remember, when ba yun? UAC Season 3. These guys faced off and it was really one of those clutch wins just to stay alive sa relegation promotion system for CSB. So they took that one. This time around though, we have a quite interesting map pool to talk about. Kasi nakikita ko dito, we're gonna get Haven, we're gonna get Ascent, and I believe we're gonna end up in Breeze at the very end. So, any thoughts muna dito habang tayo nag-picture? Ay, kala ko ako pala.
Picture ko yung pool. Yung selfie ko. Anyways, yeah, thoughts about this. Well, Haven as first map is always what I like to consider a blockbuster, because out of all the maps you could pick, it had to be the one that has 3 sites. And based on these two, I think Romancon might have a little bit of a tough time in this map based on their previous games. Telitigers might have an edge over this one, considering it is their pick. They will be starting off as defenders, so that's going to be quite interesting because, again, Haven isn't exactly the best map to mount a comeback if possible, but I'd like to say it's, well, some people would like to say na mas attacker-sided siya or mas defender-sided, but for me, it really depends on what your team wants. But, at the end of the day, I'd like to say somehow medyo defender-sided siya because it's easier to, move around. It's actually really tough when you're in the attacking side to try and get inside of the side. Lalo na sa mga long areas where it's easy for defenders to pick you off. So, I think it's a good job that the side of CSB is going to be picking that defenders now. So they're going to have to try and rack up as much as they can. And I'm looking forward to see sino ba pipiliin nila because I love seeing Sky on Haven. But it's been so long since I saw her pick. A lot of people choose Chamber now or Fade. So
Hindi na uso.
I know.
I mean, it
It's
depends.
sad.
It's kind of weird. The guidelight's kind of weird right now. It's like, okay, ganun talaga.
Sorry.
When you have someone like KO, when you have someone like Fate, as you mentioned,
Yeah.
especially now, Breach is very popular on those long sight lines. I wouldn't be surprised for CSB actually to bring that out, and especially when you have someone like Courtesy na tagal na talaga in that pro scene, has really focused on the clean scene this time around, and might be one of those edge players here that can push CSB to the top. And then we talk about si Fatorico. He's been absolutely impressive here for the CSB roster. I think yung biggest concern ko lang dito para sa side ng CSB is, in all honesty, yung strength ng UST sa Haven, because we remember UST has had so many impressive showings on Haven na ang bilis nila makatake ng site, na makokontrol nila ang lahat. And I've always said, if UST, yung Telitigers, they can make their plan work, that is where they're absolutely impressive. Kung nalulugi sila kasi nasasagot ng kalaban, and in all honesty, para sa Romancon, they need to find those answers quickly here, ST. Kasi kung hindi nila magawa yun maayos, yung mga minention mo last time around, last week, yung minention mo nga na medyo may pagkukulang dito ng teamwork minsan yung Romancon, that's where it can honestly fall apart eh.
I know, and as you say that, we're gonna head straight into our agent draft picks, and I like how it's like
Dito.
below us. So it's like we're looking down.
Can you
down.
pull out an agent and be like,
Okay, notes or prod. We'll just be like, oops, biglang lalabas si
oh,
something.
tapos may ano, di ba? May action figure ka.
I know, it's like a little
It's
thing
like
or something.
it's a little thing like that. But
know.
I think one thing to talk about here, Telitigers, lalabas nila yung chamber dito for Uwa. So guys, so like we're looking down right now, and it makes sense because not only is the overlay below us, but also the monitor at the eye level.
Yeah.
Eye level. Oh, but yun nga, sabi mo, Astra here for Exia, you're gonna get the Breach here as well for the Telitigers. But look on the side of Romancon, double initiator. Pinakapansin ko talaga sa CSB, they like to run double of something. They've ran double initiator on multiple maps. They've also ran something like double duelist nga on something like Fracture. So in all honesty, ito nga, when you have someone like Briquet and Courtesy together, you can run something like the Sova Breach in a lineup like this.
I know. And you know, grabe.
Ang ganda nung cut to.
Poging talaga pag ano eh. Alliance Games player.
Bakit mas malaking sa CSB na picture?
Because it's like, oh nga no, mas malaki pero like, yung model ni Exia.
Hindi kasi, ang tagal na ng photoshoot na yan eh. Yan, stock image. Exia.jpg. So, totoo lang, diba? I think one of the longest time players we've had here sa Alliance Games, or even back then in UAC, Exia of UST.
Yeah. It's a familiar name.
Parang panahon pa ng lolo ko. Nandun na siya.
Ano ba yan?
Ano talaga. Pero guys, we're gonna be getting into it at best of 3 to see who will move into the playoffs. Will it be CSB or will it be UST? A matchup destined to make or
Pew, pew,
break
pew.
glory. Ano?
Pew pew pew.
Pew pew pew. Ito, ganun naman talaga itong bang-bang na to. But UST, attacking side at mukhang umpisa pa lang C-side na yung tatamaan nila dito.
I know, and it's a good split, you know, when you think about going C-long and then yung iba dadaan sa garage. So you want to cover as much areas as you can. And it's always like a weak spot kapag tuloy kayo sa C and then you don't have like a body going through garage. More often than not, you do get picked off there and then lumalabas na din yung defenders through spawn. So again, they have to be careful with this. But I think they're going to be maximizing what they can here. It's chamber going to be all the way back. And that's very standard for a chamber. You know, try to get a pick, a rendezvous out of danger. You see what you can. It's going to be Cirque though, starting things off for the side of Telitigers. They will be setting that out zone out. And yan, patuloy-tuloy na yung pagpasok lang here in C side. We're not really seeing much bodies yet, but Fatorico with right click. Gonna be getting Matty out of the way. The Tigers are fighting back.
Yeah, that's
Rowling as much as they can.
Diba? Pack of Tigers already getting in their pride over all that C side. At sayang talaga, nakita mo yung intention ni Fatorico, hold close, play with those smokes. Susie this time around trying to be the key to victory. Finds Cirque in the corner. Susie gets to even, but Pluma nandun lang sa likod. Makakaapat mga tago lang, okay na. UST sa kanilang pistol.
Yan yung sinasabi natin, the one that got away. Quite unfortunate that that's happened, but well, if you don't check your corners, that does happen more often than not. So is going to be the first point towards Telitigers. And they actually played that offense very well. They did have Pluma with the trigger control, the trigger discipline. It worked well for them towards the end. So in terms of the buys here, Dax, it is going to be a somewhat save for the side of Romancon. And they need it, you know, it's a standard.
Anong buy? Wala nga silang bilhin eh.
Save na eh.
yung binigay, yung binigay ni Mama, yun yung allowance.
Kulang.
Yun,
Kulang,
yun na
pare.
yung full eco pre. Yun nga, totoo naman. Romancon, they're gonna be holding back. Instead, I think we're gonna watch out kung paano sila mag-stack, kung sino kaya mapipitas nila. So, a bit of time right now na pwede natin pag-usapan. Interesting enough na they're running that cipher at kung ako medyo boomer na ako sa totoo lang. 'Di ba? Andito na yung patch na updated na si Cypher.
Yeah,
Mahaba
they buffed him a bit. Uy, may nahuli, unfortunately.
Pero yeah, we have time. This should be a Telitigers round unless something spicy happens. Yun na nga, execute toward A side.
Oh,
Pero,
they pushed the wrong
oh, the gravity well.
They
Huli!
pushed the wrong
Huli kulong! Wala talaga, patay!
They were waiting for someone in sewers, but then they were caught by the gravity well. Ay, no.
Ay,
Well,
no.
Pato Rico will be getting a kill at least.
Dude, I love his name. Fatu Riku.
Fatsaraka!
Si
Oh!
Patrick San. Wala na yan, sure na yan, Spectre.
Bakari dead.
Uy, ba't kami vandal? Ba't kami vandal? Ayun.
Grabe. Quick shoutout nga pala sa Razi Binkabing.
Uy, si Parang
He's
Razi
currently
Binks.
co-streaming. Yes, I know
Diba
his
siya
name.
yung alam mo yung video na
Yung
yung may Viper?
Oo,
Oh,
yung
diba
may
siya yun?
ilaw na kulay green.
Oh.
Ang ganda. Actually,
Hindi,
Razi, idol kita kasi hindi ko alam na model ka din.
Oo, diba? Rami. Siya yung sa video, yung Viper, parang pinipin siya sa wall. Tapos biglang flinip. Siya
Yun pala yun. Yung nasa isip ko yung yung parang naka-post siya na
totoo siya rin yun.
nakaupo.
Pero yun, I think siya talaga yun.
Siya talaga yun.
Yung isa hindi. Guys, you just have to figure out which is which. But eto na, guns are out and what a shot! Simula pa lang, uwa. You gotta say ooh and immediately
Uwa.
there. Uwa. Sound effect pa lang eh.
Ooh! Natuwa ako sa tailwind. Sakto yung paglabas na doon. But anyways, Pluma gonna be shut down here, unfortunately. It will be a 4v4 situation. Telitigers still in the lead, Dax.
Ba't bigla ka nagka-accent? Third round pa lang.
Para, keep the viewers hooked.
I mean, that's true. We love the local scene. Pero ikaw talaga, Miss International. Understandable.
Oui, begin.
Nako, ito na nga. And
C'est très bien.
sakto, di ba? On point with the camera. We're watching the chamber. The only French player. The
Oui,
French
avec les
agent.
chambres, c'est très joli.
Passe-les-vous français,
C'est très
mademoiselle.
long. Oui.
Omelette du fromage.
Oui.
Oh.
Je suis parlé un petit peu
sinabi
français.
sa atin na this is a Filipino-English cast. Ba't tayo
Oui,
nag-French?
je suis désolé.
Ah,
Balik ba na tayo sa Pilipino, mga kaibigan? Nandito na dapat tayo sa may A-site. Kita-kita nga natin na patuloy-tuloy na ang ating Telitigers. Papasok na sila tuloy sa...
Abangan kung ano mangyayari dito sa A-site na to. At dito natin, di ba? Dito, Telitigers, they have slowly crawled their way up towards the site itself. Courtesy, playing over to the tower though. Pansin nga natin kung paano pupunta yung darts niya. Exia already going for the plant. Over out to the corner, not default. Interesting enough. So kita talaga ng Telitigers, bit of a plan. Hold in hell, hold close also here with Uwa. A bit dangerous yung rendezvous. Hindi din nakahanda na maayos. Pero tingnan talaga
3 to
natin. Peek on out, gets the takedown. It's a trade and here comes Romancon getting it back.
Yeah, 3-on-3 at least. Cirque mahuhuli dito sa graffiti. And it will be Pokari getting courtesy as well. At bumawi pa naman dito ang ating Romancon Gaming. And Chrissy gonna be getting that defuse at least. So, I guess what I do like to mention, when it comes to the bonus round, it definitely says something if you are the squad that manages to make it a 0-3. Because it doesn't only say something about your team, but other team. Because
Totoo.
it's like, okay, nakabili na kayo ng ARs, why couldn't you win the round?
Well,
So,
they did. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's a good thing for Romancon here. Good bounce back, and it's good that it happens as early as it can. But it sets apart a lot of these teams. No, kung kaya nila i-stomp kahit yung bonus round, or are they just gonna let that go because they don't have the guns that they want? But then again, the map is Haven, so a lot of times they will be fighting quite close to each other. But let's see.
I mean, for me, I'm looking at Haven. I still feel like it's on the attacking side, and UST executes. One thing that we're gonna have to watch out for is paano mag-retake na maayos on Romancon. They proved it last time around. Nakapasok dito yung Telitigers towards the side. They played it slow, and it was a hold close, but they answered that well. How long can they continue that? They have a good lineup anyway for those retakes if ever, and going for the hold Pocari. Ito nga dito, over onto the tower. X gets the plant down as the aftershock will zone out anyone else coming in from Blink. This time around though, this tower control, very, very important for Romancon Gaming. Ito yung pwede gamitin na angle nila Pocari, nila Courtesy. And speaking of Kurt, he's getting that intel right now, trying to figure out where UST is stationed. But this is it. Gravity well in the way. Susie, siya nung sisulog. Knife out dangers, and X is there to hold close.
Naku! Nasop-sop sila ng Gravity Well, ladies and gentlemen. But, after actions coming in from Telitigers, doesn't matter. Anyway.
A small bit of hope. Small bit of hope.
Sign ng kay Pocari. Kulang sa electrolytes, my friend.
So sinasabi mag-iterate better than Pocari Sweat?
Hindi po sponsored ang ating.
Neither.
Okay, tubig is the key.
Tubig is the key. Sa totoo lang. Look, I know you have long days because of especially like the... What do you call yours? Kasi bubble, di ba sa Ateneo? What do you call
Anima
yours?
Squad.
Anima Squad. So,
Shout out to
ano
them.
yung pinaka mo? Ano yung drink of choice mo pakatapos? O bawal ba sabihin on broadcast?
We drink water.
Okay. You drink cola?
But we don't drink.
Yeah.
We suffer. It's just pure hard saliva.
Yeah.
If anything, just like these players, because they're so sweaty. They have no time to drink water decks. Look at that, they're already inside of the site. Tamatli is going to be the first one going down here. Uwa will also be shut down. Fortunately, we're not going to be seeing Sky for this map. But I reckon I do a pretty good voice of her. Oh, it's going to be the Cypher going down and the Save as well. Everybody's falling dash. It's going to be Pluma to clutch this one. And that's fantastic.
Oh. I can't believe you stuck with it the whole round.
I'm a dedicated one, if I'm to be honest.
Bloody good showdown from the Romancon Gaming, though. I look at them and they were at an eco state there. It wasn't the best buy from Romancon Gaming.
Condensation.
But it was precipitation of sheriff rounds.
I'm sorry, did you just say precipitation?
Yeah, you said condensation.
Right.
Evaporation.
Right.
Okay. So, kailan natin ayusin to?
Okay. Okay.
Okay, muntik na yan though, in all honesty. I like what Romancon Gaming was doing. They got those picks and they tried to kind of coordinate their drop.
Yes.
Now, one from Tower and everyone else coming in from Link. Pero yun nga, Telitigers, okay rin yung hold. May nag-survive. It was an absolute clutch there from the breach. And this time around, Telitigers, linapas nila yung tour de force. So, a little bit of a snipe action towards that seaside. Keep natin though. Spike is left behind. Default play muna for UST. Try to scope out kung saan nakapwesto dito yung Romancon Gaming. I think one thing that UST really wants to look out for right now is where are the intel gatherers position? Saan manggagaling yung Sova darts at drone? Saan manggagaling yung Cypher at saan kaya yung setup nila para alam nila kung saan pwede mag-rotate dito yung attacking side eh.
I know, they have to smell each other out, bait them with the utilities, and ooh, loving the fault line that's been set up by Telitigers. Perfect setup to get Courtesy out of the way. That is going to be the plant. Somehow making its way towards B, but they're not going to have it easy just yet. Sushi going to be getting that first kill, going to be getting that defuse, that plan rather, out of the way. And it is going to be reduced to a 2 attackers versus 1 defender. Fatoruki is going to be the only one left. The only thing with Asuka is, unfortunately, when you are in that vulnerable state, not much you can do when you're all by yourself. And that is going to be Telitigers still getting the extra 300 credits from the plant, however.
Yeah, that was beautiful from Pluma. Aftershock into the spray. He has a general idea, diba, kung saan pupunta yung kalaban, listening to those footsteps. But you mentioned it. Kung mag-isa yung Astra, mahirap kasi you're just levitating
that
there.
Astral state, she's just
Look, you're trying to find inner peace. Pero apparently, all the pieces of your team have fallen apart, diba?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait eh.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunate. And Pluma has stepped up immensely in this game. Last round, he survived to be the only survivor nung muntik pa sila ma-eco ng Romancon Gaming. This time around yun, a good shot, but this is it. It's a dart, I believe, going towards lobby and trying to get that intel. While that happens, Romancon Gaming trying to use a bit of the space towards C-Long rather. Pero handa na doon yung Telitigers. First pick comes over to UST. At dito natin na talaga nakikita yung pag-attacking side ng Haven eh. When you lose a player on the attack, okay lang, pwede pa eh. Kasi you can still bomb rush a site with 4. But eto, tatlong site, 4 lang kayo. Nako, the odds are really stacked against you right now.
Oh, God. Ricky there, going to be sending out the flashpoint. Sadly, will be blocked by the Nebula towards C-Long. And that's a good thing with the smokes, you know, you can take advantage of C and A. You can't try and stop the attackers from coming in by just scaring them a little bit. Like, you can't see anything, you can't come in here anymore.
You don't know what's happening beyond the veil.
If you come through, you never know. You might be shut down.
Spooky skeletons shivering down your spine.
Okay, it's Halloween's over.
Halloween na ba? Ay, tapos na ba?
Tapos na.
Ka-
It's
I mean-
time for Jose Marichu.
I mean,
Pero
hindi.
hindi pa tapos yung Halloween for Puerto Rico, sadly.
Mangya jumpscare na sana siya. Pero
Mananakot na siya.
totoo kay JMC moment eh. September pa lang, alam mo na ganun na yung tugtugan eh. Pero ito na, Telitigers, the only song they hear is the sound of victory. Mati already pushing on forward. He does get pinched though,
Crossfire.
courtesy. Nice crossfire there to set things up. Kurt finds 2 even. So it's a bit of a chance dito para sa side ng Romancon. Kung tama nila maglalaro to, here you have it. Pocari though, getting the pings with the neural theft. Good intel. Alam na nila na long magiging laruan dito ng UST. But then again, they still have that Sova. They have that ultimate, the Hunter's Fury. They're trying to beat things out though, pero okay talaga yung pings. And they know exactly where Pocari is. Kurt na lang, well, he's gonna bow out for the round. And UST, yet again, parang nakikita talaga natin, it's a bit of a slower pace para sa side ng Telitigers, but they get the job done.
Exactly. They're playing it in their own pace, and that's something that the defenders have to try and break. No, it's not. It's easier said than done, of course. But in most cases, pag ganda na yung score, we often see defenders try and either pinupush nila ditong window or they like to push out through C-long. But unfortunately, kanina na si Sushi nahuli siya dito sa may C lobby. So, unfortunate na hindi sila nakakuha ng refrag, but they might wanna bounce around that strategy to try and break the streak of what Telitigers has. Because, you know, like, mas naiipon nila yung pera, like, the more rounds they win is. So, like, you know, you gotta try and break that. And that's actually gonna be punishing for the team that has that streak. So, let's see if they can play it off. It's not over just yet. They can still try to make this a 6-2-6 scoreline, which is preferable, but even if it's a 7-5 or 8-4, okay pa naman yan.
No, I get your point. Pinaka-problema na nakita ko do sa push kanina sa Silong is it was unsupported.
Yeah.
May distraction sa kabila, but you don't really protect your jet in the first place. Pero let's just say, diba, it was an equal state, that was the Blades, and see right now paano maglalaro yung defense natin. They brought out the operator on the opposite end, Puerto Rico holding close yet again, but Telitigers, they're prepared for that. Makes it a 4v4. Courtesy trying to make the Hunter's Fury count para lang pigilan dito yung UST para makapasok dito sa side. Pero we've seen this before from the Telitigers. Ine-expect nila sino mag-hold dito sa side mismo. And from that point on, makukuha rin nila after nila mapatay si Puerto Rico eh.
4-4 this time, Dax, and it was a good pick coming off from that Asher earlier, but again, it's a game of the refrags, and Cirque is going to be getting Pocari out of the way. It will be a 3 versus 2 situation here. It will be the aftershock shut down 2 hours of Radiant crates here. Pluma will be shut down, and Cirque is the only one left. And okay, gonna be playing this far advantage with the Hunter's Fury.
Slow.
Questioning, I don't think
You got a
gonna buy
tag!
them enough time.
Eh, nakuha niyo yung tag kay Brick
Okay,
eh. Does he have a
lineup,
bounce?
there is a lineup, and then
Okay.
it does work.
Pero Kurt is there. Kurt,
But the half is
they
already
got the
set
half.
up.
Nice try. Nice try from Cirque. You can
That was
see.
really good though.
Oh.
Actually, I was expecting na baka tutuloy siya sa Silong, and then yung pala may Hunter's Fury playing. Good lineup coming off from the Shock Bolt at least, no? But yeah, time is of the essence.
And well, no time really there to work with at the very end. Pansin ko do para sa site na yon. Romancon Gaming, kanina pa natin hinahype na maganda yung magiging retake nila, very effective kung supported nga nila yung isa't isa. And in that situation, I think Brickay's Rolling Thunder was a big indicator ng ano pinakakailangan dito ng gawin ng Romancon. Kasi he already has 8 assists, sige, 1 kill sure, pero 8 of those setups helping out the rest of the team para do sa retake. Si Cirque nga, good idea, but then again, if Romancon Gaming can get the good sightlines papunta sa mga retake situations, pwede pa sila pumalag. Let's see though, if they can keep something like the Astra alive a little bit longer. Telitigers right now, pwede pumasok dito sa B-side. Pero kita mo, there's the line in the way, and here we go. It's crossed by Matty. The Telitigers now going over onto the site. Susi, dito lang sa likod. Operator holding close. Delikado nga. Let's see how he'll make this work.
Oh dear! It's gonna be the kill without the scope there. Grabe naman yung si Sushi. Too much going on here. This is going to be a 3-on-2 situation. However, Cosmic Divide is going to be set up. And it will be Sushi once again getting that kill towards Pluma. Towards mid, but Exia coming off from the back will be going with the spray. Buhay pa naman siya. But is it going to be enough time? And it does work anyway. Exia from the behind. Oh my dear lord, that's exactly how veterans do it.
Yun talaga, long-time player for a reason. Kung may Telitigers, may Exia, and itang-kita talaga natin. That was as close as possible. 6 HP, and the dream was still alive. Uy, nakita natin.
Uy!
Ay, doon tayo.
Wait a minute, that was us!
That was us. We were there on the bottom right.
there was. But yeah,
Sina-surveillance pala tayo.
Oo.
Dapat pala may mga actions talaga tayo palagi pag may clutch. Sayang, guys, kung nakita nyo, makatapos nung mapatay ni Exa, gumagano si
Bigla ako
Yusuke.
nag-stance dito. Nag-split ako.
Oh, tiger stance, tiger stance.
Tiwala na lang.
Kung may crouching tiger, may hidden Yusuke at nako, hindi natin matago na napitas ni Cirque sa simula pa lang si Susie. UST just absolutely on a tear. Romancon Gaming yet again looking a little bit lost dito sa ating alliance games, and that's been a problem so far. We've seen it happen in their last matchup against Busu. We're looking to see if it's gonna happen yet again for Telitigers as of now. Papunta dito sa may A site, holding over onto the corner. Courtesy trying to play graffiti. Nakisama na lang kay Uwa pero nahuli rin siya. Telitigers now with a 2-man advantage and with the site under their control too.
Spike's gonna be set down here, Romancon-wise. Dalawa na lang natitira. They're over at A-Link. They are gonna be stuck here. Pocari and Fatarigo. They only do have a Shorty and a Frenzy at hand. It's not gonna be easy. It might be a little bit of a miracle play, but to manage to dink Cirque just a little bit there. Shotbolt lineup is gonna be set up. Pocari's gonna be hit by that just a little bit. Snake's gonna be going for a little bit of a jiggle peek. Saktang-sakta. It's already Christmas. We might be seeing the super tango. Oh my god, Cirque. How the heck did you say that? Okay, in fairness though, Cypher's hat is
Nahalata.
kind of spacious.
Puti.
Yeah, the volume of that
Puti
thing.
yung suote. On all honesty, those are the kind of colors na kitang-kita mo palagi as soon as possible. But then again, I have to say for the Telitigers, this is just par for the course. Ito yung talaga yung winning form ng Telitigers. May plano, ma-execute na maayos. Tapos na ang boxing, because one of the best things that they have in store for any kind of team is that post plant. They are happy to hold utilities for that spike plant. They're happy to play back as much as possible and look to win it out from there. Pero kung simula pa lang, nakakuha na dito ni UST mga duels, then that's gonna be very effective. This is what Romancon Gaming needs still to shake it off. Susie gets first blood over onto the chamber, and now a bit easier for Romancon Gaming to hold things down.
First blood, they're gonna be given to the side of RG, and they need this one more than ever. Pocari gonna be setting up this cyber cage, however. Should be able to catch one ping. Matthew is gonna be shut down, and good job on to come out to try and get some information. Cosmic Divide is gonna be set up towards the A-Link entrance as well as Heaven. Exia does still go down, however. Sushi will be shut down, and Cirque as well. And Romancon here with a really good retake this time around, Dax. Gonna be taking this round, making it a 3-2-8.
Iba talagang confidence dito ng Romancon when they have that man advantage. They're just willing to hold close in general. And with the 5v4 situation, they're able to execute on it better. Kita natin, diba? Dinikita ni Cirque, si Susie, nakisama na lang. It's been one of the things tropa tong Romancon Gaming. They're your buddies, they're your pals. They're like, sasama sila kahit hindi sila invited ngayon.
Aray.
Okay lang, diba? Invited ka sa lahat.
Aray. Hindi mo alam yung nasa Facebook. Not invited. Don't go. Didn't. But I don't know how it goes, but that was just really funny. Anyways.
Kaya man.
Yes, I get what you mean. They even come in the site uninterrupted. Pero grabe! Silabasan na lahat ng utilities. What's gonna be shut down? That is gonna be the Tour de Force. Almost removed for them, and finally we're seeing a good push from RG. Oh my goodness, that took way more knives than it should have. But it's alright, because Sushi managed to catch one head at least to make the side of Telitigers. Only have 3 attackers. They have not found the spike yet. This is good for Romancon Gaming kasi hindi pa naman sila nag-fully rotate towards A. They still have some bodies. One in garage, one in C. Now Telitigers is thinking about their next course of action. Ano nga ba ang gagawin nila for the rest of this round? They have 1 minute left. They seem to be keen to potentially try and test B, but they're still thinking.
Imagine Cypher. Yeah, that's the thing. It honestly works out so well for Romancon Gaming. They got the intel of where the spike was headed, even despite losing Susie. And now Matty gonna be pushing on forward. Oh, that is so close! But Brickis survives! How does he do it? Courtesy also now with the Hunter's Fury and the Telitigers trying to force things out with the Rolling Thunder. 1v3 situation. It's Fluma versus the world. Tries to actually evacuate from the site towards C site instead. It's all up to him. Makes sense naman. Last round na. To ng first half. He'll try to fight. He's clutched out before. Can he do it yet again for the Telitigers? Tries to go for the blind, but Courtesy is not bedazzled by the lights enough. And Romancon Gaming, nakabawi ng konti. 4-8 naman, pero grabe yun ah. Nabuhay pa eh.
Bricky. Oh dear, Bricky. Halata naglalaro yan ng ibang bang-bang eh.
Ganun ba
With
yan?
those movements. Usually we see that with a Nayon.
Nayon?
But that was most impressive.
So, ba't mo ginawang Koreana yung isang Pinoy agent?
Well, I don't know. The name just gives me a little bit of a Hallyu wave, you know? Nayon.
Nayon?
Nayon. Faster lane. Overdrive. Sorry. Anyways, moving on. So 4-2-8, ladies and
Wait
gentlemen.
lang. So you've done French, you've done Japanese,
Ano yun?
you've done British, ay Australian pala, Australian.
Okay.
Okay. So tatlo na yan na nationality Kailangan iba't iba. You cannot repeat. From this
Okay.
point on.
We
Ubo
will
all day. Pwede ka magawa ng impression, pero palagi kailangan iba't
Bakit
iba.
may requirement?
Ganun talaga, may requirements tayo dito, collegiate scene, di ba? But there we go already. Collegiate scene shining yet again with Susie getting that first blood and moving towards that C side. Yet again, we see the overrun of C happening for UST and now happening for CSB. Susie pushing even
Aray.
further, finds Uwa there.
No way.
Absolutely crowd controlled over. Matty answers back. It's 4v3 now as Courtesy decides to retreat. Aldro to get the intel, and for now, Romancon Gaming, they're drawing a line here.
Oh my lord, Curtis showing us exactly how the pros do it with a nice peek there, but it's gonna be Cirque shut down by Kersey once again. In Romancon Gaming, they are hungry to come back into this one. I know that they may be Romancon. You know,
It's the guy.
yeah, Romancon is the guy, but their mascot is a snake. And then you got the Telitigers rawr. So,
Snake ba to? Oh, ano, snake.
yeah, it's a snake.
Oh, ano.
Venomous.
May mata.
Kasi kaya lumapit siya sa...
Hindi ko gets parang, ano ba to? Yung mga sa...
Hindi
di ba?
yan bato, ahas nga.
Funny mo.
Thank you.
You're hilarious. Oh my god. And then tawa. I honestly thought for a while, it's like, yung parang sa mga psychiatrists, yung, what does this
Hello.
plot look like?
Butterfly yard.
Okay na, sige, butterfly effect from Susie. Here we go yet again. Look at him push,
Hello?
no? Walang katakot-takot si Susie. He only knows the whole W and call it a day. Si Bricky, sabi niya Susie impression, but he can't actually do it. It's Cirque who gets the takedown. Now there's a small chance here for the Telitigers if they can
dear,
use those
Courtesy.
SMPs well. Courtesy eventually getting the win in that duel, but look at Uwa go. High ground muna dyan. He has the angle towards the default if ever. And he's thinking dropping down. Dead double pick na lang galing dito kay Pukari at kay Courtesy. And Romancon Gaming, they just went in and took the site.
Pukari is definitely one of the lead players we have here in Romancon. And if anything, I do appreciate the Cypher and Heavit. Lalo na kapag nakatambak ka lang dun sa may C or A. Because then again, you can actually just leave all of your traps there and then move to another portion of the site. I could say the same as well for Killjoy's. Because diba she has like a 40-meter radius ata for her utilities.
Buti pa si Cypher walang
Ayun nga eh,
walang
pero
radius.
yeah, when you think about it, like the size of the map kasi, even if you do play Killjoy, you could literally be in B and then
You can
still
still
have
affect
your
the
stuff in
sites.
A or C. It's like, you know, incomparable to maps like Breeze or Icebox na sobrang malawak pero
3 sides,
here.
sure, pero
Yeah.
it's not that big. But here we have it now. Big pick up by Susie. Yet again, that's absolutely important here
Boink.
for a side of Romancon Gaming. You get that opening kill, you open up the site so well, and look at all the dominoes fall. It's Cirque all alone. This Romancon Gaming attacking side is just absolutely impressive. And this is what we're talking about then. Yung ating Cypher now. He's just so strong on the lurk, so strong on the anti-lurk. Saan dadaan yung Telitigers at this rate after Romancon Gaming gets the site? I don't even know by this point. Cirque, he has to try and prevent the bonus from happening, but the odds are stacked against him here.
it's not gonna be easy for sure, but if there's one thing Cirque has, it's the lineups. Bricky gonna be setting up the fault line very, very soon. So it should be seen already. That should be a good swing for the side of Romancon. And again, they're playing the utilities very well. This time around, we definitely see them work much better here.
Look, Romancon Gaming, they have the answer so far, and the key to victory is Susie. How many times have we seen him just go in? Totoo naman eh. Totoo naman. He unlocks these sites for this team. Kanina pa natin nakikita. He's been trying to do it on the defensive side. And now here on the attack, it's just so much more different na dinumay-diretso lang. And a little bit of replay nga, di ba? Dumiretso lang si Matty. And stuff like that just happens. But in all honesty, I think for Romancon Gaming, kailangan talaga nila matuloy itong momentum na to. Basta pwede makapush at makapita si Susie, and then you have your Cypher covering your back with the tripwires. Everything just relies on that hold on the side. And we've seen for Romancon, pag may spike plant na sila, or at least they have a good intel of saan manggagaling yung kalaban, they're able to execute really well and have either close encounters or utilities from afar para makatulong eh.
And I think it's a good decision na pinili nila yung defenders first. Because, again, you do have the good setups coming off from the Astra and Cypher picks. And now that they are on the attacker's side, I think they have this more, I'd like to say they're more flexible, no? Kapag pumapasok sila and the way they make their, I'd say the way they track their entrance. Because, like, they do have this freedom of being able to kind of, like, scope out the rest of Telitigers. And then again, you don't want to be too complacent when you do come off of a very strong first half. Because when you think about it, the score was 4-8, and now it's 7-8. Telitigers have a lot of ground to make up for, and again, it's not good na nabibitawan niya yung pistol rounds.
Yeah. Nababawian talaga dito ng Romancon Gaming, and here we go yet again. Romancon, they have a heavy gun advantage as we move on to the next round after the timeout. Ano kaya magiging plan dito ng Telitigers? So trying to get a few pickups pero wala pa rin. Pokari, wala kang takas-takas dito, Mati. Cross that line, you are just dead no matter what. And look at them go. C-site naman, magiging puntahan. Susie yet again, watch out for him. Looking to just open up things for the side of CSB. Spray it down. Exit tag has the back on away. At dito talaga natin, kuha na ng Romancon Gaming yung buong left side ng map man to. May bantay sa Silong, may bantay sa
Oh, she's vulnerable though.
seaside mismo.
No!
Oh no!
Sayang!
Huli pa talaga. Romancon Gaming, they just have everything covered here.
Really unfortunate for that play, you know, but it's not over just yet. Cirque waiting over at spawn. Romancon Gaming might finish very, very soon. Regardless, Cirque is going to be getting that head tap still. That's gotta be the round ender, unfortunately. Pero sayang yun kay Uwa. Na-distract siya sa trapwire. If only he looked a little bit to the left, makikita niya na naka-astral form pa pala. Si parang
Ang ingay kasi gumaga siya. Ganun yung line. Tapos si Asta go.
Hindi niya nagaita si Fato Rico.
Wala.
Oh well.
So,
But yeah, I guess the trapwires have another purpose. Imbis na matatrap ka pang distract. Napaisip siya, he was like, I can jump over this. Yun, nahuli siya tuloy.
Yun, diba? Huling-huli dun sa sulok, rinig na rinig. And this is really what we're getting here from Romancon Gaming. They're catching the Telitigers with their pants down, and they have tied up the scoreline. This has been a 4-round streak here for Romancon Gaming. And finally, the Telitigers, that's a good answer. Slow things down with a pick-off. Uwa, though, he actually gets back his rendezvous, and now, because of that, he's gonna get tagged down by Courtesy. It was gonna cool down anyway, pero sayang talaga para sa buhay niya. 4v4, a chance for Romancon Gaming to actually either go for the execute or the rotate, kasi yung UST, iniintay na nila, ina-anticipate na seaside yung pupuntahan dito ng attacking side natin. But look at CSB. They back on the way, play it slow this time around.
Slow and steady wins the race.
That's the pace?
That's how the turtle beat the rabbit, bro.
Di ba natulog kasi yung rabbit?
Yeah, exactly.
Paano kung hindi natulog yung rabbit?
Hindi
durog. Hindi talo. Hindi L.
Hindi siya mapapahiya.
Totoo naman. Kasalanan na yun. Pero ito yun na. CSB this time around, they're gonna be tested in this round. Because
So, sino yung rabbit ngayon?
si Susie, kaya siya patay eh.
Sige,
Diba?
sa bagay.
Totoo naman eh. We've seen him get those first kills to open up the site. And now, what does Romancon Gaming do without him?
Hindi sila consistent eh. Si Sushi, sayang. Naging kanto na eh. Hey, anyways, ako. Oh, 1-1 tuloy oh. Quick exchange here in Garage Dax. It will be a free site for Romancon Gaming. Telitigers still making a way downtown here. Just enough time to get that spike over towards the side. X going to be setting up the stars right now. Will actually be attacked by one shot. So far, Nabil is going to be set up as well. A little bit of a blind spot setup, and Fault9 is going to be sent out here by Brickay. And wow! The side of Romancon Gaming is fighting to climb back into this one. Matsi is going to be the only one stuck here in Garage.
Yeah, well.
Looks like a done deal too.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like for UST, they just gave up that site so easily. Alam na nila, wala na si Susie. They could have actually held things down as soon as they got a bit of intel. Pero open door pa rin. Romancon Gaming creep up slowly towards that site. Took it anyway, got that pick off, and just called it a day to take the lead. So this is now the problem here for USD. Ano na ang gagawin nila next? Ano na ang pwede nilang atubagin after that first pick off from what we saw from WoW? It's
We're not moving.
Iniisip ko rin parang paano pa kaya gagawin to ng UST kung papayagan na lang nila yung Romancon Gaming to actually make it a site. They're literally walking over them by this point. And Susie, he's gonna try it again. But here we have it now. Matty decides to play the game of Susie, but Susie does it better. Another one bites the dust. That's Susie getting two. Courtesy is there to find Pluma even. And the intel will be garnered by CSB. Now they know that they are winning. Now they know that they can go for that seaside. Sure, Susie falls, but he's already done a number of kills. A big impact to the round.
Grabe. Nabasa agad ng Romancon Gaming na walang pera tong Telitigers.
Sabi ka ba?
Hindi naman, hoy! Usapan Valorant! Hindi naman sa Guys, this is no hate towards any fellow Telitigers. Madami akong kilala taga UST na mababait. Salamat, mahal ko po kayo lahat. Shoutout Racel, shoutout Saifu. Thank you. Balik po tayo sa laban, Dax.
Oh, 1 HP. Sige nga. Ano pa? Telitigers, can they survive this? They have a few guns to
Hello?
work with, but Fatorica finds you.
What?
Tour de Force gets no shot, and it's Pukari also ready over onto the corner by Garage to give CSB double digits. This second half is just absolutely overwhelming. Kung tama ako, diba? 4 to 8 kanina yan. But biglang 10-8 na to, 6 rounds in a row. UST has not found the answer on the defense whatsoever.
Quite unfortunate for them in it, but oh my god, 26 assists for
Diba?
Bricky?
Sabi kanina 7 yan on kill. Ngayon 6 to 26. He's trying to make records here right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Now this is like the biggest assist number
I think
I've
so. I
seen
think
in a
this is
while.
kind of really up there sa ating academy scene. Maybe even
Yes.
in the whole pro scene na pwede natin i-count. But there you have it now, Matty. You count that. Susie goes down. I think I just want to mention this before we get into this round. We said for CSB struggles on the teamwork as a whole, but right now, I think on
They
the
found their answer,
individuators,
yeah.
they found the answer. We're seeing some big assists from the Breach, and if Romancon Gaming can keep that up, that is going to be one of their biggest tools to wrap up this game.
Honestly, I think they can still work together a bit more because, you know, key player like Sushi actually getting shut down quite easily for a lot of these rounds does make impact plays, yes. But it would be better if they can do it consistently to the point na hindi sila palagi na for first blood. Because it's still important to have a body by the end of these rounds. And look at that, Pukari, again, a key player as well for the side of Romancon Gaming, was definitely making waves that first half. And unfortunately, hindi sila panalo sa mga rounds, but we can't see from their performance this time. They are getting the kills that they need, and
Huli pa
that
si
is gonna
Cirque.
get them safe.
This is so dangerous. Ito talaga. The Cypher creeps up on the opposite end. And Romancon Gaming, vice script talaga yung dinadala na dito. Hunt is Fury though lines things up, and Pukari takes a hefty blow.
Hello?
Cirque getting value with that one. Tinagran yung teammate niya. Uy, Pluma, ginagawa mo dyan. But now Pluma, he decides to go for the Rolling Thunder, and this is gonna be space here for UST, but they don't know
Fatorico.
Fatorico. His name says it all. Let's see if he can be the sensei of the round. Rolling Thunder is the answer. And already Fatorico gets the takedown. Took a little bit of a while though. Aftershock there to get the kill onto the Breach on the opposite end. 2 versus 2 situation. Play it the long game. Courtesy says the shock dart flies, but the garage is still where Fatorico is. There you have it now. Bit of a crossbar being set up. Circle fall, and Fatorico does it for the squad. I don't think for UST, that was the wisest decision. Alam na nila na may Astra dun sa garage. Pumunta pa sila sa sightlines na nag-i-intersect yung dalawang angles. And Romancon Gaming is just still winning here on the attack.
If not mistaken, they still had a little bit of time to try and bait out Fatorico from garage. But I guess, you know, sense of urgency and everything, they just wanted to try and get the tap on it to try and bait them out. But see, the problem with that though is, alam naman ni Courtesy and Fatorico kung nasan ba ang position nila. And obviously, as soon as you tap into that spike, you give them as much information as they can play around with. Kita nga yung mga shock bolts, saktong-sakto nga sa position ng Telitigers eh. So,
May
you
lineup
wanna keep them
yan.
guessing. Yeah, exactly. I mean, even if you are on the defense, you still have to, don't give your position away too much. But, man, I feel for Telitigers here. I mean, they worked hard for that 8 points. And Romancon Gaming is just dismissing that whole entirety for this second round. And let's see if they can turn the
Oh,
things
he saw him!
this way though. Ooh, good spray coming off from Matthew, but quick to refrag coming off from Federico, and this is a good switch up. Dax from Romancon Gaming, because ulang sila sa refrag kanina, pero this time they learned their lesson.
Yeah, a little weird there for Courtesy though. Nag-flick away, nabaril na nga niya sa simula. Flick address, baka reflex or whatnot. But here we have it now, 4v4. Telitigers now, not the best buy this time around. They are willing to give this up and just play for that match point scenario later on instead. There you have it though. Aldron gets the scout. Bua, hulin dito sa gitna talaga ng gravity well. Susie gets one, but here we have it. Telitigers falling apart at the seams. Romancon Gaming, handa sa pwesto, handa sa baril, at handa nang tapusin to map na to. 12-8, wala pa talaga nakakuha dito UST.
Match point is gonna be granted as well.
Binili ka ng 8 points eh. Binili ka ng 8 points bigla. It has been all CSB all throughout this second half, from Susie's entries, from Bricky's assist, to honestly, it's been a low-key performance from Courtesy, pero pag tinignan mo yung scoreboard, siya yung nasa pinakataas eh. And it just has to be Romancon Gaming getting the situations that they want. Na nakukuha nila yung mga gusto nilang duel, nakukuha nila yung site na mabilisan, and here we go yet again. There's the intel. Matty is now seen. Fault line comes. He's still sticking with the angle anyway. Muntik pa siyang mapahamak dyan. Can he actually get the survival? Susie flies by. Can't hit the shot. Magtabi. Susie just runs over absolutely everyone here on C until Pluma stops him.
3-on-2. Hindi pa naman tapos ang ating laban here. Pokari gonna be coming off garage. It's gonna be a good hide here coming off from Cirque. Patuloy-tuloy yung pagpasok. Sa cyber cage, kita siya. Kita yung balikat niya. But will be able to escape, find respite here in B side. Should be making their way slowly towards A. It will be Romancon Gaming with a good plant. Free site for them. No problems here. But it might be a problem for the side. Pretty soon, because you do have Cirque lurking towards A, I think. And now it's gonna be up to this solo breach of Pluma to clutch it out, but Pokari's waiting in the back. It's gonna be 1v1, Breach versus Breach. Who is gonna be the superior speed? And it's okay because Pluma clutches it for Telitigers, and the round that they needed had to be through a clutch.
The one time Romancon Gaming played it passively rather than actively. Naipit na nila si Pluma. Konti na lang sa timing, but Pluma gets away with it. How does he do it? How does he do it in the clutch? Kanina pa siya dito sa A site, and here we go yet again. The fact na nahuli niya si Pokari, di ba? Napupunta dun sa may A-Link, and then he finds the angle on Brickade through the Radiant Knight, and he threw that default. Buhay pa! Buhay pa, Telitigers.
Kung nakita niyo lang si Dax, nabuhod po dito sa studio.
Napatalon ako na konti. I was like, ooh. Kala ko tapos na eh.
Grabe. Kailangan pa talaga yung risk ng Telitigers. Umabot sa match point yung Romancon
Kailangan
bago
may
sila
style. Style points para sa bawi. Pero ito na. They're playing for overtime by this point, ST. And Romancon Gaming, consistent talaga dito si Susie on the second half to get that first kill. But he does get traded now by Matty. Window watched over by Pluma. That Excalibur's playing essential to force the Cypher in a bad situation. At ang problema ngayon, tingnan mo, Telitigers, they have the intel of where the spike is. Cirque is waiting for someone to come. He's ready, but he doesn't hit the shot until he gets the correction on. It's 4v2 now. Pero Telitigers, a very strong position here. Ingat lang sila sa pagpasok dito ni Courtesy galing sa may C-side.
Slow and steady. Slow and quiet. Romancon here and Federico. They're actually gonna be just crossing with Courtesy. Exia will be sent away for this round in garage. It'll be a 2 versus 3.
I like how they regroup.
Yes, it's good. It's important.
Naka-connect pa sila eh. Parang isipin mo, Courtesy needed to get that opening towards Dars. But since he got that, X is able to, or rather Federico is able to come up to him and actually try to clear out the other side of the map. Pero ang problema ngayon ng Romancon Gaming, they don't have the spike. You can see for UST, ibang priority nila. Pluma is ready over by Link, throws out the fault line, and the Telitigers, they don't fall for the trap of Romancon Gaming whatsoever. Respeto nila yung space na kinuha dito ng CSB, and instead play for the objective eh.
Oops, 10 seconds left. Getting mathy here. And
doesn't have the
no time. Yeah, for Romancon Gaming. Would be wise for Telitigers na tatago na lang sila doon. And Pluma's not gonna be getting that kill to add the icing on the cake. And if anything, Daxa, once you do hit that match point, it's probably one of the hardest points to try and convert that into the W. In most cases, yung mga teams na super confident sa match, they are able to close it out as long as they get to that 12. But Tigers is showing the side of Romancon Gaming na hindi pa naman tapos ang ating game habang hindi pa natin nakikita ang 13 scoreline.
Totoo naman eh. Pero honestly, while you were explaining, I got distracted by your socks. Ba't ang pink
I'm sorry, it's
Ang
cute.
cute ng socks mo. Ba't ang pink?
I don't know if I can show it later.
Oo.
But,
Katatalas mo yung
for
pa-
free? Anyways.
Ibang classic picks na yun po sa
Yep.
Pero sige, back into Valorant we go. Susie coming in from the garage. He's able to actually try and watch the corner, but the problem is the smoke is actually in the way, and Exia was a surprise with the judge. Finds already to take down onto one, makes it a second even, and CSB did not expect that whatsoever. UST, you know, we sometimes hear that they can come out from the walls, but the Tigers out of nowhere, as sneaky as can be.
Ghost! 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 Go! Yun ang masasabi ko, honestly. Well deserved for that play. So fast, so clean, so fast, so fresh, so good.
So good indeed. Dapat talaga pag yung may replay, hindi yung reaction natin kanina, dapat yung reaction ni ST ngayon eh. Gumagawa siya ng kanyang mga cheers, but this is, well, comeback almost completed by the Telitigers. We thought they were down and out after that 8-round streak. Pero sabi mo nga, di ba, may laban pa dito USD. Pwede pa tayo mag-overtime. And Matty even primes the Blade Storm to be ready for another fight here towards that A side. Still, Romancon Gaming, all stacked up, getting ready to try and play towards that A long. Tingnan nga natin if someone's actually going to split up towards sewers here. And Pokari, as per usual, Lurk is the standard here for the Cypher. USD, you want to survive this? You better find the answer on one of these angles as soon as possible.
Oh dear, hello? Buti na lang hindi na line up sila dun, but Matthew gonna be the first member down. Cirque is quite low now, pero okay lang. Nakakuha ko naman siya ng kill here towards Sushi. It will be the combination of the Aftershock as well as the Rolling Thunder to fend off the side of Romancon. It is gonna be a good setup for Cirque to try and catch anyone through sewers, but they are gonna be leaving as soon as they can. Pakari with the lurk once again. Going to be sending the neural theft out at least para mabigyan ng information sa teammate kung nasan ba ang kalaban ni Relax. Exia with a spray, but will bow down to courtesy.
Yeah, you have to respect that. Neural theft, dalawang ping na yan, hindi lang isa. And in all honesty, I didn't think it was worth it for Romancon to actually try and get that intel, but as soon as they found that takedown over onto Exia, I completely changed my mind. But there you go, Patorico.
Wala siyang pake na may Hunter's Fury.
Lang yun,
Literally
chill lang.
nag-Astral
Hindi
for-
naman tatama yan, chill lang yan.
Grabe yun.
Pre, kung Astra ka, dapat calm under pressure. And we've seen that from Patorico. Meditation on one side, killing on the other. Pluma coming in from garage, but he's ready to go for that duel 2v2 situation. Rolling Thunder is ready here for Brickay. He's been the assist king so far. Can he be the clutch king this time around for CSB? Courtesy using the space to try and peek. Gets the takedown off the Pluma. All left to Cirque now. He's low on the HP. He gets scanned. He picked up the operator a while ago. Difficult now for the retake. And the Aldro makes it even harder. Classic out. And it's not the right gun for this situation. Romancon Gaming, they turn it around here, Yusuke. And they take the win 13-11.
Whee! Well, that is our first game of the day. Welcome to Collegiate Valorant. It just gets easier, it gets spicier. Well, that was quite the match, if anything. Actually, well, that's the thing with Valorant. You may say na, oh, this team is daunting. Their score is so big compared to the next half. They're gonna win this. No! It's Valorant! It's Valorant. It's not football. It's not basketball. It's Valorant. Anything happens.
So. Actually, sit down real quick. Sinasabi mo, sa Valorant lang nagkaka-comeback, hindi sa ibang sport.
No!
Ang galing talaga ng co-caster ko. Pero ang galing na... Stop looking at the camera. Stop it. Okay, now we can talk about Valorant.
Okay.
Totoo, okay, so let's just break it down. Good attack from EST.
Owa.
But even better, honestly, from CSB. We look at how they display the entry, right? And so many times, hindi makuha ng sagot ng UST yung pag-hold dun sa site mismo eh.
Couldn't hold on for so long, unfortunately.
Bakit ganun yung grip?
I'm a drummer, dude. But yeah, I do have to agree, especially in the points where they started off as defenders. And that's the beauty of FPS. You have to switch sides. There's the attacker and defender. And it gives you the, kind of like the reset. Because when you switch halves again, zero money. And then you have to start off from the pistol rounds again. And it's extremely difficult to, have a team where you can consistently stomp these rounds. Kasi in most cases, nakikita natin na pag panalo yung team for both pistol rounds, they usually end up winning the rest of the game. But in this case, whoever won that second pistol round, tuloy-tuloy na kasi yung scores nila. And kita nga for Telitigers, it was a bit too late to spark that comeback. It's 12-8, still very much doable, but you'll always have the pressure like at the back of your heads na, oh, we can't commit a mistake. If we do, like, it's over. And unfortunately, that's what
I
happened.
get that, honestly. Like, you think about Cirque at the very end na, but yung operator yung dadalhin mo at alam mo na magiging retake, diba? So, it's very difficult. I get the intention na you're trying to watch like Silong, sige if they peek from that, but you know the Rolling Thunder's coming, alam mo na pwede may put magaling sa garage, and I think those are the kind of scenarios we looked at UST and they look absolutely impressive with their plans on the attacking side. But coming to the defense, parang hindi nila nagawa at all ang gusto nila gawin na plano. There were some rounds that were absolutely scrappy, parang lang clutch, survive sila. I think they only had really one convincing round that was proper, and then they all had another convincing round kasi nakuha nila yung spike drop, and that was just it dun sa may window. But beyond that, it was more so CSB just setting that pace. CSB just going in and taking names, taking taking the sites, and kita ko yung isa pa nating co-caster medyo locked out. Hello Black and Blue. Kasa ko na dito. Pero in all honesty, for Romancon Gaming, we talked about that teamwork might make the dream work, and look at that Peach. Ilang assists kaya yun? Mga 30 plus, diba?
I know, and it's crazy because a lot of the times, nagre-reklamo yung mga tao, oh my god, I have so many assists, I can't get the final kills, I'm so bad at this. Buggers. No, guys. Like, when you think about it, when you get assists, it's because you were able to at least half the health of the opponent.
Or
malaking bagay din yun.
huwag natin kalimutan rin, kasi dahil doon sa stun, dahil
Yeah.
doon sa flash,
Lalo
counted
na
na
yung
yun.
stun.
Nandun ka. Nasa stats ka. Stats don't lie. And I'm not lying here that CSB just took that pretty impressive dub at the very end. Nabawiin nila. They were at the point now they had to actually come back in that first half just a little bit to make it 4-8. They did so, and that huge rally in the second made it even better. So what a first game. Everyone is playing for the playoffs talaga dito, USK. At alam talaga natin, whoever wins this, they move on. Whoever doesn't, they're gonna be out of the running. So babay na sa kanila dito sa Alliance Games. And speaking of the Alliance Games, kung natin muna, Alliance Games player ka ba? At meron kang inspiring na kwento na nais ibahagi, maging parte ng Alliance Games identities, at i-message lamang ang inyong Alliance Org President o ang Akad Arena team sa Discord. President ka ba ng Verdes Arcus?
No,
Hindi ko alam talaga eh. Di ba
No.
manager ka or something?
no.
Hindi ba?
I'm just there.
Ah, you're just there.
Shout out to Lara though.
Shout out kay Lara! Let's go!
She doesn't know we're shouting her out. but
Oh,
what's
hindi
up?
niya alam.
Oh, wait, she does.
Oh, she knows. She's looking at us. Sige. Back. Look back at the camera.
Okay,
back.
okay. Anyways.
And remember, if you want to bring esports to your
I
school,
do, I want,
yes, the Alliance program by Akad Arena is here for you. Alliance member clubs get access to the Alliance Games, mentorship, and event support. Galing, diba? Learn how to join the Alliance today at akadarena.com/alliance and get updates by liking and following Akad Arena on fb.com/AkadArenaGG, where you may be watching right now or on Twitch. Galing!
Do I get to meet Kaide?
Didn't you? I met Kaide. Kaide was there. Kaide. So guys, isipin niyo lang, scholarships, tournaments, Kaide, saan ka pa? Kung hindi sa Akad Arena Alliance. Yeah! Nag-zoom in pa nga sa atin. But okay, while Yusuke is giving the evil eye to the camera, I think it's time for us to reset ourselves, get back to our proper mental states, and call it a break. Yeah, we're calling it a break. See you guys in a little bit for more of the Alliance Games.
Outside the game, I'd have a hard time making decisions and just go through life without any direction really. But when I'm in the game and as captain of the team, I have to make confident split-second decisions to lead our team and give us that direction we need to win the game.
Are you ready to get good? Enter Globe Gamer Grounds, your gateway to good gaming. Enjoy hundreds of open tournaments and earn points and rewards every time you play. Register for free at globegamergrounds.com.
And well, we are back here, ladies and gentlemen. Nagbabalik tayo dito sa Alliance Games. Split 2, Valorant, tuloy-tuloy pa rin tayo. And the matchup, of course, CSB versus UST. My name is Dax, and I'm here with the man from Japan himself, Black and Blue.
Wow.
Grabe talaga, you went abroad eh.
I don't think that is appropriate to call me, considering I don't speak a lick of Nihongo.
Oh, that's true. Konnichiwa.
But I have improved. Now I know it's called Nihongo. Dati I just say Japanese.
Japanese?
Yeah.
Okay, so no longer the gaijin. You are cultured there, good sir. Pero even though, honestly, here Black and Blue came from Japan, he's still not gonna know any of the anime references.
Nope.
He's not gonna know that.
I didn't understand anything.
He was just like, hello, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Oh, you're an idol? What's that?
Mga lods.
Oh, diba? Tara, Lods. Okay lang tayo. Tagalog na lang tayo dito. But then again, we are gonna be, of course, back in the local scene, back in the collegiate, and in all honesty, a great showing from both squads, but overall even better from CSB. 8 rounds in a row to just take that lead back, to just keep running away with it, and as much as possible, get that victory. And in all honesty, they're Black and Blue. Maybe a few thoughts about that last game?
I mean, it almost came down to kind of an overtime situation, right? Luckily, they're able to close it out in the final round of regulation, but I mean, it came through some just, I think, really, really tight constraints I don't think they were comfortable with. Hopefully, for their sake, that map number 2 can be a bit more one-way-sided, but I'm sure UST, they got something to say. Historically, they have the deficit against them in the overall standings. They've lost to CSB in the past. They want to exact their revenge here right now, but we know taking map number 1, that's crucial in these type of situations.
Yeah, and even better for CSB because the next map will be their map pick. It's going to be on Ascent. We've known for a while that these guys very, very comfortable. You look at Courtesy already, you look at Susie. These guys have a plan to just play that entry, get that intel, and call it a day. But before everything else, guys, Academia has scholarships available for all kinds of gamers, be it PC or mobile, through ASA for gamers. The Academia scholarships in A this cycle, they made it even easier for you to apply with the GG Easy No SA scholarship, which is a 100k grant. Go to app.academia.com to apply. Link in the comments. Pre, alam mo, sa asset, may essay dun. At marami akong kilala, nasabi lang, wag na lang nung nagka-essay. Kaya buti pa tong scholarship na to, no essay.
Oo nga. I mean, it should be one of the easier points, diba? Pagdating sa mga exam, but just expound, diba? Use big words. Dagdagan mo na lang.
Highfalutin.
But in this case, you don't even have to do that, guys. So make sure you join our sponsorship here, scholarship.
Scholarship.
Yeah,
Uy,
scholarship.
sponsor ka agad, bro.
Mali.
Sanay talaga. Sanay
Sorry
talaga sa mga galing Japan, ibang level.
Grabe ka naman.
Pero sa totoo lang, I have missed you, my friend. Welcome back to the Philippines. You've had quite an adventure today pa lang.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome back to Manila. Well,
it was a bit of a challenge to go over here, but I love
you made it,
It's
diba?
home, diba?
Naghanapan kayo ng Grab. It's like,
nakipagtalo pa sa akin.
it's like, kuya, as dito na me, where na you? I know where I pinned.
Oo nga.
You kinda don't know where I
Sabi niya,
pinned.
nandito na ako. Sabi ko, kuya, hindi.
Hindi talaga. It's
Hindi
not
talaga.
true. Pero at least naman, nandito na tayo sa next game very, very soon. That is no lie. And coming into Ascent, I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see some of the usual standards we see here. I wouldn't be surprised to see either Sova or the Fates, maybe a double initiator composition here from Manson Gaming, and here for the Telitigers right below us. Like, you can just look down over there. I think Telitigers, that's going to be an absolute classical composition. Bring out the Omen, bring out the Sova, bring out the Killjoy. Back in my day, nung bago pa nandito sa Academia, good sir, they used to run a single comp on Ascent for parang Season 1, Season 2 of University Alliance Cup. It was just exactly this at Telitigers, except wala yung KO, it was Reyna. So it's kind of like it's like a fundamental comp to play in collegiate. First, you learn how to play Ascent, and then you learn how to play the other maps. Telitigers banking on that history. Romancon Gaming, they're gonna mirror it. So, pagalingan na lang talaga eh.
I mean, that's exactly how things went then. And I'm glad to be here, part of, the Academia group now. Kitig naman. Finally, I'm part of the family.
Kinausap eh.
Oo nga eh. Buti nga eh. Buti na lang. But, I mean, the KO, obviously, ever since the inception, kind of the addition to KO into the roster, rather into, Valorant as a whole, kind of been a staple here on Ascent anyway. So, nothing too fancy on either side. You basically have what was kind of like Year 1, Stage 2 comp.
Totoo.
Yeah.
Like back in my
on
day.
both sides.
Back in my day ka talaga.
Literal, walang pinagkaiba mo.
It's really just the same thing.
Not even the fade.
Not even the fade. That's the most interesting part. Usually you expect the fade parang to answer some of the tight corners, to big prowlers, big seizes, but in this situation, KO to shut down any potential play close. And honestly, I would have put up the chamber point, pero wala rin dito kasi wala talaga. Killjoys on both sides. It's one of the maps where you see the Killjoy more often. And I think by this point, Romancon Gaming and Telitigers comfort pick ang sagot para lang dito sa series na to.
I mean, the Killjoy, you can get lots of value, yes, from the lockdown, especially here in Ascent, one of the most viable maps to have a Killjoy on, but knowing, you know, how the KO nade has had different kind of buffs in the recent more past months, you can kind of, you know, destroy these lockdowns a lot more easier without too much of a fuss. And I think that could be a big point here. No breach, yes, for Aftershock and destroying that, but sometimes a fragment will work just as well.
Line up lang. Line up lang, that's true. And okay, maybe the lockdown is strong here kasi if you remember, Ascent came out, task quarantine. Tapos nung part to ng Venice, hindi na siya na bumalik.
Oo nga eh.
So lockdown, permanent lockdown na lang siya.
Pati face mask eh.
Oo nga eh. Uy, you should still wear a face mask ka. Sa totoo lang.
Oh.
Yeah, and I think by this point, it's common courtesy to wear a face mask as much as possible. But, and speaking of courtesy, he is on his signature pick, which is that Sova, tagal na, all the way from the Oasis King, ever since. Now, again, he is a bit more focused on the collegiate side, not really on that team anymore, but let's see what the team of CSB can do in the pistol round. They have the one map lead. If they take their map pick, they take the series.
Well, it's going to be a hard task here, especially for the UST side on the defense. Eventually do gather the information that B-Link is occupied here by the Romancon squad.
Wow.
Crawling up. What?
Alam na alam mo yung pronunciation. Ikaw ba isang alumni?
That would require me to graduate in the first place to be able to do that. But, I mean, opening pistol round clearly here, trying to contest towards his short position. Nothing really too much to be found except for the opening pick here by Pokar. That gives Romancon the opening lead, and that's exactly what they need. Short position open. Long occupied here by UST. And the push from Exia, this could be what they turn things around with. He gets that pick. He can back off. He's found the one. Has to be careful not to get traded. Courtesy trying to find that, but it's not given away for free.
Well, as of now, there you have the flash to play. Pluma gets a good amount of crowd control there, but Pokari has the angle, and this is now CSB making it, but Pluma gets away with two at the very least. All of the Cirque now breaks it a 1v1 situation. The door closes, gives some time to the KO to actually put that spike down towards Jenny, but Cirque, he's just breaking that door, wants to say, here's Cirque, and it's now a shining semblance of a potential clutch here if he can make this work. Shock Dart now to fly. It's Bricky holding close, but the angle is perfect. The bounce is there, and Cirque does it for Telitigers.
He's got lineups in his head, in his dreams, in his sleep. And he opens up the map here for UST. So defense, of course, the more favored side when it comes to playing on Ascent, but it came down to the 1v1. In that case, utility works out in his favor. Shock darts, yes, nerfed, but shockingly still a thing.
I mean, it's perfect. Diba? Angle. He probably did some geometry class along the way, but overall, I really just feel like for the side of for CSB, they tried to make a play where they went for that side, but overall, as we try to get our visions cleared yet again, it will be the side of the Telitigers getting that round lead and also the gun advantage. How long can we go though? And let's get into the next round.
I mean, anti-eco here shouldn't be too big of a problem for the UST squad. Spectre's all abound. The B site, the hit, it's coming right now, right real soon. Finds the one. Quick and easy, not too much of a problem as of the moment. His backside should be a very staunch hold. Cirque finds the one. Quickly trade on out though. They should be able to get this plant down, and that they do. The post plant. Will the retake work on out? They've done a good job to get themselves within the site. But the hold, I don't think it's going to stand up too much. They have the player advantage, yes, in the case of Romancon, but I'm not sure if that's going to be too effective for them. 1v2 effectively here. UST, they have the advantage now. The defuse comes on in. They get the round here, CSB, but it was quite close. So, 2-0 opening start, still expensive for them.
I'm just impressed you're listening in so keenly to this round, but you mentioned it. USC, they get away with it. They actually survive. CSB, they're going to need to find the answer and fast. So overall, I think right now we need some clarity here for the side of CSB. We need to see what's going to be up. The thing is, though, as I think I got a glimpse of the economy here of CSB. It's not really the best, so they went for a bit of a force buy a while ago. They had a bit of an arsenal, perhaps, and for now, Romancon Gaming, they're a little bit looking lost, worse for wear here.
I will say that round tested me.
Yeah.
Difficult. I believe we are going to take a quick breather of the tech just to, get things sorted on out. Oh, background's kind of...
So look, I just learned today, guys, that even if Black and Blue loses his sight, one day, maybe, and hopefully not,
that'd be the death of me.
no, you can still cast.
Would you rather lose your sight or your hearing? I was about to say sound, but like you're not the speaker. So your hearing.
I'm gonna lose my sound. I'm gonna lose my voice. That's a good question. I think I'd rather lose my hearing, in all honesty. You can still make do. It's just if you can see things, it's just like, okay, I can kind of make out what they're saying, where they're going for. I'd rather just lose my skin. Can I just give that up?
Just get degloved.
No, I'm gonna be like veiny and everything.
Damn.
That's scary, actually.
Vascular ducts. That would be quite something anatomically.
Ibang klaseng ice in my veins na yun, pre. So wait. Right behind us there's a whiteboard, right? And I'm looking at it right now. Key points. It's number one. It's not about you. Okay. So, guys, bawal maging self-centered. Kailangan talaga man for others. Sabi doon, sa niya tawag doon, magis.
Ano yun?
Magis. Ewan ko, man and woman for others.
Ay, ganun ba yun?
Oo, di ba? Gawa kami
Bitaw ego.
Oo, di ba? Tama. Number 2.
They
are the masters.
The master. Sila ang master, sila ang boss.
Sila ang
I think you have
master.
to cover that up now.
Hindi, kailangan natin makita. So guys, kung nakikita ninyo ito, ito kami, number 3, facilitate learning.
Learning.
Tama, kasi you're here. Kasi tayo ay magti-teach.
You should stand up. You're making me look like I'm 7
Bigla ako tumayo. Hindi kasi ako binabasa ko eh. Ano ka ba? Ay, nako. But then again, sige.
Yeah.
I have a question for you.
Yes. Many.
So, why are you not a pro player?
Why would I be? Why would I be? Obviously, because I'm...
Because you're a caster.
Yeah, I'm too much of a lazy bum to do that, so I'm here instead.
Ito sinasabi ko sa mga tao eh. Those who can't pro play, they cast.
True. Totoo.
Pero, di ba? Mga on retirement.
Exactly. I mean, it's a different skill naman yung paglalaro sa pagnonood.
Galing mo manood.
Di ba? Galing mo din manood.
Hindi, ikaw mas magaling manood kahit di mo napapanood eh. Naririnig mo lang eh.
Oo nga eh. Buti nga eh. Buti nga narinig ko pa.
It's a skill.
At least now, di ba, maayos ang panindig natin.
Totoo. Well, come on. We listen into this matchup right now. What do you think?
What do I hear?
What do you hear? What do you hear?
I hear people jumping on around. I hear people defusing the spike ng round 2.
Okay.
So, great job by UST. Opening start, yes, defense, they get that. I'm not too worried, honestly, for CSB right now. Obviously, it started the map, but we've seen them have the capability to come back late in the game as well. It's a closeout here from UST that I'm more curious about.
So, sinasabi mo, yung CSB kumakambak.
Oo.
Ikaw, kumakambak ka ba sa CSB?
Hindi pa.
Pwede ba? In all
Hindi
honesty,
pa.
can you?
That's a lot of paperwork, dude.
Tara.
I would have liked to said I what do you call this? I went MIA or like I went
LOA?
like LOA, but it was more like a wall. I'm done. Peace. I'll see you guys soon.
Kita-kits.
Kita-kits na lang.
Okay naman.
Alam nyo yun. Gets yun.
Kita mo guys, ito.
Don't be like me. Be like this guy.
He went to Japan. I did not go to Japan.
This dude is a history major.
Wow.
Graduate.
Wow. Ang ginagawa nun.
Teach me.
Yun talaga. Dude, by this point, I think my degree is like the most useless one you can have.
Nah, that's not true. You can work at the museum.
I'm a dying breed.
You can work at the museum.
I am gonna be the last vestige of all of these notes that we have.
Can you tour me around the National Museum?
Okay, so
that is.
So this place used to be called Fort Bonifacio. Now it's BGC Paris.
Now it's BGC
Yeah,
Paris.
you know it, broski.
And we have had a very, very quick industrialization of the region.
Diba kung may mga monuments dati, may Burger Circle tayo, bro.
Burger Circle.
May Mind Museum Paris.
Imbis sa Town Square, Burger Circle.
No, doon tayo sa Burger Circle. Tayo ngayon sa, kung may mga parade and whatnot, may Uptown Parade.
Oo nga.
Diba?
Totoo. May festival grounds, may Denny's.
And then, gusto mo ng historical site dito sa BGC? Market.
Market.
Kasi before
Kasi
anything is, yun nandun lang. Like, boy, guys, bago mo.
Matagal na.
2000s, market. What else is around there? Wala.
I love the naming scheme of that. What can we rhyme with market? Market.
Sige, what rhymes to market?
Market times 2.
What rhymes to market?
I don't know. I'm a caster.
Alam mo, usually, pag nasa online tayo, we'd play we can play the Scrabble game sa Discord na ito. That's what we drafted for a while. Or golf. Yung chess.
Chess.
Like to the point, may tournament kami na linalaro ni Raf. Ay, kinakakas pala, hindi kami naglalaro. Tapos to the point na inihintay kami matapos mag-chess. Para lang, may break, para lang mag-chess kami. Galing. Professional. Professional kami,
diba?
by the way.
Minsan nga dati, parang rank game pa kami. Tapos, to start na, okay, leave game.
Bro,
Sorry, guys.
that sounds like VCT, bro.
Don't call me out here. Out here. Buti ng Tagalog.
Ay, nako. Totoo.
Ang importante, hindi late.
Totoo. Hindi ako late. Ako on time.
Diba?
Nagawa ko pa yung game 1, unlike yung Ray nung isang...
Oo nga, parang yung caster na tatago nga natin sa pangalang Ray.
Totoo. Racel.
Claro ba?
Si Happy Racel. Hindi na siya sad girl Racel. Ayun na. Tayo nagbabalik.
Okay.
I can see everything now.
Tayo nagbabalik.
Oo.
Welcome back.
Welcome back nga, diba? To Manila.
Ito na nga.
Alam mo, may quote ako masasabi sa'yo.
Ano?
I can see, I can cast.
Wow. Kanina,
Hindi mo alam sa
I
galing
can
yun.
hear, hindi.
Okay, sige.
Kanina, I can hear lang eh.
Okay, well, now we're here. Now in the game.
Saan galing yun?
It's a fairly unfair thing, and well, as darkness looms yet again, we get the bright lights of Matty getting 2 with the Bulldog. Well, Kabi pa lang, Telitigers actually putting up a good fight here. They're just using the guns as much as possible. Bladestorm gonna be the answer though, and a dash on the way, and Susie yet again just looking to carve up a path of destruction. CSB now evening up the odds. They have a bit of mid control that the Telitigers has to respect.
Did you call them Nutella Tigers? I heard Nutella Tigers.
Nutella Tigers. Bago yun, no?
Oo nga eh.
Parang kung may skin yung Telitigers, Nutella
Ang
Telitigers.
sweet.
Oh, grabe.
Hazelnut goodness.
Uy,
Wow.
hindi tayo sponsored nila.
Oo nga eh. Nasabi ko lang. But Uwa, trying to go for a Ura here, like a Spartan that he is, waiting for the push. 3v3. He's a sole defender on this side. The rest on the rotate. Has a lot to work with, but can't get too overeager. Needs to let them go on in, wait for the rest of the team. They should be able to get the plant off easily though.
Yeah, well, that's gonna be now the turrets into play. And as of now, shots do ring. Bricky actually finding Uwa. Uma gets the answer though, evening up the odds. Yet again, it's a bit of a KO utility. Both household right now though to try and play things out. And from the speedway, it's a good position for the defense. 1v1 situation though. And now Susie gets that third, looks for the shot, tries to line up, tags exit twice even! And Susie with a quad even CSB. They actually got out of that round with the win.
Yeah, hipfire too as well. Susie with the key to the round. A Marshall is all they need. They lay down 4 kills to his name. Should build up those blades right on quick. They had the null command to pop, but it never really came. Opting to use it for a more important round, which is this. Full gun round now for either side. Actually, no. Quite poor after that one.
It's the Telitigers. They took a lot of casualties in the past few rounds, and just because of that, just because that CSB actually stole it away from them, now we see CSB has the money advantage and has the gun advantage moving forward. So look at their confidence, even playing towards that mid yet again. Kita nga natin kanina, Susie found those answers a while back. He just moved around so well from getting that mid, playing into boathouse, and using every bit of his kit and utilities to actually win it for the team. Can CSB do it yet again? They already lost one along the way. And the Telitigers, a bit of a different plan, holding close in things like Cubby, trying to watch out for the doorway, and look to see where UST is going to come from, or CSB rather is going to come from. But here we have it now, shots do ring, and that's a bit of a tag there, good sir.
Darkness.
Yes, darkness. Just like what the Omen is seeing right now.
Yeah, exactly. Just from the shadows into the light, hopefully very soon. The round, though, I'm not expecting this to really go here towards the way of CSB, on their, rather UST on their defense. It's going to be pretty difficult. I mean, Sheriff's not much on the bound, had a single rifle coming into the round, so practically an eco, all things said. Should be around for CSB to get the plant on down without much of a fuss, but no! TGR, they're answering back. Boom and Uwa go 1 for 1. It's a 2v1 right now. Sark brings it down to the real 1v1. He's coming from that tree. He's looking to plant himself on in here. TP's all the way back out to safety. Has the Aldrone to find information. Denied. He goes for the peek and wins it as well. What a round conversion on the turnaround here from UST. They get their 3rd off the eco.
Yeah, just power position here for Cirque. He's done it in the first round. He does it yet again to give the Thrifty. Impressed with UST? I'm impressed with Black and Blue. That's true.
No, I'm impressed with you.
No. This is all you right now. 3-1 though. for the side of UST. They now have a number of ultimates to banquet. We are just seeing them make do with what they have and get those kills. And it really just goes to show it's also a bit of that history. Yes, CSB picked up this map, but in all honesty, we talked about how the collegiate scene really started. We talked about how many times these teams have played Ascent again and again. And in this situation, the Telitigers, they're weathering the storm of Susie and the rest of Romancon Gaming. They know how potent this jet can be. Dash on the way, passes through the suppress event, and he's just going in. Circle finds Brickay. The Telitigers now have a good position to make the hold happen. The Blade Storm is ready too, and now it's just going to be a killing hit here for the Telitigers. Only one left, that Omen. Fatarico still brings Pluma along with him to the grave. Overall, the Telitigers take a quick round.
Yeah, good damage done though here by Romancon. Get most of the kills going their way at the very least and do some, once again, good economic damage to help bolster their own coming into the 6th round here. This is actually the first full gun round we're going to see from both sides. And we're
it's not even the fullest. Someone
not even the fullest, yeah. And you got half armor as well on one. So this is the closest thing we've had to a full buy. Let's see how Romancon actually deal with this. So CSB, they have to start gaining some rounds here. They win this one, they're in the fight. They lose this one, things could start to go even more south. One way to open up the round here towards a long. They're crawling up mid. Now they smoke mid, which should tell the tale that short is where they're going to be pushing, but still, UST, they're rotating towards B instead.
Well, someone's anticipating. I believe the Omen is watching for that tree area. Now that Susie actually dashing on in, Exia will be nearby. Reconnaissance gonna be the play. Bit of a high ground action also for Cirque, but that generator gonna be taken here by Romancon Gaming, and they'll take 2 lives along the way. Pluma though fighting by guard, then Fragment getting ready, but realizes the door is closed, and Cirque instead from afar lines it up, gets the takedown. That's a spike being dropped, and look at CSB's condition right now. Three of these players absolutely low on the HP, and the null command is also coming their way.
This is going to be very, very difficult for them to win. Flash is still bound to get the pick here. Only 2 left standing. Make that 1. Puma takes him on down, and Ua's got an answer for it too. 5-1. They have the lockdown to use as well coming into this round, and this is looking to be a big problem here for the Romancon Gaming squad.
They had problems in the first game anyway. We'll see if they can actually bounce back the same way they did a while ago. But for the Telitigers, same tale. Good start. Can they get the execute? Overall, if you're getting players like Cirque to pop off to get those clutches, we're actually seeing the rest of the Telitigers follow suit. And in all honesty, you have Pluma right now, who has been pretty clutch a while ago for the squad. Also getting that top frag honor. There's so many players here stepping up for the Telitigers, and in a situation where they're trying to get back into the series, it's a good answer.
Players.
You should run.
If you want to say it that way.
Did I just get called out? I can't believe you've done this. Lockdowns are there though. Susie finds Exia, and as there's space being made here actually by CSB, look at Susie go, trusting the lockdown to be broken, actually gets rid of Pluma. Matty finds Pokari into the lurk, and now the Telitigers, they do make the trade happen. Spike's planted though, 3v3 scenario, Scan comes in, they know exactly that they're players by Jenny, and it's Uwa on the high ground.
Yeah, they don't really have great positions here for their post-plant hold. They have the null command to try and pop a courtesy. He's giving himself on the way. He's playing that close angle with a mere Bulldog, but can his bite be just as mean? Uwa finds a pick on the Briquet, courtesy on that frag with the Bulldog, as aforementioned. Cirque, he has a good eye here for where the Omen is. Fatorku goes down, great shot dart. It's all on the courtesy from the high ground. Matthew secures it in the 1v1, even wild tagged will the Aldrome, but he's the real bird of prey. They get the round here. UST looking pretty good on both the retakes and their anchor holds.
I love how just ADS there, down while falling down, just aimed true, got the kill. Overall, the Telitigers answering back yet again, even with distance. That shock dart actually helping out in an absolute pinch, making it so much easier for the retake to happen. And in all honesty, we're seeing for USD that despite losing the site, they still have the angles. Rafters control, it seems to be very, very important right now for CSB to get if they're going to go for that A site. Also, that doorway needs to be a bit fortified even. The thing is, CSB, compared to the first game, yes, they're getting the sites, but in terms of holding it, it's still the Telitigers with better positioning.
Susie's name just kind of makes me want to say
Susie.
something.
Sus.
Susie cow.
Sussy. a little bit sus.
I don't even know what it means, so like I don't want to say it in case it's not super.
It's not like.
What does it even mean? You fill me in.
Yeah, it's not, you know, not safe for broadcast. It's just like
I just hear it all the time.
what's the context of it when you say it? If you want to call someone like that, it's kind of just
one of those.
It's kind of just one of those head scratchers. But you don't really say that about someone while you're casting.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Just the name
Yeah.
occurs to me.
There you go.
And Susi,
He does it.
he finds the beef on the Cirque. Exia does go down as well. Pokar here trying to swing through the smoke as the fragment connected. Nua, oh, a bit ambitious, but could have found a pick off of it. It doesn't come though. Fatoruku on the shutdown. Gives him now a 2v4. And this is looking like finally the most, I guess, dominant round we've seen from CSB the entire game long.
Yeah, well, Pluma Flash
30
is nothing. The
seconds left.
Telitigers wisely moving to B side. So I'll take this time
Yeah.
to call you out also.
Why?
His name is Pokari.
Who?
That's the one. The guy, you call him You came from
Spike
Japan. Do you not know
planted.
what Pokari is?
I know Pokari is like
Yeah.
the drink. Pokari's, you know.
Yeah. There's a one at the end of his name. That's like an I. So it's Pokari.
What did I say?
Pokar.
Did I say Pokar?
You've been saying Pokar.
I didn't see the I. I think I'm.
It's not an I because it's a one.
I mean the one.
You don't speak
Oh.
Leet? 1337?
I didn't know. I'm not from the internet.
The numbers, Nico.
What do
What do
they
they mean? That's a reference you will get for
Yes.
sure.
I am a Western Chad.
Yeah, come on, you just get out of the straps from the chair. And right now, Paluma is busting out. He gets 3 already. Makes that a 4. One away from the ace even. Gets a bit of intel. No one on site, but here comes Susi. Has the angle from the staircase,
Oh
but it
my.
doesn't matter. Pluma will pluck all those lives away, unfortunately for him, though.
Yeah.
It's not enough to get the round.
That was so close. What a valiant effort here from Pluma. Shutting them all down, but could not get the round. The time, the biggest player here to turn things around. So, UST, that was, rather, CSB, that was looking like, initially, one of their more dominant rounds, and then Pluma just decided to turn it up. At least, you know, secures the ultimate for the next few rounds for them to utilize, but still, what an effort from them.
That was the, okay guys, good round. We're gonna have money for the next one. We're gonna be in a good situation. Suddenly Pluma appears and just breaks all of that. Now CSB yet again on the ropes. Yes, they're gonna have the arsenal. Yes, they won out that last round. But in all honesty, it's still make or break moments here for CSB that they can ill afford. In the meantime though, there we go with the shots. Eventually, the calm against the wind. CSB, they're just absolutely trying to find the answers here. USD has been absolutely exemplary with the defense so far. As of now, still no casualties. Instead, the intel to get that mid for CSB. Scary enough though, someone's playing inside the smoke. His name is Cirque. Alarm bot getting a bit of that intel. There you go with the suppress. The shot does come. That's a piece of damage done. And CSB getting the frags that they need for V3 scenario as of now. Cirque actually getting Briquet as he transitions. And this is it now. CSB gonna be able to get the site here.
Okay, so they have a real chance here. 3v3 effectively as they've dropped the null command from being utilized. Briquet does go down. Exia trying to get within the fight now. Quick rotate for Toruku. He has to make sure that he controls his B main. If he loses this, that's going to be big, and that is huge. The fact that he's able to find Matthew in that fight just completely lowers the chances of the retake working out here for UST. So Exia, unless he finds a pick here, this round is done. That it is. Courtesy finds it, and this should be the round towards CSB. So this is practically 6-3. Fatoruku gets his third. It's a great round. The double streak now they've finally been able to secure here for CSB.
I like how you say it.
What?
Fatoriku. Try saying it differently.
I do not want.
No, I'm not even kidding. Faturiku.
I know.
Patrick.
Patrick.
Patriku. Faturiku.
Is that supposed to be like Patrick
in Japanese?
Japanese?
Kinda.
Kinda?
I don't know. These names are kind of cute. I like the fact that I have to explain to you some of these names, especially the ones that sound Japanese from Mr. Man from Japan.
Yes.
Yeah.
I told you I'm a fish out of my water there.
But at least the sushi's there better.
Yeah. Luckily I had Asarai to tell me, what is this? What is that?
Oh, that's true. It's like, why are you with the muscle girls? But now, well, CSB, they're flexing their muscles and they're throwing their weight towards the B side. Even air with Susi actually pushing on forward. They expect it though. Nice pop flash from Pluma to get the takedown. At least gets a kill, but overall, CSB They have that gun advantage and they already have the sight in their hands.
You saw how his flash was over the backward, right?
Over the backward.
Yeah.
Grabe, underhand to overhand.
Oo nga
Ay,
eh.
underhand to overhead.
Oo nga.
Okay yun.
Grabe, hindi unexpected. Akit bakod ka. Flash.
ABG, yung ABG na yun.
Oo nga eh.
Ay.
But now they're coming on in. Retake. At this point, just look for exits. There's no real chance to win this one. Oh, okay. Okay. Sly, sneaky. Pluma finds a follow-up as well. Up close, though. The Vandal, way too difficult. Uwas able to bring it down to the 1v1. And Courtesy, he's got a response. Pluma, could he make this happen this time? No, Courtesy, he knows exactly where to look, exactly where to put his rounds. And to get the round, that he does. 6-4. This is already an okay half coming in from Romancon.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Pluma. He could have fought back, but I think one thing to note was Courtesy was over 55 HP. So a body shot wouldn't kill him there. You don't know the timing also when someone's going to wallbang you because you don't have that intel. Overall, Telitigers, good surprise there from Exia at least to get that kill. And one thing I noticed on the defense is they're understanding the tendencies. Pluma himself, the over the backward. That's a good answer on how Susie has played. Susie is a kind of guy who has no S key. It's all W. He's just pushing over and over and over again. If Telitigers can exploit that, pick that off as soon as possible, that might be one of the easier moments here for them to take advantage of.
That's the most Susie thing about him, right?
Yeah, true.
There's no fear. Ice cold veins every single time he goes into a round, into an engagement. Matthew being the first and foremost contact player here. He's trying to bait on out for the KO within Wine, so it's definitely going to be a difficult thing for them to dismantle if they don't sniff out that KO. Here comes on the push show towards short and towards a main, trying to split this side on that. Matthew finds the one, Pluma given away, and Pokari makes him sweat.
Run.
Yeah, tags there. Now lockdown gonna be the play at least for that A site. Holding as much as long as we can actually. And again, it rings and now a dash on in. We still hear it though. Contest comes. Glimpses of action, and while the detain gets nothing, it's still at Raptor's position here. That's very effective for UST. We've seen it be useful time and time again. Shock darts will fly. Flashes are going to be there as well. But as it stands, bit of a standoff here. Just holding steadfast, trying to notice what's going on, trying to see what's going to happen next. Still, time is ticking, and as we tinker on, only one remaining, and that should be that. The defuse comes, and UST will take the round.
Finally putting a stop here to CSB's run. They went on a 3-round run, but that ends here now. You know, able to stop the bleeding for the meantime, at least cauterize what could have been an even bigger wound. To bring it to the 7-half, which is really the minimum that you want when you're playing here on the defensive side to start off Ascent. You want to have at least, you know, that advantage. You do not want to end it 6-6 because the attacking side can be brutal here in Ascent. So luckily for their sake, they get what they need. Everything after this is a bit more of a bonus, but either way this round goes, I don't think it'll incredibly influence, you know, the latter half, because we've seen huge runs, especially there in Haven, to bring things back.
Yeah, that's the thing. Big run from USD to start with, and then CSB had their own big run. Always a possibility, and all you need to do for these two squads is to keep it in the realm of possibility. Keep it as close as possible. But Susie now holding close versus Matthew. Matthew gonna be able to get that kill. There's the turret to help one out, giving a bit of that intel to still fight. And look at Uwa go. Finds two. Bricky answers back. Hunter's Fury was there along the way. Updraft will just basically get nipped in the bud. And CSB, they didn't expect that action to come in that close from USD, and they come out worse for wear for it.
Wow. Well, they come out 2-2. Actually, at the third going their way. So UST here, good advantage on the defense. In this case, the question remains, right, when you have a 2v3, do you split on up, play the 1-1-1, or you try and play together? In this case, they have the far push up towards A main, practically towards top mid right now. CSB crawled their way in the short, can take the A site right for the taking. No one there to really hold them on back. They should have a safe plan, but they're pushing deeper into the trees, into their opposing spawn, and they get caught out here. So good shutdown by Cirque, and he knows where they lurk. Courtesy goes down. They secure the 8-4 half.
Yeah, he was on the lurk. He was just waiting there by spawn, and now we swap it over in familiar territory. Where did I see the scoreline before? In the last game. But tables have been turned. It's CSB now on the defense. The Telitigers going to be on the attacking side. Both sides were impressive on the attack. They're on Haven, a little bit on the weary side on the defense. And I think this is where CSB's problems can come and basically bite them in the butt. You look at Susi, and he's been impressive on the entry, but can he actually get that support from the team if he's going to do the same thing on the defense? There were those problems a while ago on Haven that he was basically given the burden to do those kind of things by himself. And while CSB has been stepping up on the teamwork, I think this is where they're going to get tested if they want to come back in this game.
No, ideally, like, you know that Susi is a player that wants to push forward, but he needs support from the rest of his team to do that. If he goes individually, we've seen here UST be a pretty good team at shutting those type of, I guess, individualistic plays and opportunities down. So early contact here being made. No real picks to be found, at least no high impact ones. Aside from this one, they equal things out 4-4. They're fighting for mid really heavily, really staunchly actually. Courtesy finds the one at range. Here comes out the trade immediately by Exia. He's found a second. They go for the 1v1, but turns on around. Pokari gets the last sip, and they find the opening pistol here, CSB.
The early aggression, just impressive. And while we drop a few things around us, well, CSB do drop the opposition with just the aggression. And I think that's a really good answer right now for Romancon Gaming. If they just commit with what Susi wants to do, if they really support him and throw some bodies towards Telitigers, then they're going to have a good chance at this. And in all honesty, now that it's a mirror matchup, they should keep track of what the opponent has. It's going to be a lot easier. They're the ones on the defense anyway, so they have that Killjoy setup just to fend off anyone playing on the site that she set up on. So beyond that, you can just go in gung-ho, and well, as of now, they're trying to find the angles from Courtesy as well as Susi. Look at him take that mid, and while Kurt gets intel, Susi gets kills.
Wow, Susi, he has a really hot hand throughout this entire tournament, at least so far. Absolutely popping off here for CSB. Finds a third in the round, looking for the fourth. Fatoruku takes it away, but he's got another to end off this day. They get the 6, 8-6 here. As you're saying, Dax, seems like your note is to not be afraid to commit.
Yeah, just
right?
go.
Yeah, just go.
Yeah, 5 years.
Walk with me. Wow. Congrats, by the way.
You got 3, diba? Congrats,
3,
by the
yeah.
way. Diba?
It's funny how it's in the same month.
Oo nga eh.
Okay.
Nangungopia ka eh.
Okay. Okay. Actually, you know, I've noticed there's a lot of couples who have their, you know,
November?
yeah, around November.
Kasi mag-Christmas na.
Kasi mag-Christmas
Kasi
na.
isipin mo, if you already have an SO before Christmas, may gift ka na extra.
Diba?
It's big.
At saka, syempre, pag malamig, diba?
Cuddle weather.
You want someone na heart to heart.
Totoo. Heart to heart.
For the Christmas,
Close to close. Touch to touch.
under the mistletoe.
Ay, grabe talaga. Nagpapakiss pa talaga. But now, well, we are going to be getting back into the round. I do believe, though, that there should be guns bought, but then again, we hear
Sounds
the
like
ring.
it.
Sounds like it. What do we see? Over on the A side, there's going to be the plant already. They actually get to put it down. CSB still having to make the retake work. Yet again, Suppress Valley trying to find him. And look at Susi go. Blade Storm is out and about. The updraft to get the angle over the Fragment, but Pluma finds Pokari. In the end, though, Telitigers, they have a strong position. We've seen them be effective in this situation before. Hell angle. Susi tries to get the shot. Hits Ekyo. Runs out the Blades versus Matty. And Pluma just tears everyone apart. Rafters, sure, but you're just an audience to Pluma by this point.
Yeah, it was practically an express lane down to the ground. Did they take him on? Well, not real much of an answer here. The only pick there coming from Susi. So, let's see, rather, from the opposing jet.
No, from Susi.
Susi, I was right.
Yeah.
Stop doubting yourself. Why do you do this?
You were right the first time.
I know, I was right.
Yung tipong may answer ka na, tapos din in-erase mo.
Oo nga eh.
Tapos wala na, tapos bumagsak
Sabi
ka dahil
mo,
doon.
Yung kala mo, ano, una mo nilagay A,
Oo.
tapos pinalitan mo, ginawa mong B.
Oh, diba? Alam mo,
Simple A talaga.
just listen to the shotgun method. C palagi. The
Oo nga.
answer is always C.
I thought it's always abacada. That's how you
Abacada.
answer multiple choice.
A, B, C, D.
A, B, yeah. A, B, A, C, A, D, A.
Ah, pwede.
Oh.
Pero sa amin, ano ba yun? I think it was either letter C or letter B. Now, you'd get at least a passing grade if you just spam that. But right now, we're going to be seeing some utility spam. The Telitigers using that null command to actually open up the site. And look at the respect CSB is giving them by this point. Staying away, lets the spike be planted. It'll be a post-plant scenario right now. We hear it from the shadows, I believe. But as it stands, it will just be more of that movement. Pain, though. Lots of action. And yet again, darts do fly. And as of now, this is just going to be struggles here. Shock darts fly yet again. Do that intel even. There are the peaks. Where are the kills now?
Yeah.
Gunfire yet again. One last standing.
Yep. 1vx situation. Difficult spot. Time ticking. They have to make it go. It's a 1v1 effectively. The defuse should be stuck. Has more than enough time to get this. And that is going to be Pluma getting the round and CSB as well off of his back. So good job here on their defense. Came down pretty close, yes, but able to make things work.
I wish there was like a behind-the-scenes feature
I know.
of this game right now.
I'm pretty sure there is. I'm pretty sure this
You know,
cam is rolling.
yeah,
all the time.
they're rolling the whole time, and if they can see our faces, it's just like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
3D
Yep.
audio.
Uh,
Amazing. We are being
surra-
tested, but so are
surround
these
sound.
teams.
That's true. That's true. What's the score?
You gotta immerse yourself,
What's
Dax.
the score?
97. There we
Ayan.
go. Right on time. See, anytime you need anything, just ask for the
Just
score
ask,
or
yeah.
the scoreboard.
Well, I'm asking for an operator.
Uh-oh. Dangerous.
Oh,
Yep.
That's
Slapped.
we see that. That's
Slapped.
that's been a problem for CSB.
Mm.
That Susie wants to do one thing.
Mhm.
The team doesn't want to do that, and Susie's like, I'm still gonna do it, man.
Remember what we talked about coming to this half.
Yeah.
Those type of things, you have to do it if you're in the defensive side with a bit more support. You can't just go as individualistic as you would normally on the attacking side. Opening contact here once more towards short. They're really wanting, seems like, to press the issue. I'm not too sure it's going to be a heavy-handed push just yet. Only providing pressure for the meantime from the shadows to try and readjust positioning. Here comes out the 0 point. Picks going their way. Big gunfight happening right now. As they're trading on in, they should be able to get the plant.
Well, spikes down,
Uh-huh.
and it's a mystery where it is going to be, but now it's over to that A side. 2 players left here for the side of Manson. At the very least, trying to use that Rafters yet again. Power position here for Brick K. Spots out one, gets the takedown. 3v2 now. Gonna be alongside his kill drone, but the Owl drone gets all the intel in the world. Now the Telecom know they can actually bust through the window and look for the opposite angle. There you have it. Uwa and Exia wrap it up neatly, and Telitigers keeping the lead away from Romancon Gaming.
Telitigers, what is your profession?
Tele.
Uwa. 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 That's about on it. Telitigers.
Wala makakagets na meron ko tawang-tawa ko dun.
What do you mean? Are people that young? No, it's a
Maybe.
classic movie.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Spartans. Beheaded.
Meet the Spartans?
No, not that one. Not the second one. Not the sequel either.
No. They're not even Spartans. They're Athenians, right?
Yeah.
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 There weren't even 300 of them.
Yeah, there was like a few thousand. I forgot his name.
What a lie!
Susseles or something like
what,
that.
What a blatant lie. You just call him Susseles.
No, I forget. It was like it starts with an A and ends with a Lees.
Lees.
The Lees.
all the Greek names.
Mhm.
Blanklees. So you're gonna be Black and Lilies.
Oh, look at this though. They're gonna be shaking at the knees as they all come out through B main.
So
That is the last of their names.
so there were 4. Now they're none.
Now they're none.
That's just like the 300 that were 0. And oh, he saw that shoulder. He saw that. Ah, Matty, nice spot, nice takedown, and a flawless one for Telitigers. Oof, that was clean.
Mm-hmm. Very. Quite. Indubitably. Why are we frozen?
Ooh, that's your face.
Wow.
It's just like
Yeah.
your face of all when they got all eviscerated like that.
Cross-armed.
Yeah.
Just, whoa. I like how it's a snapshot, like, one of those, photo booths.
Oo, diba? Dapat post by post tayo.
Oh. Pag may highlight.
Okay, sige mamaya. Next post natin, yung stance ng iyong mascot.
I saw the scoreboard there, on both sides, and the Jets were really carrying. 23 and 24 for either Jet, and the next one on either team was like at 12.
Bilis sa mata mo.
Siyempre. Kailangan.
Well, there you go. Kailangan mapitas. And, well, we actually get it. Paranoia is played.
Yeah.
And, well,
The darkness sa Dukin.
Spike
dude,
down,
kahit
mid.
tayo na paranoia eh.
Oo nga eh.
I think mid though being absolutely vied for. I'm worried about the Spike's position right now.
Yep.
And here you have it. Courtesy actually gonna be able to get 3. The Telitigers stopped immediately as they wanted to get through market. And overall, it's just been convincing round versus convincing round. You
Yeah.
get UST doing it once, CSB now trying to do the same, and well, a flawless as answered by a flawless by the defense.
It either goes completely their way or nay, right? The mid split push here towards B, not working out. Flawless round here for the CSB Romancon side. Just, as you said, we've had very few really close rounds. Like, That other one where we saw, I guess it was Briquet on the defuse, that was one of them, but they've been far and few between.
In all honesty, we've seen from Telitigers some clutch situations to prop them up, but yet again, I think now we can really hammer down on the impact of these Jets. Both of these guys have 24 kills. Both of these two Jets have been absolutely essential to open up middle for the teams. And in all honesty, it's just who can support their duelists better. Big intel though here for CSB. Courtesy getting a great scan, getting a big amount of, well, positioning from the other side. And UST now getting that mid control, giving them those options, but Matty yet again is the one we have to watch out for before anything else.
He's looking to color this round here. Briquet has yet to really get himself activated in this game, has an all command to utilize, can get information in a few seconds, but it's still on cooldown. Molly here not being used. They dodge the flash, but Puma still lands a shot. Pokari goes down. Courtesy here on the response. That's a great Hunter's Fury to try and shake them on up, and he finds a second on the Cirque. He's got the null commit, rather the 0 point as well to try and find more information. They realize they're not there. Fatoruku gets the shutdown here from CSB. And Exia, he's not going to do much. Puma able to get the trade, but on the catch at the ready. Here's Courtesy.
Here's Courtesy indeed. The best catch of all is the one that he actually got the player towards A main. I believe that was nearby the orb. And then he just transitioned it towards 3. Very close margins. It's just CSB using the small space that they were allotted, especially after dodging the initial flash. Yes, they got picked off, but the thing is, Telitigers, they were stopped a little bit longer than they should have. So this is now CSB answering back, trying to reach the double digits. Big round there from Courtesy and the rest. Now they have some ultimates to work with as we get into the round.
They've been playing this slow game, Telitigers, but I think they look the best when they really up on the pace. They gotta look more like the Telitigers, not the Teletubbies. Can't play soft, they gotta go real hard. And that's what they're doing here right now in the round. They find 2 picks going their way. The shutdown here as well from Exia and Ua. And this is exactly what I was talking about. This is how they need to play. Shake up that pace, and now it's down to the 4v1. So this should be their round, and that it is. Opposing Killjoy on the other piece. But next, we've seen this happen.
Yeah, we've seen this happen before. Kaya pa mag-overtime, kaya pa pumawi. There is always a chance here for these two teams, but that rush down was just so shocking to CSB. They didn't really expect it to come that fast. I do believe, though, we started off with the Blade Storm, and then it didn't get the most kills, but it got the space yet again that they needed. Pluma, though, has been absolutely incredible here for the side of Telitigers. We've seen so many players here for UST step up when they need to. Past 2 weeks, it has been Cirque and Matty. This time around, we're getting Pluma here to impress. And here we go yet again, the Telitigers now. Can they do the same towards A side? Problem is, though, the Killjoy is here, so it's going to be lesser of the pace. The intel comes, lockdown and the dart to try and figure out what's going on, but this small little corner is where CSB can play from.
But you can see how they anticipated this lockdown to come in. That's why they're hiding here right in the corner. Sussy, he's going to get mollied out, though. In between two, he's going to melt down. Absolutely perfectly played here on the attacking side from the Tigers. What a bite and what a roar they've let on out. Bakari, though, that's a good shutdown. That was their one saving grace to try and equalize the round. They get the spike back here from the shadows, and now they're going towards Fatoruku, the only player within this B side. He has to find a pick, otherwise he loses value, and that he does. Not a great hold so far. This is going to be difficult on the retake here from CSB.
Yeah, that second chance really with the From the Shadows. We see it often here on the set, and now it's going to be Cirque also catching the kill onto Courtesy. Common corner. There we go. Cirque with a second, turns around, almost gets a takedown. It's 3v1 all up to Pakari. Has the lockdown, but doesn't have the HP to work with. He does find a headshot, but a double peek will send his regards. And well, the Telitigers, they even up the series here, Black and Blue. It's been difficult, sure, but at the end, the struggle has been worth it. We are in for a series. We continue on with UST and CSB.
Let's not forget that this is the lower bracket too, so any team that loses this upcoming map is out of the tournament, out of the season. And for 2 big schools, 2 big teams, that is going to be a big loss to suffer.
Yeah, well, I think right now we can just break down a bit of what went on.
Oh, I thought you just meant break down in general.
Maybe not here on stream. I kind of reserve that on our off days, which are often. But afterwards, maybe you know it. But then again, I think we can just mention the fact that we were looking at the Jets before, and both of them absolutely impressed. You have Matthew on one side, you got Sussy on the other. But we go back to how the team is played. It's a mirror matchup, so what you have, your opponent has. That's very obvious logic, right? But then again, what is the support structure to help things out? What is gonna be the backup for that initial entry? And overall, I think in the second half, we saw it a lot from UST. Look at that last round, right? You have the lockdown, you allow this push to happen, but then again, you still throw out those lineups for the mollies. Basically, you get some great damage done on the angles that you're expecting them to hide in, and those are the kind of plays that really enable a duelist here.
And to really enable a duelist, you need to have that very, kind of consistent second entry on in. You're the first one in as a duelist, yes, but it's a second guy who cleans up house and gets a trade. And Pluma was exactly just absolutely spectacular in that role, in that regard. We saw him just there neck and neck, to try and top frag from the game, and he really was, I think, the most consistent force going in UST's favor. And I mean, I guess Tigers, yes, they're solo animals, they like to go alone, but we've seen that packs, especially Lions, that is where it comes on, and that is where, we really see a team effort coming into play. And I think that's a big case for this game, right? Mirror matchup, no real difference in composition, came down to team play, and that is what UST had better in spades.
So you're telling me you either watch Nat Geo or Disney Channel
Or Discovery.
in Discovery there in Japan, because I get it. Their pride was absolutely impressed. They're absolutely hunting around those targets. And I think that's a really good point. Having that second fragger, having someone there to bring up the middle and actually get those takedowns was just so incredible there for the side of UST. It helped them out in an absolute pinch. So already we see some great games here so far. And if you want to see even more, you can bring esports to your school. The Acad Alliance program is here for you. Alliance member clubs get access to the Alliance games, mentorship, and event support. Learn how to join the Alliance today at acadarena.com/alliance and get updates by liking and following Acadarena on fb.com/AcadArenaGG. And let's not forget LogitechG. They've been G here for a very long time already. Kung all G ka, para i-supercharging yung gaming setup so you can keep playing. Check out Logitech's amazing gaming gear at logitech.acadarena.com. Now, follow us also on TikTok for awesome student gamer content. Visit esports.acadarena.com for news, player stories, and more about the Alliance games. Use the hashtags #AllG and #NotJustPlay and tag @AcadArena for your posts on social media. Guys, sasayaw dun si Black and Blue sa TikTok.
No, that's not happening.
That's gonna happen.
They asked me, I was like, no.
So, ilang talent fee?
Undeniably unattainable.
Paano kung times 10?
I will still not.
Paano kung times 100?
My pride matters
Times
more.
100.
My pride
Times
matters
1,000.
more. My pride matters more. That.
Okay, grabe
That is
talaga.
something
Ako okay na ako sa times 100. Sinasabi ko
100?
lang. Okay, nasabi ko
Times
lang.
1 million.
Sa'yo na yung buong Academy ng ganun. Pero
Alright.
we have been having an incredible time. It's been a test here for CSB and UST, and we'll be taking advantage of this 1-to-1 series to take a breather as well. When we return, it will be that decider to see who move on to the playoffs. Stacks of Black and Blue. We'll see you guys in just a bit for more here at the Alliance Games.
Outside the game, I'd have a hard time making decisions and just go through life without any direction really. But when I'm in the game and as captain of the team, I have to make confident split-second decisions to lead our team and give us that direction we need to win the game.
Are you ready to get good? Enter Globe Gamer Grounds, your gateway to good gaming. Enjoy hundreds of open tournaments and earn points and rewards every time you play. Register for free at globegamergrounds.com.
What I want. This is what I want. What I want. This is what I want. That thing that makes me cool like crazy. Makes me cool like crazy. Makes me cool like crazy. Let me break it down. It's a material world. Show me what you got. I hope you came prepared right there. If you give me the thing that I want, wanna get that thing that makes me cool like crazy. That vibe inside, that's lit. No if, no buts, no maybes. It's what I want. This is what I want. This is what I want. What I want. This is what I want. That thing that makes me cool like crazy.
Outside the game, I'd have a hard time making decisions and just go through life without any direction really. But when I'm in the game and as captain of the team, I have to make confident split-second decisions to lead our team and give us that direction we need to win the game.
Are you ready to get good? Enter Globe Gamer Grounds, your gateway to good gaming. enjoy hundreds of open tournaments, and earn points and rewards every time you play. Register for free at globegamergrounds.com.
What I want. This is what I want. What I want. This is what I want. That thing, that bling, that thing that makes me cool like crazy. Makes me cool like crazy. Makes me cool like crazy. Let me break it down. It's a material world. Show me what you got. I hope you came prepared right there. If you give me the thing that I want, wanna get that thing, that X that makes me cool like crazy. That vibe, decide, that's lit. No if, no buts, no maybes. It's what I want. This is what I want. This is what I want. What I want. This is what I want. That thing, that bling, that thing that makes me cool like crazy.
Hello and welcome back to the Alliance Games here. We are in map number 3 between UST versus CSB. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Yusuke, both green and blood. But how are you doing?
It's cold.
I can tell.
It's too
You
cold,
seem
black
very
and blue.
chilly.
But well, you know what isn't cold is
What?
the games that we've been watching so far today. And while we're on about that, now it's exciting that we have brought ourselves to map number 3, if anything. I remember for the first couple of weeks we had the Alliance game split 2 for Valorant.
Okay, history
Most of
lesson.
the games were sweeps.
Yep.
So this time it's good that we are seeing these game 3s because it's setting us up for next week, which is already the final stage.
I mean, it's natural, right? You know, the deeper you get into the tournament, the more, I guess, impressive teams come to play, the more, you know, the better teams, frankly, are the ones that you see come up on the stream, and so it just makes more sense that you get more competitive matches. That is the way things go. That is the nature of the flow. But you guys, you should be aware that we got a scholarship for you all here. The Arcade Arena has scholarships available for all kinds of gamers, be it PC or mobile, through ASA for Gamers. This cycle, they made it easier for you to apply with the GG Easy No SA Scholarship, which is a 100,000 peso grant. Go to app.acadarena.com to apply. The link should be in the comments down below. So yeah, we got a scholarship for you guys. No essay, no writing required.
I know, it's we have a lot of people who signed up already.
Yeah.
So it's very convenient, you know, to get a chance to get this scholarship. And if anything, big thank you to Arcade Arena because you don't really hear the term esports scholarship often.
Yeah, it's
so
you hear one for traditional sports, right? But
yeah.
it's really nice that we have this type of thing, obviously, you know, that will help really, I guess, push really, I guess, develop talents and develop them more into the fold, right? And hopefully have kind of byproducts of those type of students and players be a big forefront part of our scene moving on forward. And speaking of moving on forward, we should be going into the game very, very soon. The draft should come up in just a bit. We are going, what's map number 3? I forget. Breeze. Wow. Thank you, Angel up above, for that information. Yeah, we're going to Breeze, which is, I think, a map that, you know, generally kind of helps enable a bit more individualistic play and just really your, yes, mechanical skill to come out to the fold.
I know, and more often than not, I do appreciate a good KO on Breeze, especially one that can take control of Hall well. I love the place where like the 0 point just like disappears and then it actually goes somewhere that it's meant to go. It's really fun to see those, especially like the lineups you have with Fragment and anything, and like the whole point of KO being hyped in Breeze was always such a wonderful, fantastic thing.
I have a Phantom here.
I know. Speaking of Phantoms though, it's a lovely weapon, but it's kind of hard to use that.
On Breeze.
Yeah.
Long ranges, Phantom, arguably
Sakto lang with Breeze.
favored on some engagements, but on Breeze, you typically see teams kind of, divert towards having the old school classic, the Vandal.
Yeah,
One
I do
tap
see
to the head.
Marshals though sometimes.
Oh yeah, true. Very, especially on the eco or anti-eco rounds as well. Second round of the game, you can probably expect like 2 or 3 marshals sometimes to come out of these teams.
Always. It's always fun to, I won't say it's like because sometimes we do call certain maps like Sniper Heaven, but the game of Valorant, it really depends on what the team's comfortable in. I think last week, if I'm not mistaken, it was the squad of, if it wasn't Golden Gears, it definitely is probably LPE Sparrows. There was one round where like everyone had operators.
Wow.
That's how much fun they had.
That's how rich they were then
Yes,
economically to be able to afford that in the first place.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think we're just gonna be running up our map draft. So it's gonna be Breeze, expectation wise. Alright, we already see some of these players hover over Chamber and might be seeing your sort of Viper Chamber, and the KO picks are just standard at this point.
I want that Yoru pick to stick. Briquet kind of flirting with the Phoenix here. Don't know if that's really gonna land. I kind of like the KO once more here. What we've kind of, I guess, extracted here from many KOs throughout the professional scene is that KO, that information gathering on a big map like Breeze is even more impactful. Why are you down that low? Are you doing an elevator? Is that what's happening?
Oh, no, I think it's just fun to analyze this way because of like how low the picks are, it's just, ooh, hello
close,
there.
Close to the screen is what you're trying to do, huh? But yeah, the KO, bigger information to be gathered on more specific spots because the sites are bigger. You throw it to the right side, you can tell someone's there towards the pyramid, as opposed to maybe a map like Split. You throw it in sight and there's just somewhere in sight, even if you gather that information. So KO important, Briquet sticks onto it, doesn't continue with that initial idea of going to the Phoenix, nor does the Yoru pick stick here on the Sissy, so a bit more traditional from both sides is what we're seeing. Could be a mirror match, the same way as map number 2.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and it's just gonna be up to these two Sovas if that's gonna be confirmed. But yeah, it's actually quite trickier to, I guess, analyze a couple of these teams when they have the same agents, because, at the end of the day, it's just gonna depend on which one can play their agents better.
What teamwork, can really come to play, and at the end of the day, big-time players making those big-time plays and shots, making it happen, that is what matters, and that is what these teams have to bring, fighting for their life here in the season, in this series, and in the tournament. Romancon Gaming, the last hope for either side on their last map, potentially, of this tournament. As we said, we are in the lower bracket. Winner of this goes on over to the top 8 to the playoffs.
Exactly, and everything on the line here, because the format we do have for our Alliance games is, yes, we do have group stages, and of course, prior to that, we do have the play-ins. But you lose twice, you're technically out of contention here, because it's not a round robin, it's a double elimination bracket per group.
It's very, very true. So not too much margin for error, especially in this case. So as you guys see on your screen, as we're getting to the game, Romancon Gaming from DLSU CSB versus the Telitigers from University of Santo Tomas UST. Going on in it, ST, Yusuke, I have to ask you, coming into this, what do you predict for this final map? Which way will this go?
Yes, Nico, it is a very wonderful question to ask predictions, even though we are not fortune tellers, and Chad usually gets mad when we make our predictions wrong.
That's their problem.
I know, but I do like the I wouldn't say underdogs tong Telitigers, but it would be nice to see them back into the final stage, because it's been a while.
Right here.
They deserve that chance, but Romancon Gaming, they've definitely shown us heart so far, and I do appreciate that they haven't actually completely let go of that first map. So again, goes to show that lumalaban pa naman din sila, and that's it's one of the greatest qualities we could have here in Alliance games, because it shows how hungry they are, kahit collegiate players lang yan.
Pero hindi din ba importante, Yusuke, na matutong mag-let go? Kung time na mag-let go. Diba? And so, from that loss, Romancon, if they want to bounce back into the series, they have to learn how to let go. That recon did not go where they expected. Yeah, that was supposed to go higher. And Matthew, he sends Brigade down low. Susie trying to get a trade-off here from mid, but it's going to be a bit too hot for him to try and contest. They get the pick they were searching for, even without the recon bolt really helping and aiding that effort out. And now they're going to go for this B push. The only player in here being that Soul Chamber on the CSB side. It's going to be a difficult hold, but luckily he can bail out if it does come to it. So Pukari has a big job to do.
So he just bumped into his teammate there. He said, "Excuse me, but Pukari gonna be the first here." Oh! Be greeting Pluma there with that shorty. We switch to the Headhunter immediately. Will actually be hit a couple. Will fall down that round. It is gonna be 4 for the squad of Telitigers. 3 left for Romancon Gaming. And they have to be careful. They do have that one flank coming off of the back. That's Uwa. In fact, the position goes down and Courtesy will fall down as well. Well, I will say, back in blue, pistol rounds aren't exactly the strong suit of Romancon Gaming. But, you know, somehow they manage to get a couple of heads.
Well, that's an unfortunate commonality or just pattern for them to be true for, because typically teams that win more pistol rounds win more games and win more of their series at the end. It's not an end-all, be-all truth of a statement. It's not an ultimatum, but it definitely is a factor to consider. So getting those rounds gives you early economic advantage in the half, and that is something that you cannot sweep on away. Pistols, the eco rounds here, a bit more difficult to try and convert on a map like Breeze. Long-range engagements don't favor those pistols out, so I'm not expecting too much damage to be done here. But if they can, then that's going to help their case out coming into the third.
Yeah, so far, the squad's going to be going towards Hall here. Not really going to be spotting anyone inside of the site just yet. Matthew is going to lead with a couple of bullets by Factual Rico over at the right side of Pyramid. Nobody falling down just yet, but this is going to be Telitigers' game as they have almost complete control of this A site. Brickay goes down too, and that is going to be their Viper coming astray towards Shop. Should be able to catch this remaining jet off guard. The Sushi will fall down. 0-2, and again, strong showing for Telitigers right off the gates.
Just realized it probably is sushi, right? Like the food.
Sushi.
Yeah. I've been saying sushi for sushi for a while, like key sushi.
Okay, but if it's like X, like let's say you're saying like Xavier, right? So it's Sus. You know, I don't know.
Sushi. Key.
Sushi.
You gotta find the lock though, to be sure they can find the way to lock this on down. No bakas here, no cows, no beef.
Oh dear.
Just pure
No
entertainment.
Wagyus, no Kobe's.
Oh, I want Wagyu now.
I'm sorry. Anyways, so gonna be back to our round Numinot class. It will be Sushi playing quite aggressive and unfortunately will bow down once again. This is a pattern we have seen them done earlier in our first map in Haven. Unfortunately, it does not bode well for the rest of the squad, losing the duelist early on in the round here.
Patterns, one that they're familiar with, but puzzles is what they have to try and piece together. And this puzzle of this hold could be big. Toriku able to find only the single one from the position. They bring it down to a 2v4, which is not great. Okay, 3v2, Courtesy answering back, but the damage has been undone. Courtesy, a big task for him to try and perform here. If he can find his pick, this could be big. Almost lines up on the Pluma, who was a single HP away from death, but it doesn't come to pass. 3 opening rounds, converting the bonus here. This is absolutely huge here for UST.
0-3, and earlier we did see Romancon Gaming break that streak. This time it is good for Telitigers that they have managed to overcome that pistol round. And they are able to even go with a full equip, full shields, as well as Vandals for this time around. Question is, are they going to be able to continue this aggressive attacking streak in Romancon Gaming? It does take them a bit of time to try and, you know, get their bearings, to try and, you know, adapt to the playstyle of Telitigers. But, you know, it's a third map already, Black and Blue. They have the answer back already. They cannot wait any longer.
They don't have much choices to try and go on in here. I mean, the push, it's not going to be too successful to try and fend on off. There's way too much for them to do, and the odds so difficult with mere pistols, with some marshals to try and go on here. So there should be a quick and easy round, all things considered, for the side of UST on their attack. To get opening advantages on the attacking round is especially considerably what you need to be able to do. But I mean, What real choice do they have? The push on in here on the B side, not going to be effective on the retake. They've got more to do, but I'm not too sure they're up for the task. There is the final one, and that is a round done. So UST continuing their streak even further, 4 rounds up.
They're not gonna stop at this, Black and Blue. And if anything, Breeze is not the easiest map to try and mount a comeback. And even though we do see teams try and pull it off and actually have done it successfully, I always track back to the 100 Thieves game, 12-7 on Breeze, and they still managed to win that one in overtime. It's quite a statement, to say the least, that it doesn't really matter the current standing of the game. You know, it's not over till it's over, if anything. And this time around, we are going to be seeing an operator over at the side of Romancon Gaming, at least. That should be Uwa. Waiting for a target, but the Aldrone is going to be attempting to catch a target. That's going to be a body falling already here in mid. And that is going to be 2 bodies dropping for Telitigers. Finally, the side of Romancon Gaming giving us some signs of life. Although that KO may be downed in null mode, should still provide some sort of view, even though they are down there. So that is going to be 3 for Romancon Gaming and 2 for Telitigers.
So Sissy here. Difficult spot, 2v3. Don't say it like that. Don't put words into my mouth.
Sorry.
I would prefer if it was actually sushi, though. Cirque. Oh, he gets a pick off, making it even more difficult here. They find the 1v2, left in a difficult spot, and Matthys not able to hold on there. So finally, a response here coming from the Romancon squad. The LSU CSB answering back.
And answering back is exactly what they need for this time around. And, you know, it's a little bit of a good reset to try and think about what they could be doing. But you know, as of now, it's not exactly the strongest start that they could pull off. But it's not entirely too late. You know, we're seeing a little bit of hiccups left and right. And, you know, the fact it's not helping that they are using the same agents as the opponents. So, again, they still have a little bit of time to try and save this before the half happens. But if we do get to the next half and the side of Romancon does not successfully win the pistol rounds, then they might have to start panicking.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for them to, you know, come back, especially on the second half. But, I mean, defense, pretty good spot, right, for you to be in. If you can get 4 rounds here in Breeze, not going to be too big of a problem. You go on over to the favorite attacking side, not going to be exactly, you know, just, I guess, something that they're going to have too much problem to deal with. I think based on how they were playing a while ago, we've seen them be able to come back in the second halves and close games on out, and that's exactly what I expect here from the CSB squad. But USC, they're making things a lot more difficult. They are the team who have the, you know, I guess, bigger historical performances in the past, and that is what they got going for them, and we can see them kind of regaining a lot of that, I guess, heat that we've seen from them in the past, retaining that.
Heat. It is hot. It's perfect because Breeze is very tropical.
Yeah.
You know, this time of year. A lot of people taking their vacations towards the beaches, if anything. So,
I mean, it's not the best beaching season now. It's November.
I know.
But I would
it's
still like a trip.
I know, it's so fresh, at least. The water's not going to be, like, ice cold. Because, actually, yeah, there was a time, because my dad's French. We did go to France, and then there was like, oh, there was a beach. But then, oh my God, it was so cold. So you know how, like, the climate is there, and I think when we went, it was, like, autumn, and the water was, like, cold. I don't know how people still swim in that. I'm pretty sure if Filipinos went there, they'd love it, because, like, cold water, you know, amidst everything.
But obviously they're like, we want the warmth, right?
Yes.
That's why, you know, you bathe in the sun, absorb that like a crocodile.
Crocodile?
Crocodile? Like the alligators, mate.
Crikey.
Crikey.
Is that what Steve Irwin likes to say, Crikey?
Shout out to Steve.
Yeah, we miss you, Steve.
Rest in power, brother. It's been a long time, but still too soon.
Very soon. It's okay. His Robert's taking care of the farm now. And all the animals in Benday.
Menday.
Benday.
Menday. She's followed her father's footsteps.
Yes. It's always nice to see when like kids follow their parents' footsteps. I think a good esports example of that would be Jesse Vash and Jesus.
Ooh, yeah.
The wonderful combination. It's so like I think I saw Jesus during ESGS. He was so adorable. He was waiting in line. He was in the Riot booth. I was like, "Where's your dad?" He's like, "He's over right there."
I wonder what esport he's gonna be a pro in the future.
I know.
VALORANT 2?
Maybe FPS, because like he does have a page. His dad, you know, encourages him to play, and that's fun. Because like my dad would be like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah. Stop playing video games.
So yeah, Jesse Fash, cool dad.
No, but I mean, it's a great thing, and that's why, having scholarships like what we have here, like Katarina, just helps legitimize that as a path, for students, for youngins, or trying to get into it, and for, students. Oh, wow, me? No, more like you. For youngins, we're trying to get into it and really make like a good case, like, dad, mom, parents, family.
Please.
This is a good path. This is something that, if I really pursue, maybe I can get myself, into a really good spot in life. And that's, both studies and passion, you can get it both done because of stuff like with the scholarships you got here.
Exactly, and it's great because we don't only have the GG Easy Scholarship, we do have other categories. So some of which I could name is we do have the Women's Scholarship. We also have for leaders, for SHS or Freshies, and
Freshies.
yes,
Or
and
in DLSU, Frosh.
yes, the
Yes,
Frosh.
The Frosh.
Kasalanan ng mga Frosh.
Mga
I'm sorry.
Frosh. Lahat.
Can't say that now. Anyways,
Why?
a lot of people don't like when we say that.
Frosh?
No, like when we blame the Frosh for everything.
I mean, they blamed us, so it's only about right.
It's only about right.
only
But
about
yes, so a lot of the categories we have for a scholarship. So you guys can actually go to app.academia.com/scholarships. You guys want more info regarding that. But our Doctor is letting us know that we are ready to go back into Breeze. So, wow. 1-4 scoreline. Romancon managed to catch one at least. That's going to be good for them to stay alive. But, oh dear. The Tigers marching on like the pride here. Black and blue towards mid.
You have to be careful though. Sussy in a very difficult spot, gets
Ooh,
found
2A
out,
at least.
able to get the double at the very least, and Matthew also, so Jets going on big here. Pakari not letting this go unanswered. Mid control still
One
in their
enemy
hands.
remaining.
Has to be careful from the crawl up though from Ua. Ua has that information, can try and slide on in, but instead, oh no. He is trying to slide on in. Difficult. He's not even looking the right way.
No
Do they see
way.
each other? Yes, he does, but still gets away. Scot-free with murder. Pakari getting found. Spike not in his control. Ua gonna have to try and go for the cross here. Gonna be a difficult cross for him to be able to do safely, but that he does. Finds the one. Sees two of them aggressing towards his position from the doors, but cannot close it just yet. Doesn't have much utility. He's a mere chamber. Can't block off that line of sight. He's get caught out in the open on the crossback and is eventually found. Maybe could have gone towards bottom mid instead, but they get the round, which is the important thing.
Yes, and Romancon Gaming fighting back as early as they can. It was a very good exchange in mid. Sushi managing to just scathe off at least 2 kills. Matthew did go for the refrag, but I mean, it was just going back to back there. Pakari was also watching towards mid nest, and then you had Ua, so it was literally a battle of which agent would perform better. And for Romancon Gaming, at least, they were able to secure that last play. It was a bit tricky because the spike was just below pillar and they were waiting in mid, but they made it happen anyway. So Telitigers seem to be repeating their same strategy. Sushi will be caught off guard by Exia, who was waiting just in front of Snake.
Wow. Well, like a grass, the Viper there waiting, finds a catch out. Great find from Exia. And so see, we've been seeing him try and do this exact attempt over and over, especially on Ascent, where just solo pushes on out. Doesn't really come with much support though, no information gathering to try and enable that. He gets punished for it. So at this point, UST, going into that second half, especially the second map, we were talking about me and Dax where they have to try and enable these type of things because UST, especially during Haven, they've shown great competence in shutting down individual lurks and pushes like that. So UST, they've gotten the read here right now. They get that advantage. Null Command comes in big, but Ricky, he's completely blind. Does find one, but eventually is being taken on down. Not much of a fight he puts up really here. Not even able to find that one that I mistakenly mentioned. Courtesy on the retake. This is difficult.
Man, if only you guys saw what we saw. Sabay kami na blind dun sa flash point, but man, good exchange coming off from these two, and that is gonna be the round once again for Telitigers. Well, Romancon did try. They could for that, but again, you know, unfortunately, first blood wise, it's not good to die clumsily. You know, I mean, if you are gonna duel with someone and then you do become the victim of first blood, at least try to scratch them a little bit, like, you know, like tear off their health bar if anything. It's kind of a wasted kill if you kind of just die because you missed something or you wouldn't expect. Okay, and that's why it's trickier for bigger maps like Breeze, Icebox, or even Pearl, because, you know, you could confidently just be going around the corner and not think someone could be there when there is in fact someone hiding. So Let's see, this round-wise, Viper's Pet is going to be active towards the side of our Romancon gamers. And Telitigers, they are going to be thinking twice about pushing towards Cave. It's actually quite difficult to try and find that Viper if you don't have the proper utilities. So they are going to be taking this one step by step towards Hall, try and bait out whoever's waiting on the other end there. That is going to be a couple of knives towards the direction of Telitigers as well, but no bodies dropping just yet, Black and Blue.
Nothing yet, yes. Contested for that Hall control, but no pass on either side, no running into Halls either. They're forced back instead, conceding control of it back towards a defensive CSB side. Picari, though, only defender here on the B side, going to be difficult for him to split his attention, but luckily they're only coming from B main. Dodges out of there. The scan should catch him. They know exactly where he's falling on back to getting wall bang. Damage done, good to him, but luckily he has the op. So he can still do good damage from this position that he does. Only a single pick they're able to find here from the Telitigers squad, and they're answering back. The defense looking a lot more staunch, a lot more impenetrable, and they're withstanding the push here. 2v3, effectively 1v3 as Courtesy gets the trade-off immediately. And this is difficult tax even for Exia. He's able to find the one, now playing within his pit. This is his home. They have to try and live within it.
Oh man. 2-on-1 here. Gonna be one Viper spread activated this time towards the side of Telitigers. Exia with a good pick there. Does not risk to get the second kill. Will be satisfied with that. One kill against Briquet. There's gonna be not much time. These two Vipers, they're controllers for a reason. They're not initiators. Fato Rico gonna be creating too much noise, and Exia with the good position to get that W. It's gonna be a 2-6 scoreline, something we've seen earlier. Question is, are we gonna have a different outcome this time around? This is the third time Telitigers has hit that 6-point mark, and Romancon Gaming is still lurking behind.
Really smart round there from Exia. 1v3, what a clutch. Incredible. Big time player, big time play. Heartbreaker of a loss here for the Romancon CSB squad. And it's really smart for him to pull back in towards that B main where he can drop the Viper's Pit if the defuse does come and catch on out the defuser. So great job done here. Sushi, rather, I should start calling him. Caught out by the 0 point, falls on back, knows that he won't be able to dash out if it does come to it. So this is looking like another difficult round for CSB to try and somehow recuperate from.
Oops, Exia gonna be getting that lurk out of the way and might even get a second good crouch and spray to get Courtesy out just outside of mid doors. They're gonna be taking their interest towards B site and leaving Romancon Gaming in the dust. That is gonna be a 5 versus 3 situation. Maki fighting for dear life will bow down to Sushi, who has a stinger at a distance. That is going to give the side of Romancon Gaming a fighting chance. Sushi to pick up that Vandal. Fatorico, unfortunately, will bow down to Ua here in McDonald's. And bodies dropping left and right here, Black and Blue. And Telitigers is playing this one the way they want to.
Big yellow sign saying stop instead. Briquet can't really connect the shot the way he wants to, but now he does. Finds the one, but Exia good for a third. Really nicely done here on that convert. Of course, not a big task to go up against, you know, an eco like that, and as we've established earlier on, eco rounds a lot more difficult to try and win on when you are on a map like Breeze. Long engagements don't really favor that type of attempt. So RG, Romancon Gaming, they need to get a stop here. They can't let this go on. As I said, on the defense, you want at the minimum 8 rounds here. I mean, rather 4 rounds if you're starting off on the first half on the defense. They have to get those 2 very soon.
That Marshall flick really tickled my funny bone, if anything. 2-7 scoreline. Telitigers still in the lead. They got 5 points ahead of them. So very likely Romancon should turn into a 5-7, and good job for Matty. Spot on Jersey. Matty goes down, however, and Sushi as well. It is going to be 4 versus 3 here. Exia is going to be pushing in. Not going to be finding a target in tunnel just yet. It's going to be spiked down. That's going to be an extra 300 towards the side of Telitigers. Tamang baon lang, if anything.
Dati, baon namin, 20 lang. Joke lang. Those aren't my times. Those
Inflation.
are way past, way behind my times.
Grabe!
But,
Lolo ka
yeah.
na pala.
Oo nga. Joke lang. Not me. Maybe Dax.
Possibly Dax.
Pokari, big task for him to do up here, Yusuke. It's going to be difficult to try and push through the smoke. Doesn't win the fight. Bricay gets a trade indirectly. Fatoraku brings it down to a 2v2. So, big task for them once more up on ahead. Trying to go for the retake. The nade here melting down. The Vipers. Snake bite connects from Fatoraku, but the round is done ultimately. 8-2. And that's a big round for Romancon to lose. They hold on to the 2 rifles, but will that be enough? Do they get the up? No, they don't.
Yeah, no problem for them, honestly. I mean, well, Telitigers wise, they have a surplus of money. The side of Romancon, they're gonna have to force this one almost 100% out. And you know, I'm with them on that one. They do manage to win this round, and they get the second one. Should be more comfortable for them as long as they are able to retain their weapons. Now, it's gonna be Pokari stuck with just a pistol. Not enough points for an ultimate there, so we'll be going for that save. Vipers toxic screen gonna be set up, however, on B side for both Vipers. Flash is gonna be set off. It will be the tailwind bites to Matty here. It will be Fatorico falling down. It's never a good time, black and blue, for your Viper to fall too early.
Yeah. Courtesy though. If he can find a good scam with this recon, this could be big. They need to find out these committed positions. I think he has an idea that Cirque is here. He'll let those shock darts ring true. Here comes out the counter recon though from Cirque. Still alive within that committed corner. Staying alive is huge. Matthew finds a double as well. This is big. Bricay is able to get that trade off and finally finish off Cirque. But this is too difficult. Pokari's giving himself away. He finds a 1 in that attempt, drops the Viper's pit, but ultimately the damage has been done. 9-2. And they are running away with this half.
And it was really bad for the side of Romancon to lose their Vipers so early. And you can tell how much your defense just broke down because of that. And you know, it's always been a rule to keep that controller in, especially someone like Viper, where the toxic screen and even the snake bite, if anything, is the best way to fend off the attackers. Fortunately for them, not much defense was provided to Fatorico. Telitigers was able to take advantage of that round. If we're going to be looking at their economy though, they have a very good distribution of kills here and assists, which is actually very incremental to how they've been performing so far. So 2-9 scoreline. This is the last round we'll have. Question is it going to be a 2-10 or 3-9?
Well, you need at least the third round here for CSB. Maybe superstitions aside, 9-3, still a lot more possible than 10-2, because 10-2, imagine you lose a pistol, you're at match point. At that point, that's going to be an easy task.
Peekaboo.
Finds the one, as expected here, Pokari. Advantageous angle for him to try and hold. Matthew not going to win that on out. They lose the tip of their spear for this split push towards the A side, but can they still convert? The shotty not going to be the best at that range. Pokari finds a follow-up. They go 2 for 2, either apiece. They effectively make it a 3v3 as the null command is still effective, still online, but he's going to lose his life in about 2 seconds. So 3v3 retake to come on in here. Still the 0 point connects as well, gaining that information that he is towards orange. Ua able to find that on the Bricay as he does melt on down. Trying to go for the follow-up. Oh, spots him on out. Gets some damage done here, courtesy, but it's a 2v2 retake.
There's a really good ping there to give courtesy some action. Ooh, might not have been prepared to get to the side, but will still be getting that 2 kills. And CSB staying alive, turning this into a 3-9 scoreline. It would be wise if they do win the next pistol rounds, but what a good reset for them moving into our next half here.
You know, while economy obviously doesn't move on over to the second half, while weapons, you can't bring it over here into that second half into round 13. What does move on over a lot of times is momentum. I've seen so many comebacks from teams in these type of deficits where they're losing the entirety of the first half, but then they win the final round of that first half. They win round number 12 and use that momentum, use that small bit of confidence to win the upcoming pistol, and then eventually, potentially, the half as they go in for a comeback. So things here looking at least just a hair more on the brighter side for the Romancon squad. That's exactly what they need. Courtesy going big on that final round. A third for him. Top fragging here for his team, but they're going to need a bit more of that type of play. We haven't seen Sushi activated the same way we've seen him on map number 1 and 2. Luckily able to get out of harm's way there from Pluma's pop flash.
Alright, it does take a bit for Sushi to actually warm up, and in most cases did not This player knows when they should pop off. But man, oh man, the side of Telitigers right now. Dropping bodies like it's hot there. And it's going to be up to Curtsy to try and clutch this one. But it's almost impossible to do so here in Cave. 3-10. And this is not good for Romancon Gaming. They're already at the limit of what the scoreline can provide to them. They don't win this next pistol round. They're basically giving the side of Telitigers this W.
Quite a dire situation that they've been put in. We're gonna have to shout out some of our co-streamers a while ago, Razzie, but now Chris Ray co-streaming our broadcast as well. So if you guys are tuning into this broadcast, make sure you drop by and say hi. Chris Ray is live.
Hi, Chris Ray.
Yes, like
Kamusta
that.
po tayo dyan?
Exactly like
Just like that. But yeah, thank you, of course, to everyone co-streaming our wonderful Alliance games. Split 2 matches. Hope you guys are enjoying this collegiate Valorant experience, you know. And to everyone watching, you know, you never know. Maybe your team might be up next and they'll be the ones featured on stream.
Yep.
But this time around, it's going to be between CSB and Telitigers. Good spray coming off from the side of Telitigers here, but it is going to be RG fighting back. 2 very important kills from Fatorico. But it's still going to be Telitigers with that W. And that is going to push the score 3-11. Black and blue.
Wow. They're being beaten right now. Just no real response from CSB just yet, but this is the round they have to win. This is their gun round. This is the round where they finally invest some economy to try and put a stop to this bleeding. Cauterize the damage being done, because they have just been constantly letting the ruby fluid of life flow away from their veins. Difficult spot here for CSB. We've seen great runs from this team in the past, but we've also seen very dominant wins from the Telitigers squad, and that is the former glory they're trying to retain here in this game, in this map, in this series. They win 2 more rounds at this point, Yusuke. They're going to find themselves in the playoffs in the top 8. Now the attacking A site hit. This is going to be big. This is going to matter so much more here for CSB. Can they hold them on off? They give up site control, trying to play the retake instead. They know they have the weapons advantage, but the post plant hold, that is what's going to be the big test here for the UST side.
Oh dear, sprays coming off from the side of Telitigers right now, but we're going to be looking at Romancon Gaming. Some of them are in, some of them are out. That is going to be 3 people stuck here on the right side of a pyramid. Not going to be the best position for them, but finally is going to be getting that spike down. Riku, no, rather. The side of Telitigers here going to be getting that first kill there. It will be 2 more going towards the side of Romancon Gaming. Sushi also falls down. It will be a 2v3 situation, but Telitigers keeping it phenomenal. 3K spray. And the additional flashbang.
Yep.
To cap off that round. It is going to be a match point towards them.
At this point, so unfortunate to say, you know, for the CSB squad, all hope might just be lost. There's a sliver here. It's never done. Till the lady sings, it's over. Till the opera closes, till the choir has said its last phrase. Were you in choir?
No.
Is that what happened? It's about as deep as we go. For the meantime, though, CSB, as we said, you know, difficult circumstances. But as they walk through this deep, dark valley, there's only one way on out. When they're going through hell, they gotta keep going. When the going gets rough, they gotta get tough. An eco round win here could be the difference.
Ooh.
But the opening push is looking pretty good. They find the 3v1, actually. They have a chance.
They do, but it's Cirque they will be facing. Will he be able to anticipate Curtsy? There you go. That is going to be spiked down.
A.
Knows exactly where the last 2 members of Romancon Gaming is. Spots 1 head, but not going to be enough for them. For 12. And Romancon Gaming really likes to test their limits, if anything.
Yep. A dangerous scenario, but this is at least kind of what we expect from Romancon, right? Even if they go down eventually, if they go down, you're not going to do it without a fight. More of a big hark instead of a whimper.
They are snakes for a reason.
Wow. That's trash talk.
No, they really are snakes.
Down.
They can just shed their old skin, you know, and come about.
Down.
Just okay, but honestly,
Mga CSB daw. Mga ahas.
actually, tama ka. Madaming ahas sa Lasal. Anyways, balik
I'm
tayo
from
dito.
CSB. That's trash talk. Just
Yeah.
because you're on the main campus.
just because we had the big campus
Yeah.
with the fingerprint building.
Mhm.
You guys have the arts and crafts building. It's perfectly fine. But oh god,
Oh my goodness.
oh god.
Big shots here from Cirque, following on up as well. The rest of CSB not letting this go to waste. Have the 2v4, make that a 1v4 immediately. Courtesy going big here. Keeping things on common grounds at least. Not letting this one get too out of hand. It's all in the Exia, but there should be a done round here for CSB to get their 5th.
They really like it
Oh.
when the opponent hits the match point.
Yeah.
That's when they flip the switch. There we go, Courtesy. Last kill for the round. This is gonna be his 3rd one as well. Man, 5-12 score. I mean, if anything, we always say it's difficult to win like 10 straight rounds. Well,
Yeah.
in this case, they're gonna have to win 7 straight rounds.
Wow,
So
quick
it's-
maths.
Exactly.
Kaya ka
I'm,
nasa-
I'm improving here because
Kaya
the
nga
last
nasa
time
big campus eh.
the last time I casted with Honey Glaze, there was a moment of silence. She thought I disappeared. No, I was calculating.
Honey Grace.
Honey Grit.
Grace to the name, but the game not ending just yet. CSB, quite a few
they're
to
pushing.
continue. They
Oh, they're
found the
both
2.
pushing.
They're going to need a 3rd round. Flash on here, the pop flash from Pluma. He gets a blind, but not able to convert off of it. So CSB, great catch onto that. Matthew out and exposed. He finds the one blinded on the follow-up. Fatoraku quick on the trade. 4v3. They're going for this A site. They have deep control of it. The retake going to have to work here for the TGR squad.
They're bouncing about inside of the site here. Exia will fall. Unfortunately, it will be a 4v1. Cirque will also bow down. 6-12, and if there's something we've noticed so far here, Black and Blue, these rounds have been incredibly speed.
Yeah, they have cut this lead down to half, and when they keep on going like a locomotive, that is when this CSB squad looks the best. So, they've cut that lead, yes, down to a half deficit. Still gotta double it up though, just to make match point, just to extend us into overtime. You know, funnily enough, sometimes you see teams like this, go on multiple runs, and then it's the anti-eco round that they lose. So they gotta be careful and can't get complacent, especially against this Tiger squad who have just really shown their stripes to be so formidable this entire match.
This is gonna be crazy if it does hit overtime, and shows you the resilient force of faith, service, and communion of a fellow Lasalia. But Luma gonna be taking that recon box down. Ua will be changing their position here. Will be the null activated by Romancon Gaming. It will be the Bucky doing its deal of the damage, but a lot of bodies are dropping left and right. Hunter's Fury is gonna be granted towards Cirque in the hope of stopping that plant, and it may be Romancon Gaming in trouble here, Black and Blue, but they do manage to get that software reset towards KO. So now it is gonna be a 3-on-3. Spike isn't down just yet. They haven't left, but they gotta be careful because you do have Matty coming off from main. It is going to be the Eye Inspector to make some magic happen here. Bladestorm will be activated. It will be 2 left for the side of Romancon Gaming. Question is Fate Service and Communion going to be enough for them? Or are they going to have to call towards the spirit of St. Jean-Baptiste de La Salle? You know what they say. Choose a Lasallian because they will do all their actions for the love of you, my dear friends. But the question of the matter here is the Telitigers going to make it? Is black, white, black, gold? Sila ba yung magwawagay dito? It is going to be one member going down for Telitigers. And amidst all odds, it's still going to be a 1v1 situation. Sino ba magwawagi? Is it going to be the green or the orange? Is it going to be the tiger or the archer? Which hunter is going to win this one, black and blue? I'm not sure, but these bodies are dropping it regardless all odds. Play the drums. It's go or stay.
So difficult. Perkay almost had the angle there, but doesn't go his way. As UST Telitigers, they send the Romancon Gaming squad from CSB home. They're out of the tournament, knocked it out of the park. What a finish for them to secure such a dominant map, the most dominant map we've seen this entire day, this entire tournament, rather, this entire series long. And to get things done on Breeze, well, it was quite a windy performance from them. Great showing we saw from both squads, but ultimately, it's the UST Telitigers to move on into the top 8. They make it to the playoffs.
They are back, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a while, but they should be happy to take down at least one LaSalle school for our Alliance game split 2. But of course, GGWP towards the side of Romancon Gaming. They definitely showed us it's not over till it's over. And, in some cases, it may have been too late for them to try and, win the rest of the map. But they've shown us that, every time you play Valorant, just as is traditional sports, it's not just about what's happening now. You got to focus and anticipate on what you can do for the next few minutes. And that's what enacts great players and such. So
That
Yeah.
consistency is an important thing to have, right? And
Always.
if only they can continue that from the get-go, right? Have that kind of confidence that we were
Yeah.
seeing from them near the end of the run. As you said, a bit too little, too late. And when it comes down to match point, you have literally zero room for error, just a small margin to make a mistake. And that, I guess, was their first and last mistake of this tournament. Unfortunately, here for the Romancon squad, they go on down. But guys, you want to bring esports to your school, just like what we saw on here? Well, the Academy Alliance program is here for you. Alliance member clubs get access to the Alliance games, mentorship, and event support. Learn how to join the Alliance today at akadarena.com/alliance and get updates by liking and following Akad Arena on FB, fb.com/AkadArenaGG there on the Facebook page. So make sure you guys check that on out so you can bring esports to your school. But we also have Logitech as one of our partners.
of course, and to everyone watching, of course, kung all G ka para i-supercharge ang inyong gaming setup, you can hashtag keep playing. Check out Logitech's amazing gaming gear at logitech.akadarena.com right now. As in now. Do it now.
No, ngayon.
No.
Ngayon na mismo. Guys, if you don't want to just end your help here for the Academy squad, then make sure you guys follow us on TikTok. Of all things, you guys can follow us on TikTok for awesome student gamer content. We have lots going on behind the scenes, so check that on out. Visit esports.akadarena.com for news, players, stories, and more about the Alliance games. Use the hashtags #AllG and #NotJustPlay and tag at Akad Arena for your posts on all the social medias that you guys use. So, that's a crazy one. That's a crazy end to a crazy game, a crazy series, but we got more coming on up here. Next game for this, Yusuke, I think you've got the horse in this race. Proverbially.
Nini. Yes. Right, so for our next match, if I'm not mistaken, we are going to be seeing the Mindanao State University. They are going to be going up against Oblation.
Oh,
I love how we always
I thought it was a different team.
Yes, it's gonna be Oblation, so it's gonna be two squads that we've actually seen before. The Mindanao State University squad, they've actually played before in Division B, and then now they've actually made it through play-ins, and they're in groups, and they're gonna go up against UPD Oblation, who is basically founding members of the Alliance Games as well.
Oh,
Like,
really?
during Season 1 and Season 2, they were active,
Wow.
and then they got pushed down to Division B, and now they're back.
Wow, you are a thesaurus of history here for the Alliance games from the get-go, from the start. And we're here now to our end of, well, at least this series. We'll see you guys in a bit. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Yusuke. Don't go anywhere. We will be back with the Alliance games in a hair.
Outside the game, I'd have a hard time making decisions and just go through life without any direction really. But when I'm in the game and as captain of the team, I have to make confident split-second decisions to lead our team and give us that direction we need to win the game.
Are you ready to get good? Enter Globe Gamer Grounds, your gateway to good gaming. Enjoy hundreds of open tournaments and earn points and rewards every time you play. Register for free at globegamergrounds.com.
What I want. This is what I want. What I want. This is what I want. That thing, that bling, that thing that makes me cool like crazy. Makes me cool like crazy. Makes me cool like crazy. Let me break it down. It's a material world. Show me what you got. I hope you came prepared right there. If you give me the thing that I want. Wanna get that thing, that thing, that X that makes me cool like crazy. That fat desire, that's lit. No if, no buts, no maybes. It's what I want. This is what I want. This is what I want. What I want. This is what I want. That thing, that thing, that thing that makes me cool like crazy.
Outside the game, I'd have a hard time making decisions and just go through life without any direction really. But when I'm in the game and as captain of the team, I have to make confident split-second decisions to lead our team and give us that direction we need to win the game.
Are you ready to get good? Enter Globe Gamer Grounds, your gateway to good gaming. Enjoy hundreds of open tournaments and earn points and rewards every time you play. Register for free at globegamergrounds.com.
What I want. This is what I want. What I want. This is what I want. That thing, that bling, that thing that makes me cool like crazy. Makes me cool like crazy. Makes me cool like crazy. Let me break it down. It's a material world. Show me what you got. I hope you came prepared right there. If you give me the thing that I want, wanna get that thing, that X that makes me cool like crazy. That vibe is that's lit. No if, no buts, no maybes. It's what I want. This is what I want. This is what I want. What I want. This is what I want. That thing, that bling, that thing that makes me cool like crazy.
Outside the game, I'd have a hard time making decisions and just go through life without any direction really. But when I'm in the game and as captain of the team, I have to make confident split-second decisions to lead our team and give us that direction we need to win the game.
Are you ready to get good? Enter Globe Gamer Grounds, your gateway to good gaming. Enjoy hundreds of open tournaments. And earn points and rewards every time you play. Register for free at globegamergrounds.com.
What I want. This is what I want. What I want. This is what I want. That thing, that thing, that thing that makes me cool like crazy. Makes me cool like crazy. Makes me cool like crazy. Let me break it down. It's a material world. Show me what you got. I hope you came prepared right there. If you give me the thing that I want, wanna get that thing, that X that makes me cool like crazy. That fine desire, that's lit. No if, no buts, no maybes. It's what I want. This is what I want. This is what I want. What I want. This is what I want. That thing, that thing, that thing that makes me cool like crazy.
Outside the game, I'd have a hard time making decisions and just go through life without any direction really. But when I'm in the game and as captain of the team, I have to make confident split-second decisions to lead our team and give us that direction we need to win the game.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Nagbabalik na naman tayo dito.
Yeah.
Academia Alliance game split to Valorant, continuing on the eliminations to see who will move on to the playoffs or not. Dax here with Black and Blue, and we're going to be getting into the next series here, my friend. Ito na, iba naman labanan. We got MSU on one side, UP actually going to be back into the action here as well. And in all honesty, it's a bit of a rematch actually in their group where they're going to go again to see who's going to move on.
Yeah, I mean, MSU, they've been on a tirade right throughout their group. We've seen them, especially, what was it, like 2-3 weeks ago, have a really dominant performance coming in from them. MTE Excalibur, looking like the proper chosen ones to be able to make it out of this group. And once again, we're in the lower bracket of this. So winner of the series moves on. Loser, you're out. for the count.
Well, that's how it works here in the lower bracket. But ladies and gentlemen, don't forget the Fiber Strong, Family Strong with the new G Fiber. Only $20.99 ng Globe at Home. Game with speeds of up to 150 MB peso, but it's not unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
I think that might be my plan, actually.
Okay guys, ito na ang tunay na sponsor.
Yeah.
Baka naman, pa-sponsor ka na mismo.
No, I mean, it's really good. I've been playing Valorant low ping.
Yeah, so you're
since I
saying
got back.
so you're saying at home, you're Globe at home. Wow.
Worldwide.
World traveler there indeed. Well, look, let's just get down to it. In all honesty,
To business.
to
Defeat.
which one? Which one?
Diliman.
Whoa,
No.
biased.
I mean, it's a thing that rhymes. Iligan. Those two.
Okay, sige, that works too. Totoo naman. But I think really one thing to talk about here is how both teams have risen to education in a way. MT Excalibur, we always talk about the story. Mindanao Squadron, one of the only ones there to actually represent the region, and they have been absolutely impressive with it in the first place. They made it at third place. They were so close to making it to land there in Conquest. And then you look to the other side, you see UP, after all these tournaments here at Akad Arena, they're finally back to what I'd perceive as where they belong. One of those big four teams, schools rather, one of the teams that many have been watching for, and they really dipped out for a long time in UAC and Alliance games. But now they're back here for business, and in all honesty, it's either for MTE Excalibur to continue the momentum they built over the two splits of Alliance games, or Oblation Esports getting back to what people say can be where they belong in.
Yeah, I mean, Oblation, they're the ones who sent MSU to the lower bracket in the first place of their group, so it's really them who's trying to seek and exact that revenge here for MTE, but we've seen MTE in the past as well be able to tie things up. I mean, you look at the overall historical scoring standings between these two teams, and they're neck and neck, 2-2, so this map, this game, this series will decide who really goes up a leg in what is effectively almost like a best of 5.
That's true. It's just always a continuation. So, in all honesty, I didn't realize that I'm still rocking the ID
Wow.
of our fellow co-caster
Okay, yeah.
who's there taking a little bit of a break. But now break's over for us. Back to work, and immediately here on Icebox, we just basically see that we're gonna get some of those core compositions for the side of MTE. You got that Sage, you got that Viper, but they're gonna be running the Killjoy, so double Sentinel for MTE. But look at Oblation, it's a little bit different from what we're accustomed to. You'd think it was supposed to be the no duelist comp, but they bring out the Raze actually.
Yeah, I think the Raze is actually a really underrated pick here in Icebox. So much more utility you can throw in, especially taking that A site, right? Making full work of the vertical control and the vertical angles that you can play, typically only accessible to something like a Jet. So I do think it gives them a really different look, and you'd be surprised how effective that Boombot can be, especially when taking positions like Yellow coming in from B-Long. There's a lot of real great value found from having that Raze on, but we're going into the opening map of this series. Mindanao State University going up against UP Diliman Oblation Esports.
Wow, grabe. Mindanao versus Luzon versus Metro Manila. Oh.
You know, Mindanao, they wouldn't have, Mindanao State University, they wouldn't have been the only Mindanaoan team here, if not for eliminating their only other fellow.
They kind of kicked them out last time around when they were actually on broadcast, right? And it was a very commanding scoreline for most of it, and then their opponents would come back. But at the very end, I'm looking at players like Shadow. I'm looking at players like Nash to be the ones to really watch out for. And let's not forget, this is a team that has made quite a splash here already in the Lions games. I think that's really the storyline so far. Some of these teams that made their names in the Lions games, one, they're doing so yet again here in Lions games 2, and some of the names from UAC all the way back when are having a bit of a resurgence. UST, they got in literally in the last series. Can UP follow suit, or will MTE do it? Time to find out as we're here for the pistol, my friend.
See, trying to join their fellow mates in the Big Four going into the playoffs, but you're going to have to get through this MSU squad who have been very valiant throughout their run. Obviously, if history favors the past, then Oblation, they were the ones who found the previous victory, but we know pendulums, they like to swing back and forth. So if that is the case, if that pattern continues, if a puzzle is put to piece that way, And it should be MSU's game, but Yukino, he finds the one, can find the follow-up. Luckily able to rendezvous back out to safety. Match, quick and easy. Oblation just completely obliterating the push here, coming from MSU.
Yeah, Nash flinching there, but at the same time, MTE do get a few kills back. Bit of space to work with towards the middle, and yet again, that mid control something MTE loves the Viper on a map like this. Swarab, though, on the opposite end from Kitchen, gets the cook and gets the takedown. Nico now in a 1v2 situation, but Kino comes in yet again. And the chamber, lots of control towards green and yellow here by B, and we'll see if UPD can keep using that. I think right now, I look at this roster here for UPD, and perhaps we're gonna see them get some tighter chokeholds, because you talked about the Raze a while ago. That might be something that they can use to really punish MTE if they're stuck somewhere.
Like those more,
Yes. Yes.
tighter
Yes. Continue.
squeezes.
Uh-huh.
On the choke.
The hole that grips.
Yeah.
Yes.
Never let go.
Yes.
Not until it's done. And you've hit right on the money, right? That raise could be a big thing, especially on their attacking side. When they do swap on over, the defense could also be as big of a problem as we see now. Swareb, wow, very suave of a name. Holding down the mid here as well. Triple stack on this mid hold to try and fend off a 5-man push, but MTE, they realize there's a bit too much presence here. Let's try and pull back a bit and see if they counter-respond.
Yeah, and I look at MTE, and I think there are those tendencies to watch for Kitchen to try and play too true. But this time around, it's Yukino playing with his food. We finally get the pain shells. 2 get 2, actually. Seems like for Oblation, they just want to finish up this round as soon as possible. Second nade gets thrown after it recharges. But then again, the peaks do come from MPE, left and right. That's all they got. Turret in the back. This should be a relatively clean round here for Oblation. And I think we have a bit of time to talk about them.
Yeah.
I look at some of these names. I think Fael is a very familiar name to me for UPD. Some of the other guys I've seen within their organization. But overall, maybe one of the... I'd say maybe one of the weaknesses of UPD before was really that lack of impact into the game itself. There were some moments in some games, but they would usually get overpowered. A win here over MTE might actually shed that title from them, because we've seen for MTE, when the going gets tough, players like Shadow, Nico, Nash especially, they can just will their team to victory.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about Nico, and he's a player that we did see in the past during the season. No, not me. Not with a triple C. Okay, jokes aside. Yeah, he is a very big player, and you need that backline to be what really holds up and supports the team. You need that rock, a solid, hard piece of foundation to keep them in these difficult spots. When things start to shake, when the earth starts to rattle, they need to have a firm footing on the ground, and that's exactly what the backline here provides. So players like Nico, players like you see Shadow, those are the ones who have to make sure that the rest of the boat keeps on a steady course.
And let's not forget Sunshine, who has been impressive as well. And in all honesty, this MTE roster can have some stars within them that can shine even brighter. Parang kulang na lang eh. Like, I feel like for MTE, they just need that huge accomplishment to make that splash. Not just in collegiate, but if ever they continue on into their pro careers, then they can use this background to the best degree. Same case perhaps for OBE, but then again, third round now, guns are out, and as it stands, we're getting a bit of that intel as they want to go for that B take. Biggest concern right now here for the defense is how are they going to stop this? They have the Sova and the Viper nearby. They go for the Cloudburst to try and get a bit of space towards yellow even. But really, MTE, biggest win condition, put that wall down and try to play the plant. Fundi, nice punish on the match to start things off.
Luckily, the safe barrier there, able to make sure that that wall stays on up and doesn't get snake bitten out of position. Fail on the push. Here comes out that raise we talked about, able to make the cross safely. They've taken half control of yellow, but that fragment's going to flush out Nash. He's able to find one, but eventually does go down. 1v4 effectively, Daxter. This is difficult with the Mirror Spectre. No chance in hell. They get the round here, empty. Excalibur pulling it out of the rock.
Yeah, if we see Oblation be unable to put any stop gaps to MTE, then it's going to be a simple approach. You set up the wall, you call it a day, and in all honesty, I think here for MTE, one of the strongest things they can have here is that post plant. Double Sentinel, you still have that Killjoy very strong on the flank especially. You're going to have Nano Swarms for the post plant, and there's just so many ways to obliterate anyone who goes towards that spike. If MTE can set it up, they can for sure knock it down.
Well, exactly how bowling pins go, right? You might hit front and center, but you might not get all of them on that one swing. So Full gun round now here for both sides. On the defense, it's Oblation, who we have seen be quite formidable. On their stops, MSU attacking the side, trying to spread things on out. Give multiple positions of presence to keep the defensive Oblation here guessing. They're crawling on in slowly. Not so assuredly though here. Waiting for kind of an aggressive push on the defensive side instead. So the attack not really putting its foot to the metal.
Yeah.
Not really committing to any site just yet. Seems like now they show a bit more preference as the time is sticking towards committing towards that A site. Hit by the 0 point confirms some suspicions of presence here.
Yeah, some defaults here and there. Wait for anyone to come, but the thing is, MTE, they just want to see if Oblation are ready to rip out the guns as much as possible. But then again, UPD, one of the teams that are very, very patient. They can actually just stay in their lanes, wait it out, and then just be as resilient as can be, as we see here. Rendezvous, though, to get on away. Now then, Raptors will be very important here for UP to try and hold. 30 seconds left. Time is ticking, but it seems like Oblation Esports, yet again, the hold is just absolutely through for them. The wall going to be set on up. It's going to be trying to go for the hold close over to the nest, but it's still all UP by this point. MTE can't get the execute to go whatsoever. And there's the cleanup crew from Oblation.
Wow. Oblation here looking like true obelisks on their defense. Very difficult to push on off. And if you don't got a legendary on your pocket as well, in your hand, then your deck might just not be fit. MSU not able to win the subsequent gun round. Now they should be forced into a much worse economic state here early in the game. As we saw, yes, once again, the default here from MSU, trying to find an aggressive push, but there's great, I guess, discipline coming from the Oblation side to not push out early. They know that in those situations, MSU like to default in their fourth.
It's all about finding that sweet spot that works for
Yeah.
well, the things we're monitoring
Where things
here.
connect.
Where things connect indeed, and hopefully everything can be stable here for MTE. But Oblation, same kind of plan. No one though hiding behind the right-hand side of the site. Instead, they do want to hold by Maze instead. This is going to be a very close exhibition from Kino. But there you have it now. Punish courtesy of MTE. They have a few guns to work with, especially Nico, who has that Spectre. Perfect way to go for the surprise in a pretty much a half-by scenario. And MTE already on site and punishing Oblation for being ever so ambitious. 5v2, and suddenly things turned so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, they had the worst weapons, had the worst economic state, but still come out of it relatively on top. Sands able to catch Sunshine out here. Some smokes, controllers taken off. Has a Vandal in his hands, but Nash able to find that third. No assists for him. He wants to take the points for himself, but Mag going absolutely huge. He is insane. Looking so ferocious in this situation. Shadow gonna cast a bit of light in the round, and that he does. Gets the final kill. Even though it came down to the 1v1, they still get the round. So all things considered, great eco here from the MTE side.
Yeah, Shadow, I think, found a gun along the way, picked it up and said, let's call it a day. What a play, though, for Match. That could have been the clutch. That could have been what saved the team here. And while we're, like, looking down on the game itself in terms of, like, where the screen is, but in all honesty, Oblation Esports, despite basically losing out on that round, I'd love to see more of those hard-hitting plays from them. If they can have someone who starts popping off here like Madge, like Fael, I think that can just be the answer here so far for some of the woes UPD has. They've struggled against teams that are very aggressive. They have basically been punished by overruns, but this time around, pick by pick, this works for them.
Over and under, side to side. I don't think they should be too worried as of the moment, as they can see a clear picture of what's to come. At least more so in that situation. Great shot to be connected on here on the attacking MSU squad, able to equalize out the odds. And when you have a 4v4 like this typically favors the attacking side because the defense are going to be split on which side to have more presence in. Mid, A, or B, going to be a lot more difficult in that case. They're crawling up here. Should catch aware of the trap. Signals here towards the defensive Oblation that there is presence up the tube into the kitchen, but it's not the position they want to continuously commit to and cook. They get the res on up here towards mid. The paint shells could reconfirm, and that it does.
Perfectly tossed, and here we go yet again with the Rays getting value. Tour de Force waiting now for the jet to come as the Cloudburst was curved. And again, it's just all about those angles, and unfortunately, the angle of opportunity falls apart here for the defense. Maybe a chance actually to push towards the site. They did commit that wall earlier on towards middle, but there you go. Showstopper now. Gonna be heard. Nice Modan here from the rest of UPT. Answers do come from MTE. Boombot now gonna get bounced around to get that incel, but there you have it already. Angle is ready. And yet again, they're just basically funneled in right now here for MTE.
Putting them in that fatal funnel is a difficult spot to come out of if you are on the opposing side here like MTE are. You isolate yourselves, put yourselves into an alley where single pin is all you need to knock the rest on down. One falls, the rest follow. And Dax doing his happy dance.
I mean, is it really a happy dance?
Is it really happy dance?
No, it's not a happy dance right now. But that is for different... Ooh.
Oh,
Oh.
the spot.
Dude, I'm just trying to find the spot here for us to find an even better viewing experience. But now the blades are going to be out and about. Oh, it's suppressed though. It's a really good value here for the KO. That's the thing. If you can find a good angle, especially if someone like a Jet has already committed over that position, then you're just going to shut down an ultimate very quickly.
Boots and a boots.
You Canadian now? Ooh, a boot?
Yeah.
Oh.
I like their food. Poutine. Yes.
May timi sa baba actually.
Yeah, there actually is. Had that for coffee, but this time you're gonna get energized coming into this. 1-for-1 trade either side. Hunter's Fury coming on in, finding that kill here and making things even more difficult for the MSU squad to get on in. Well, shut down there from the maze. They're completely lost in this run. Nash, the sole player, sole attacker, and sole player to go down as well. Yukino shutting them up. 5-2, defensive side as well. To be this advantageous is really good to start off the half.
And that's the thing, Oblation Esports just basically kept the Jet there in position for so long. He couldn't even actually go on in. He couldn't have those moments because of that first suppress, and from that point on, Oblation just, yet again, brought the mops and just cleaned up nicely. This is the Oblation defense that we kind of expect from them. Very, very thorough, very, very methodical. But in all honesty, it's not the most aggressive. It's not the most active per se. They just have some really strong angles, and when they get the opportunity, that's when they go for it.
And you talked about, having that impact and not being able to shake up the pace is what contributes to sometimes their lack of impact in big rounds. They have to go big. They're playing this slow default once more. The information has been found out, and that's going to pull the rotate even closer towards the A side. So now they're going to be even more pressed and pressured to make this execute work because of that added support on the defensive side. They've taken towards that mid part of the site. They have the Vipers, but to try and commit on this plant, flash on in, to apply more pressure, and the retake to come in 5v5.
I like the fact though that the raise is over onto Raptors, kind of punishing any kind of spike plant. He can just throw up a bunch of throwables there in the first place. Farab though does find one. Sans finally punished by Sunshine, who decides to go in, but there you go. Pop Flash gets a target. Nico though unseen, unheard, and in the corner decides to capitalize on the fact. 3 kills for the Sage, giving the advantage back for MTE. And since they have the Viper Spit available, it's a stronghold here that Yukino has the siege. Tries to go for the off angle, but the double peek comes, and eventually the swing is enough for MTE to get it back. That was just so crucial. Corners were so potent for MTE in that round.
Wow, timing going big there. And yeah, corners, the 45-degree angles.
The
like
other
to call
one,
the 90s rather.
I mean, yeah, the one's 90. The other one's like
90 and 45.
this one's kind of obtuse, honestly.
Obtuse.
Yeah,
Wow.
I'm not kidding. It's kind of obtuse. You look at it.
Obtuse, oblique. It's looking more to me like
It's not cute. It's
like
obtuse.
a 20.
No, it's swinging
further,
outward.
like
yeah,
a
so
70.
it's like 110. No,
What?
dude, do you not know
90.
degrees? 90,
Depends on which.
and
axis you're
then
looking
that's
at.
like 110.
Yeah, on the
like
opposing side.
this.
It's in the.
Are we actually debating
Fourth
about
quadrant.
geography? Dude, I'm telling you, it's pretty obtuse, not gonna lie. But right now, no lies, MTE getting
You're
that steam.
obtuse.
Whoa! That hurt, but now it's even gonna be more painful here for Oblation. Now we see what MTE can do. Hard crest towards the side, a quick take stands now. It'll be alongside the Viper, the only ones holding towards the kitchen area.
Well, you talked about those corners, and this is what Nico has been showing a really great, I guess, competency to try and convert when he finds these deep angles where you're going to have a hard time guessing where exactly he is. And coming from that rear, he could be big. I think he has 2 in his sights. If he does round his corner out, he's still wary of the orange pressure, but little does he know, they've already kind of made it past that into the yellow. They've circumvented his defensive hold, has the backline, but they're up front. They're searching for him. The time is ticking. He stays alive, ultimately still wins the round.
Oh, and Imagine also falls there. Look, Nico has just been playing with corners for the past 2 rounds. A while ago to get the kills, this time around to just apply that pressure. Overall, for Oblation Esports, especially a team as sigurado sila. Parang, what's you say that in English? Parang sigurado.
Sure.
No, not
Sure
a type of person who really wants things to be sure.
Confident? Oh, no.
I don't know. It seems like it's one of those
Control
Filipino
freak? Oh, no.
OCD.
I
don't know, but yeah, that's the thing. Filipino has some very specific terms. But you get my point, right? UPD, they knew that they couldn't really get that spike if they couldn't find Nico in the first place. And case in point now, MTE one away from tying things up with Sands. That's a good kill. Can Oblation follow up from that point on? Nico, though, yet again holding over onto the angle. Shadows there too, just tailing the opposition. And, well, for MTE, this should be around to tie things up with.
Yep. Sands has given himself away. It's rough in course, and so is his path to try and tie this up.
Well, I do like Sand.
Oh.
Not Sand, but Sands.
Sands.
Yeah, I like the guy. Yeah.
I've never met him.
Yeah.
Oh,
we
that's
might
gonna hurt. He's
Ooh,
alive.
you underestimate his power.
Not for too long.
Not for too long.
Yeah. Nico, he has a high ground.
Yeah, that's true. He had
What do you
the
say,
side
bro?
ground. Even better.
Side ground.
Well, we're tied up after everything's said and done. Oh, that's the thing. Oblation, stellar defense at the start, but slowly but surely, MSU Mindanao State represents. They have tied things up. You know, usually I expect those kind of school names to have the baggy hoodies, right?
Yeah.
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 The big, those hoodies without the zippers, just the one
Yeah,
hole.
and then the white logo in front.
Yep.
And we're back. Maybe you guys are asking why my posture is this. Don't ask anymore. I'm holding on to what gets us keep going.
It's not super visible, like on screen, what exactly you're doing. But you are holding on to something.
I'm holding on to something.
To
Just-
what you've got.
I'm keeping things clear for us, my friend.
And in this case, it makes a difference if they make it or not.
It's okay. We get paid more now.
Yeah. Hopefully. Yeah. Somebody owes
Shout
us
outs to the project there.
a few grand.
Yeah, but
A cow.
well, that's true. So
That's true.
Any shout outs you want to
Made a
do?
wager.
Damn,
no.
man.
Like spiel wise?
No,
Sponsor wise?
no, just like in
Oh,
general.
just in general?
Anyone you want to say hello to?
Oh, hello to my girlfriend.
Uy,
Yes.
name drop.
Hey, Sean.
Yeah!
Ikaw, anyone you want to shout out?
Wala eh.
Wala. Wala.
Wala, kaya na yun.
You-
Big girl na yun, okay na
you-
yun. No, I'm good.
No, you're
Hindi
good.
yan. Hindi yan. Gusto mo sumama mamaya?
Me?
Yeah.
I thought you invited me.
Oo nga, kaya nga.
Are you saying I'm not invited
No,
now?
no, no,
And
like...
then you have to re-invite me?
No, I'm inviting you on stream para I have video evidence.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. of course.
Yeah, let's go. So guys, we're making plans already while we're waiting. But while there were a bit of a tech pause, I think right now one thing to talk about will be the clash of styles that will come our way very, very soon as we're back into the game. MTE, can they go for the overpower? UPD, can they find the answers now if it's gonna be a full squad coming their way? Swarab has been a good answer so far with the knives rather, but the snipe from Yukino is even better.
Wow. Great opening pick. Once more, UPD finally getting that stop here. Because we've seen MSU starting to turn up that pace, and the operator, it can be a very influential tool to try and make that even more so potent. Finding the frags, not going his way, doesn't find the second. He's the one to get followed up upon, and they get that pick. Lockdown comes on in here, should have full control of the site, but no, denied by the fragment. Still though, they're halfway committed to this. Look at where this Viper Spit is popped towards the screen. Not going to give up the maze control too easily. Gets found as well on the drop here, Shadow. He looks like a former shell of himself.
At the very least, they do bring the spike on the outside now. The Viper Spit gonna go on down, and Dime will be ticking on the post plant scenario. It was UPD though trying to put a little bit of flag for it. KO now coming in clutch. A 1v1 situation over onto the crate. 11 HP left behind. Sands trying to find the target. Sees a bit of the hair of the Sova and a jump shot there to get the takedown. Well, sometimes parkour is the play. And in a situation like that, you know the guy is low HP, you can just get the right click to get the job done.
Wow. Sands, I think he knew. He knew he had to be low. That's the only reason why he would have the classic out in that hand, so the call was made. Gratefully, rightfully so, able to convert off of it. So UPD, what?
Ano yung comms dun? He's lit, pare.
He's lit power.
No,
Low HP na siya, man.
I don't think UP people talk like that.
Ay, hindi ba?
Hindi ba? Hindi. That's the other part of
How
the
do they
U belt.
speak?
Normally.
Right.
Oh, they speak pretty normally.
Low HP.
Yeah. They're not part of the Konyo Nation. I think they're the
It's
most, I think they're the most, ano talaga, real
They're the most
Filipino.
actually, yeah, like actual
Oh.
Pinoys.
So, may UP, University of the Philippines, tapos may Mindanao State. Sino kaya mas maganda yung hoodie?
They're both like,
The state unis.
no, I mean maroon in color, I think.
That's true.
Right?
No.
Fighting
Well,
maroons.
Something fighting maroons, and whoever loses this has to change their color.
Instead of maroon,
Magiging
ano na,
pink. Fuchsia pink.
baboon.
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
Then trash talk.
Stock yun na. Okay yun na. Spicy caster.
But now they're going towards the B site. It doesn't look like there's too much spice to sweeten up the problem here because the only defender is that Viper.
Yeah. Well, as we're defending our sanity right now, we continue on with slow play here. We seen Nash be effective with the operator. Now heading towards green, maybe even move over to yellow sooner or later. But then again, since they have the op in hand, it kind of changes up what MSU's play is in the first place. Warab though actually pushing forward, and I feel like that's a missed opportunity here for MTE. Someone should be watching that angle, especially with the op in hand. I can't believe UPD just dipped in and out like that.
Yeah, now they let them kind of equalize the odds a bit more on out. Operator doesn't connect from Sands. Luckily able to fall on back. Not going to get traded, not going to get retaliated as of the moment. They're committing towards this A site. They have 25 seconds left and ticking, so they have to. There's no other option at this point. Comes on out the null command here on the defense. Fail able to find a double before he ultimately goes down. No fail in that regard. Suarez a third. Good going follow for the fourth. Pop flash. He doesn't even see. He's right beside him. Sands takes him down with a paint shell.
How many kills has Sands gotten with the paint shells here? Probably a handful in the first place, but as we check out that replay, Oblation just ran past them basically, or rather MTE ran past them. Oblation just waiting, and look at Suarez go, no fear whatsoever. Trust the paint shells, trust the flash. And one thing he did well though was I believe he flashed the jet. So he didn't know where he could move away from the paint shells because of the bounce in the first place. So these are very good at basketball apparently.
That's one combo.
Yeah.
You have never seen
Oh,
the BCT.
flash and
then made
shells.
him.
Okay yun na.
Usually, kadalasan stun eh.
Kaya sila nag-jump sa UAP eh.
Totoo.
Totoo, galing tumingin ng...
Pero dito sa Alliance Games.
Bawi raw.
Bawi
Bawi
pa.
Wala, Animal Assault. Kaya nga,
Wala eh.
kaya nga yun yung lanyard ko eh.
They're this Arcus eh.
Oo nga, yan gagawin natin. Wala. Someone has to do it, not us. Our job is just to talk about it. But, well, second half is here. Line up towards yellow. That gets a lot of intel. If someone's playing there, that's a good one actually.
It also fakes out the rotation here. And you can see that Sova on the MSU side kind of going towards that B site a bit more. Yukino finds the opening pick on the Nash, and that should be the A side right for the taking. Nico, the only one in here, but he finds value before going down. Bundy on the trade equalizes out the odds 3-3.
Guys, if you saw that, that's how you use the frenzy. That was just so cleanly pulled down. Now then, MTE, can they get the back? Can they get the site back rather? Shock Dart now towards the spike. There's a snake bite there, dissipating as well. But Match has a different idea. Tries to hold close, does get scanned though. This is very dangerous right now for the Viper. Any kind of off angle can be effective here for the side of UPD, and that's exactly that. But Kikino will get caught out. Match still alive. Finds Bundy in response. Shadow now all the way in backside. Looks for a target. Able to whittle down Match while Suarez is so busy. Sunshine though hopping around like a bunny from up top. And well, for MTE, they're going to top this round and get the pistol for the second half.
Wow, what a round to come back into here from MSU-IIT. This is exactly what they need to be able to do. And that retake, the fact that Nico was able to find that one before going down gave them immense value in that hold. That's really what you have to do as an anchor. Sometimes not outlast, but outgun.
Survivor.
Okay
yun ah.
Fighter.
I was thinking about the show actually.
Oh.
Diba? Yun yung slogan.
Really?
Outwit, outlast.
Outwit, outlast.
Tapos biglang may outgun.
May outgun.
Naging BR yung...
Naging...
May parang ibang reality show na yun.
Cowboy agad.
Oo nga, naging Battle Royale eh. Natutong buhay.
Hunger.
Hunger Games?
Oh.
Ah, totoo. Well,
I am.
gutom ka na?
Oo.
Matapos na to. Baba tayo. Pero we'll see now as we're getting back to level and back to the middle. Well, that's a Spectre.
Eventually tumama.
Oh, that's a turret.
Enemy remaining.
Nice.
That's a headhunter. That missed.
That's a dead.
That's a dead.
That's a round.
That's a round.
7-7.
Oh, we're tied though.
This is a game.
Yep. So now Oblation, their chance to keep the lead with the guns, but very obviously.
We're defaulting back.
Yeah, no, but in all honesty, this is where I'm very concerned for Oblation. They haven't really shown immense signs of strength on their offense right now. I've seen it happen on maps like Bind, if I remember correctly. But maybe here on Icebox, I'm still relatively concerned. Sans has been a very defensive Raze, if you notice, from how he plays. Of course, it was par for the course in the role, but I wonder how they're going to make that space. I wonder who's going to be the one to actually get those frags, because look at MTE go. They already tightened the noose to begin with.
Incredible push here, and that's exactly what you need to do. You don't have the weapons advantage. You can't win a straight one-on-one fight, so you go for the aggression and you do it as a team. The 4-man push towards B-Long, successful, and go find those picks without really giving anything much up in return. They know where the spike is. They know this garage is where they're going to want to park themselves, but Sans gets the one, the double, but the trade out immediately from Bundy. Still 2v3, winnable round. Shadow knows where he is. This light is growing ever brighter here for the MSU squad as they win the bonus.
Yeah, that's a big one. Oh, UPT just caught napping, basically. Still trying to play the default, still trying to play it slow. And eventually they were overrun at the right timing too by MTE. You mentioned that gun disparity, which made a lot of sense why you're going to run those Spectres down in the first place. And look at it, 5-finger discount for 5 players. Just picks up those guns, happy to be, well, basically taking the rifles in hand. And as of now, UPD yet again looking to play for picks in I'd say a situation that doesn't suit it as much.
It's a surplus here of old parts that could breathe new life into this game. MTE, they know they don't have to overcommit, don't have to over-aggress like we saw in the last round, because, well, they have the weapons. Let UPD come to them. In a straight fight, they should, by most part, as long as they hit their shots, win those gunfights. And that's exactly what they're trying to do here. See, engage them at long range. Only one, though, to be found by Sunshine. Shadow follows on up. Boombot forces him back in Madge. Somehow gets a trade through the smoke. So, effectively, this is not a bad round for UPD.
Yeah, the thing is, though, can they actually get the guns? Not going to happen. Bundy and Nash are already there. A perfect lineup towards default even. Already tagging down the low HP Viper. And Fael left to his own devices. This should be MTE hunting him down. Stellar shot, though, from Fael, just infiltrating behind enemy lines. But that window trick only works once. Can it happen yet again as MTE have decided to bunch on up? I do wonder, though, if he has picked up a gun along the way. Someone did die towards Snowman, if I remember correctly. But look at that. So the Vandal gonna get picked up. Now is able to play the long-range game. Trying to scope in, look for a bit of tapper too. But the Owl drone is even worse for wear right now as he gets scanned. Plays over, yet again, over to the corner. There's a lot of intel coming from MTE.
They are peppering him here with utility. Not ones that hurt, but ones that do give them on away, and he finds information of his own. Unfortunately, the spike way too far. It's almost like it's a counter post in his case. Literally the inverse of what you would see with the defense on B-Long. And Nico doesn't let this continue on for 2 further on. 7-9, MSU-IIT convert the anti-eco, but it came pretty close. UPD, timeout for them.
Yeah, the spike's down, but not actually planted. It's just there.
Literally in the same spot you planted.
Literally the usual spot. It's just like, okay, I guess we're going to play things out. In the end, though, I feel like here for the side of Oblation, there was a good bunch up with the Sheriff. Sure, they had some stellar shots, but in all honesty, some crucial players dying early. You lose the chamber early on. He's the only one with that damage fall off in a long angle like that. So that's already a good start here for MTE. Not only that, when you know that you have a lot of lineup potential here for MTE, look at this squad right now. It's not just the usual Viper. You have that Sova still. You have that Killjoy. So even from afar, you can just lob something over to the corner. You know they're going to be planting there anyway by default unless they change it up. And it's just such a big advantage that MTE has here on the defense right now.
I mean, if you look at both sides, their compositions are a bit more tailored to where they are right now in the second half. UPD, Oblation, their attacking side should arguably the better side for them, considering, well, it's Icebox. And number 2, their composition kind of favors having those initiates be a bit more effective. They've got that KO, right? They have that raise as well. And that should really be the turning point for them, but we've seen a bit more favor on their defense than their attack. Have yet to even win a side here around on this second half, on this attacking side, but now things could change. Nash has the up, but if they're able to circumvent that and find and flush that out from being effective, then they could finally get around here.
Yeah, well, here we go. Operator doesn't hit its mark this time around. MTE mentioned a bit of the waning success on the offensive. Here on the defense, perhaps even better. But then again, Tube now contested by Yukino. Shadow gonna be the one to meet him early on. The turret's there as well. And he actually knows for the fact that the turret is there. It's gonna pick just a little bit.
Yep.
There you go, the Leo yellow. It's right there. I think for Oblation right now, as they're playing a bit of the defaults, they're just waiting for an opening, especially towards the kitchen if someone doesn't expect the chamber coming.
It's not given though, so unfortunately, even though it could have been a good read, actually no. Now it's coming. Now he's running. Now Shadow's getting a bit closer. But as the time does progress, forces back the issue. Chamber has to fall on the way. Sunshine trying to make a big difference here. We see this Viper's Pit once more towards the screens. We saw it be effective a while ago. Not to the exact same extent that they wanted. 30 seconds left, and they're going for a really late rotate here. Yukino's been given away towards mid. He has to find one, otherwise this could be dangerous and deadly. He gets that one that they were looking for. Could find the follow-up. Knows that Boiler is being occupied, and Shadow as well, trying to keep him in check from pushing further.
Patience and absolute virtue. Eventually, the lurk works out towards the middle, and there you go. Double trouble from Yukino. Nika though waiting on the opposite end. Bundy now with the Hunter's Fury. They need to get that spike down as soon as possible here for UPD, but Bundy, the Hunter's Fury, truly gonna be the emotion of the season here. MTE, they get away with that round, man.
Wow, Crocodile Bundy just absolutely snapping. 1, 2, they all go down. And that was the final sound you hear. Nico almost found like a double on that spray and on the transfer as well. But this Hunter's Fury just so potent in those situations. You know, there's only a minimal amount of space they could plant once they've come through the mid. He connects.
Yeah, time is not on the side of UPD there. That was a great chance taken by Yukino. Sure, but you always have to be concerned of those kind of utilities. And let's not forget the stage. I was thinking maybe we see the stage actually go for the early anticipation, but that was just even better there from Nico. Play the patient game. Know that they have less room to work with, given that they set up the Viper Spit in that perspective. And this is gonna be close. Nash and Nico together versus Yukino's Water, but Nico actually using that boosted wall, and Nash also taking advantage of opportunity to knock down 2 more.
Playing the what have we agreed to that angle to be?
Obtuse.
Obtuse.
It's obtuse. Look, okay, I'm gonna explain to you right now.
Obtuse.
I can get if it's acute if you look at the mini-map, but that's the outside angle.
Yes.
If you're looking where they're actually positioned, that's obtuse. Because it's coming out that way. Yeah.
Damn.
You don't believe me, don't you?
You're a historian of angles too, huh?
Well, it's not history, it's geometry. What the hell? This is math.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm gonna get a protractor. Anyone in the office here have a protractor?
Damn.
Dude, I'm gonna...
This dude's about to bring out the T-square
Yeah,
here.
yeah, dude, I've never seen a T-square after high school. I was like, it's the thing that looks like a crossbow, but it's not.
What do you mean? We need it in college.
I didn't
It's like
need
a big axe ruler.
I didn't need it in college. You
Oh,
need
yeah.
it in college?
Yeah. Don't you?
No?
For measuring the
Yes.
statistical truth of
Yes.
histories, Christmas?
I measure other things with that, but we don't talk about that on stream. But there we go. Null command to call. UPD this time around, picking up the base. Showstopper even. But Sans, he doesn't go outside actually. He's waiting in the corner. Goes, lets it rip over at the entrance of Raptors. And, well, UPD, they get that first kill and they get the site.
0 point as well. Further confirmed the suspicion. Should know there's at least 2 here coming from that screen's entrance. Yukino, no rendezvous on that, but it doesn't matter because he gets a kill anyways. Paint shells to further push him on back. Has a great angle to try and contest. He can swing left, can swing right, but wide he goes. Tightly down though. Sans able to find that one. 3v2 now as Nash is able to get that second, but on the flank, Sunshine from the maze. 1v2 has Hunter's Fury. Is getting faked out by him though. He knows they're pushing. He knows to keep him on back, and he knows to secure the round with his own rifle in hand. 8-11. Alley. Alley.
No fail from Fael. That was just huge. The Hunter's Fury set back, and then from bottom to top, he just cleaned up nicely. What a play from Fael. Look, that one shot could have killed both of them in all honesty, but he doesn't know that. Hears them coming instead, and even I was taken aback. I was like, ooh,
Bounce.
ooh. Ganun ako.
Oh, diretso lang.
Oy. Galing. Well, as we're swinging back into the round, wall immediately broken. An MTE this time. They want to have a bit more of forward presence against Oblation Esports. It actually stems the tide just a little bit, but the amount of utilities they have to remove players from things like yellow, well, that's going to be a bit of a problem here. MTE holding close, a bit dangerous, sure, but there's a small chance here for Nico to get an opportunity, but no real way out. Yukino with the takedown. Nico does trade it back. Now they know, though, that the Sage is here. A slow orb to try and get the hell away, but the Pages is even better. Will Oblation push it? Yes, they do, and Fael will find that last target.
That was a great flash. Here comes out the second dose to try and take a bit more backside control and secure that plant even safer. They have this wall towards Snowman, but they're not taking that Snowman control just yet because it's about to dissipate, and that it does. Fael able to get that one. Sands traded out immediately, though. The 3v2 going to be difficult on the retake.
Well done, and Nash is here already at the heart of the site. And time is ticking, but the crossfire can be ready if ever. Shadow finding the moment onto the Sova. Match answers back, and here you have it. From north to south, there's someone watching you, and dead center for Oblation to get that site on.
That's a great Snowman push by the book. Works on out effectively, and UPD just seemingly at the ready here. Different types of, I guess, looks they can give towards the MSU squad. So MSU, they built up a run, a very hefty run in this second half, but the 2 rounds straight now in the recent times, in the recent rounds from Oblation, looking to really shake this game on up, not letting the lead get too out of hand. If either team loses this round, they're going to be in for a rough time economically.
Yeah, and I'm liking what Oblation is doing right now. They feel like they can actually push these limits more and more so. They've been traumatized, basically, by that small timer. Nico doesn't get the dart, but he's hiding it right now, but the Boombot will expose his intentions. Now he's no, but he still gets away with the kill onto Yukino before anything else. Sands, yet again, he's been just lobbing this like Steve Kerr, and here we go right now. Magic shot, perhaps, from the screens. Doesn't see it this time around. Fundi, high ground yet again. MTE almost got away with a round a while ago because they had Raptors for so long, and now it's even easier with the lockdown into play.
Comes out that fragment though to deny it from popping, but no, it doesn't connect. It's way too far. The sphere is out of range, and they find the 2 picks that they need. 2v4, they know where they are. The snake bite connects, but sure! Soiree going absolutely huge. So Suave and Fail finds another. It's down to the 1v2. Fundy, he knows where they are. He knows it's a bundle of joy at the end of this. Sova v Sova. Classic in hand. Fail trying to play with the mind games. Trying to swing, but a bit too wide. He doesn't hit the ball, and they get it out of the park. Match point secured here by MSU.
Yeah, close, but no cigar for UPD. Many times in that round. You look at that fragment lineup. Just unfortunately, it lands on top, and that's not enough verticality on the sphere itself to actually catch it. But this was a moment to watch out for the KO. You know, you can't spell Swarab without sure. And that surely was a set of kills to watch out for. But unfortunately for UPD, this is now the problem. MTE are on map point. Nico there, look at him, 22 kills, so many opportunistic angles that he's been able to take. And not only that, that Viper's Pit for MTE, such a big detriment to the plans of UPD this round.
It's a call of Swareb. So far, the response here from MSU is still winning the round.
That's a good one. I'll give you the points for that one. I like that.
You know the reference?
Yeah, I get it. Your gunslinger?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ahoy.
Oh, well.
Suddenly pirates.
I know, right?
Yeah. Yukino crawling on up, and the rest of them here, they're trying to sell this fake. When they make contact, that rotate, the defense is going to be pulled towards mid, pulled towards that A site. Should allow the spike to crawl up safer towards B.
Yeah, well, it doesn't have legs, so you have to bring it yourself. Well, back that launch, back that
It actually
spike.
does have legs.
It does have legs, but it's not in the game. It's in the nightmare stuff. But now the nightmare of UPD continues, unfortunately. Shadow and Vundi were lying in wait and do get the takedowns. Look at Nash also waiting for the timing behind the poison cloud. He's already ready with the tailwind, and well, he doesn't even need to move out around, just decides to disengage instead. Picked apart one by one. The bodies of UPD fall flat as everyone from MTE contributes at the very end. 13-9, MSU. They continue on with, well, a map win in the series.
Wow, flawless too. What a comeback here from MSU. Opening half of theirs looking a lot more shaky, but when it came to close things out, that is when they're really able to make things matter on the defensive side as well. But again, as we saw, double Sentinel, if you call Sage a Sentinel, was a lot more effective on the defensive side. And Nico, how many times would he start off, the rounds with an opening pick from a cheeky angle?
Galing mo.
Oh, thank
Good
you.
job. I'm so proud of you. You top frag that game.
Am I knighted now?
Yeah, of course. You're King Nico of the octagonal table.
I win this Phantom as a prize.
What were you playing? Phantom or Vandal a lot? I think it was Phantom, right? I can't remember.
My
now.
gun buddy's on the Vandal, so that's what I mean. But I
No,
typically
him.
like playing the Phantom. Oh, no,
No.
me. I thought you said me.
No,
What were you
Nico,
playing?
the
Phantom.
Phantom. See? Yeah, good job.
Okay, yeah. Woo! We made it happen.
You made it happen. But yes, in all honesty, I think for MTE, yet again, it kind of just exposes, I'd say, some of the limitations UPD has as a squad. This team can be very, very methodical. They're very smart in what they do, especially on the defense. But on the attacking side, there's just that lack of ferocity that I'm waiting for here. Because in all honesty, you look at the UPD roster right now, you look at Sans especially, he was incredible with the paint shells. Like, you don't see that many kills with paint shells that often on the Rays. But at the same time, where are our blast back showstoppers, right? Where are the things that make all that space? Instead, it kind of felt like, even though they had that duelist, they kind of played no duelist. You get what I'm saying in terms of the pace?
Yeah, like exactly what you mean, right? Typically, and we've seen that prevalence come on Icebox, right? When teams do play that no duelist composition where their biggest front player is typically on maybe something like a chamber, for example. And that's kind of how they were playing. They weren't playing to their comp. They had great ideas coming into this, but the execution is really what lacked on, right? And we've seen many times on over on the attacking side, we haven't really seen them shake up the pace, like go for a fast push, right? Take quick control of mid, take quick control of either A or B main. And that was really what was sorely lacking towards their side, and that is what they should have been playing considering the comp they bring in. They got that KO, they got that raise, things that should help them out on their attacking initiations, but it never just came to pass.
It just wasn't as apparent. There were times where they did a fast push, but the pace isn't still as quick as, let's say, if you have Nash coming in like that for the side of MTE, if you're actually getting a bit of that zone. And at the very end, time was not on the side of UPD in that second half. We noticed that there's always a good crossfire between players like Nash and Nico, Vundi, especially, who gets alongside someone like Shadow or one of the two we mentioned after a while ago, and that really just throws the side of Oblation Esports for a loop. There are some big moments. Varb had some moments. Mench had some moments. Yukino, some good pickoffs. I think the Fael clutch, that was pretty hype. And let's not forget, Sans is really at the top of the scoreboard there in terms of effectivity, but it just didn't really capitalize. It doesn't lead to the capitalization of those rounds, unfortunately. And well, for UPD, still another map to go on. I do believe that was the pick of MSU. Yeah, so MSU picked Icebox, and interesting enough, UPD brings out Pearl. I think that's really one of the smartest things they can do right now for this series, because they are that smart team. They are very, very theoretical, and that might actually throw teams like MSU or here the collegiate scene for a loop because they're not ready for the map. But, well, we're going to talk about that in just a bit. Before we go, though, if you want to bring esports to your school, the Acad Arena Alliance program is here for you. Alliance member clubs get access to the Alliance Games mentorship and event support. Learn how to join the Alliance today at acadarena.com/alliance and get updates by liking and following Acad Arena on fb.com/AcadArenaGG. Time for us to go on break. Map 2 will be coming your way very soon. Daxter with Black and Blue. We'll see you guys for more here at the Alliance Games.
Outside the game, I'd have a hard time making decisions and just go through life without any direction really. But when I'm in the game and as captain of the team, I have to make confident split-second decisions to lead our team and give us that direction we need to win the game.
Are you ready to get good? Enter Globe Gamer Grounds, your gateway to good gaming. Enjoy hundreds of open tournaments and earn points and rewards every time you play. Register for free at globegamergrounds.com.
What I want. This is what I want. What I want. This is what I want. That thing, that thing, that thing that makes me cool like crazy. Makes me cool like crazy. Makes me cool like crazy. Let me break it down. It's a material world. Show me what you got. I hope you came prepared right there. If you give me the thing that I want, wanna get that thing, that makes me cool like crazy. That's that desire, that's lit. No if, no buts, no maybes. It's what I want. This is what I want. This is what I want. What I want. This is what I want. That thing, that thing, that thing that makes me cool like crazy.
Outside the game, I'd have a hard time making decisions and just go through life without any direction really. But when I'm in the game and as captain of the team, I have to make confident split-second decisions to lead our team and give us that direction we need to win the game.
Stand here.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Board of Trustees, everyone above and beyond. My name is Yusuke.
Yusuke.
This
Just to make
is
sure.
Black and Blue.
Yeah.
We're gonna be your casters for the second series of the day. It is between the Mindanao State University Iligan versus
Just to be sure.
UPD.
Mm-hmm.
Completo. And
Oblation
that
Esports.
first game, as you can see from Excalibur, they have won that first game, and the second one is gonna be a tough one for UPD. But for that, is there anyone we'd like to thank out there? Black and Blue.
Many people we'd like to thank. As soon as we get that spiel, here we go. Academy has scholarships, guys. You guys should make sure to check out our scholarships because it can really help you, develop your game into this. We have scholarships available for all kinds of gamers, be it PC or mobile, through ASA for Gamers. This cycle, they made it even easier for you to apply with the GGEZ. No SA scholarship, which is 100,000 peso grant to you. Go to the app.acadarena.com to apply. The link should be in the comments down below, so make sure you guys check it out.
Don't forget to pass by the app.acadarena.com and verify your account so you actually have a better chance of making it to the second phase when you do that. And of course, big shout out as well to our main sponsors we have here, which is Globe at Home, for providing us some of the top of the line speed internet. So you guys can actually check out their plan, the Globe at Home, with a 2099 plan they have available for you guys.
Off
And
the top of the nugget, huh?
of course, I've been doing this for how many years with Acarita? But not just Globe, because we also have LogitechG. So, if you guys want to supercharge your gaming setup, all you guys have to do is head to logitech.acadarena.com. Check out any new peripherals that they have available if you guys are looking to upgrade. And I highly recommend it. They have really good mouses, honestly. Like my favorite they've got is their mouses. I haven't tried their keyboards yet, but there we go. Ayun, extended pa naman yung 11-11 sale nila
Wow.
to 11-13. We are way past that, but anyways,
Big Budol.
check it anyway. 'Cause you never know what they have available kasi Pasko na.
Isn't it like the 19th right now?
Yes,
11-19.
exactly. So,
Usually it lasts for like a week at most, right?
it takes a while.
Well, supercharged, super size on a super huge game we got up on our hands. Well, opening start here from MSU as we saw a while ago, right? Not exactly as steadfast as we normally are familiar with them, but the second half was a big story, different story. They go 5 rounds straight, continuing their streak, come back into the game, take the lead, and close it out firmly. Going on to map number 2, though, this is the pick of UP Diliman. We're going over now into Pearl, which I think could be a better case for them. Yes, it is their map pick, not just that, but I think their general play style of really liking to, I guess, slow things down is a bit more favored on a structured map like Pearl.
Yeah, in most cases, actually, when we see a team go for the Pearl pick, well, considering that it's still, you know, an early map, I mean, we have seen it in VCT, but in the collegiate scene, if I'm not mistaken, this is probably one of the first times we've seen this available. So, big expectations for UPD, because they're going into this map, which is considered somewhat of a wild card, because, again, not every other team literally chooses maps that have been available for the longest time. So, let's see what they're going to go for their picks here. So, Fade is going to be available for Matt G. That is a very, I'd say a very good pick. Fade's always lovable in Pearl, especially places you can, you know, sneak the hunt into, the way she tosses
Yeah,
that
that
in.
belong, right? Gaining so much information
Yes.
either side. Prowlers, of course. I'm not too sure if we're playing with the patch where the Prowlers are a bit nerfed in terms of the range that they
Yeah.
extend further to. We get that confirmed in a bit, but Nico on that Reyna, that is a confidence pick. Anytime you see
Nico.
somebody pick the Reyna, that basically goes to show, hey guys, I want to do some stuff. I want to make a muck out of this next game. Trust me, put some weight on my shoulders. Let's get this game going. Exactly. There.
Yes.
Like,
I love her so much. She's, I feel like she's like part Pinoy, because, you know, when you use her and you click the thing in the buy menu and it's like, I have money, she's like, what do you need?
who? Fade?
Reyna!
Reyna? Oh, Reyna, yes.
What do you need?
More.
Yeah, but that ultimate is something else. They will cover. But,
Yeah. One of the best, like, 1vx ultimates
yes,
you have.
yes.
Okay, we're going into it though. Map number 2 between MTE Excalibur versus Oblation Makaptan.
Yeah.
What does Makaptan even mean?
Oh, it's like, you know, like, for example, you got like Cloud9, white and blue.
What? What does that even mean?
Like variations of their teams.
Oh.
Like you have here this Arcus team A.
No, I know that, but what does the word
Oh.
Makaptan even mean?
Makaptan.
I don't know.
Hawak.
Like Mahawakan?
Holding.
No? Oh, it's, well, I feel like our Bisaya director should know. In the first place.
He says holding.
Mm,
I
Oh.
see.
like
Okay.
holding. Okay.
That's cool.
So there we go. Opening round of the second map of the game. MSU on the defense, Oblation, UPD on the attacking side, and that UP Diliman squad pushing very deep into B-Link. Yukino's been spotted on out. Difficult position for him to try and contest. Here comes out the shorty though, finds one. Nico dismisses back out to the safety, but not for too long. Only delays the inevitable, finding 1-for-1 to pick on either side. What a trade down out here though, as they find another here for UPD.
Couple of heads here stuck in Flowers. Nebula's going to be providing good cover for the attackers right now. It's going to be a little bit of an exit over at the side of UTE. So they're playing this really well. They're covering as much angles as they can. UPD right now, they are dead stuck outside of Ace site. You only do have Magi, who is in default by Periola Cafe. It's going to be okay because the rest of the team is going to be able to cover him. Good job on the peak. Good game sense on that. Being able to catch someone in dugout. Unfortunately, no Sunshine's going to be getting that kill. It will be a 2v2 situation. Both teams have members who are quite low on health. Fael is going to be stuck here just outside with Swarep. That's going to be a really good toss on the fragment. Sunshine not really letting up here. Unfortunately, the swing did not come as fast as it could, but the right click will connect. Fortunately, there isn't going to be much time to defuse that spike. That will be Sunshine just exiting away from the radius of the explosion and will succumb to death. You do get more money anyway if you die
Yeah.
in the first round.
It'll help. Like, no point in saving a classic. It's free. So, might as well not indulge in that. 0-1 opening round here going towards the Oblation squad. Sunshine doing big things early on, yes, but ultimately not exactly enough to secure the round. It's Oblation, Madge, the rest of them, Sands, doing bigger things here to secure that opening pistol. And now they want to go on the long angle. Try and contest all the way towards that B long. Headhunter in Shadow's hands. Could find a head here. Doesn't connect. Has to fall back.
Teleport's gone.
A lot of bodies are going to be passing by B long right now. It will be the 0 point to try and catch a target in Hall. Unfortunately, he's not going to be finding anyone. Gravity Well going to be parted up with the Haunt. It will be the paint shells. Trying to clear out this angle. What's more, towards Hall. It's going to be Yukino getting 2 very important kills. Nash is going to be getting Sand at least, but UPD still in the driver's seat. Goes to show why they chose this map for their pick here. That's going to be up to Fundi. Nash trying to clutch this one out. Couple shots off the Sheriff there. Flash isn't going to be providing them much justice. Yugen slowly creeping up on them. Fael goes down. And again, it's a test of time. He goes down, and Nash finally. And Yugen going absolutely crazy with this back too.
Alright, 2-0. Not too much damage done here by the MTE squad, so UPD would have a comfy bonus going to this. You're going to expect him to maybe try towards mid, or A as B. Definitely going to be a difficult contest to try and win against those rifles at range. So UPD here,
Up I go.
pretty much kind of what we expected, right? Earlier on, they win the pistol, they win the second, but it's their bonus, I think, that's going to really give us a telltale sign on how this half could continue.
Good music coming off from the music store in Pearl. It always freaks me out sometimes. What browser music did they leave open again? Ah, no, it's on the game.
Ever happens to you?
Yes, it does. Very scary.
Scary thought.
It is, but
All right.
not much action just yet, though. I mean, they did take control of mid. And that's pretty big. Nash should be able to hear a lot of the utilities being thrown there. Nico should be ready to anticipate. Ooh! Timing as it is, you know, catch one. Will fall down to Fundi here. Good job fighting it off here in Heart.
Well, they come out on top. This is their bonus, by the way, so they don't have the firepower advantage in their side. Nico pushing through, can dismiss. He finds a double! Back to now to safety. The power of the Reina coming in true. And the duelists taking this at the throat and cutting it off at the nape. What a round here from Nico. It was against the bonus, yeah, but man, they line on up.
Yeah, that was a really good exchange there. And again, you can tell the specialty Nico there on that range. And Nash for the follow-up,
One
of course.
enemy
Man, it's always good to catch at least one if you're stuck in a group like that, because in most chances than one, the group usually manages to take down that one person who's spraying at them. So that was really big for them.
That's exactly the power of the Reina too, right? You can dip in and out of those
It's
fights.
like boom, boom, bye.
back. Boom, peace, boom, goodbye, boom, see you next time.
Boom, dismiss.
That's about it. Oh,
So
not too
that's
sure
why
if
they
they
nerfed her.
spotted out the shoulder there. Sunshine, yes they do. Swarb on the shutdown, Vundi on the trade on the stands. Indirect trade, ultimately. One trade nonetheless. Fail finds a catch out on Nico's push. And Shadow could do the same here towards Madge.
Ooh, missed him by just a little bit. Greased match by the shoulder though. It's gonna be Nash. Stuck with our fellow Vundi. On the way at the defender spawn. All UPD here. Gonna be taking a shortcut through a B link. And it's always tough to plant here Black and Blue. Because like, even if you get the spike in that corner, you can still kind of defuse it beside the wall.
Yeah. Unless you have like back B Hall's control, this is going to be difficult to try and win on these type of plants. They do extend it a bit further past the corner, but still difficult. Here comes out that Nightfall to try and cut the noise. But Nash, he wants to make a bit of the noise of his own. Fail able to get that trade, only allowing the one to be given away. Vundi could isolate them, but doesn't spot out the corner quickly enough for Swarb is waiting. UPD Oblation, they get the third round on the attack.
Yeah, it's always hard to get hit by the Nightfall and try to initiate a comeback from that. I mean, you know, sound is a very big factor when it comes to winning these rounds. And if you lose that, especially in a very crucial portion of the match where you need to hear how long you have left before you can defuse a spike. It's always very difficult to try to come across that. But good job for the side of UPD to take the Nightfall into action. That is going to force the side of our fellow Excaliburs here to go for a save. Yukino does have the Headhunter in tax hands with the Sheriff. It's actually going to be
You want to play? Let's
both
play.
ends. Kind of a mixed buy for UPD here. So there's no certain team with a set advantage. I
Well,
think we did hear the tour de force, but yeah, that's gonna be on the side of UPD.
they should know. They have to be wary, of course, of peeking these long angles. The jump peek out from Shadow confirms his suspicions. And now they know to play around this. Prowler just completely bypasses him. Eventually caught on out, forces him back into the link. Yukino, deep angle he's holding, pushing ever further, ever deeper. He gets found by Shadow instead. The counteracting Chamber on the opposing side still gets it on out and just forces UPD to turn tail and run the other way.
He was literally just relaxing. And the Shadow said, yeah, goodbye. Let's see here. SWAT, I'm gonna be getting Vundi out. There's a
30
bye-bye
seconds
towards
left.
you, my friend. Gonna be stuck in Arch after that one. Sam's gonna get that spike down inside of A. And they are gonna be sandwiched a little bit. But MTE, they're not exactly all over the place. Most of them are gonna be coming through Seven and Art. Nico will be baiting a couple of them inside of the side. Flashback's gonna be sent up by Oblation. Shadow Swat up and Nico as well. It will be a 1 versus 2 situation advantage on the side of UPD. Showstopper is gonna be sent out. Nash puts it in the right direction. Unfortunately, the Shadow and good spray off of the Stinger. Magi should have information as to where Nash is. And that is gonna be 1-4 still on the side of UPD.
MHC attacking the side, right? The side favored here on Pearl, so things going according to plan for the meantime. UPD, no fuss, no reasons to fret just yet. It's MTE who need to start getting rounds, and this operator here from Shadow is exactly what they need to try and shake things on up. We saw the op on the opposing side, not too effective on the tour de force, but if he's effective with the mere Headhunter, who knows how this op could go. Be long is what they're going to expect to be positioned here by that opt. UPD being the cerebral team that they are, I think they should expect this, so they look to go towards the A side instead. Let's miss out the smoke just to let the cross happen.
Oh dear, that was really close. I don't think Shadow
You are divided.
saw Sans try to creep up to the terminal there and didn't get punished for it at least, but Cosmic Divide is going to be sent out. That will be to the advantage of UPD. So ngayon, sobrang kalat nila.
Ooh.
Tatlo na sa A, dalawa na sa B, isa na sa spawn. Pero Nico's gonna be the first one shut down here. Nash make their way towards B link, towards sewer portion.
They find
So
the free
think about what to
picks.
do. Free
And
picks.
Nico, he typically has been really consistent in those kind of
Point.
angles, committedly so. Shadow's able to find the one with the Headhunter. Quick trades out though, coming from Oblation. They just completely obliterate anybody trying to chime into the fight. No real response here coming out from MSU-IIT. If I am them, that would be a good time to call a timeout.
Yeah, I mean, but good thing you mentioned that. I think we didn't see any timeouts earlier for our first game between
Yeah.
CSB and
No, there was one.
UST. Oh
Just
yeah,
the
yeah,
one.
yeah. I remember now. There was just one timeout.
I think it was on the final map too.
And then this one, they're just chilling. I think that the
Game lang
global,
sila.
yeah, the global rules are 5 rounds, diba? And then you can time out.
I don't think that's a thing. I think you just time out whenever you want to.
Anytime is fine. Okay.
Yeah,
I see. Fair enough.
as long as you
Fair
have
enough.
a timeout left remaining.
You gotta be careful with that. You only do have one of those per round, but again, UPD showing us why they are in the driver's seat.
Spike planted.
Full control of A here.
Shadow, Tour de Force in hand. Bit better on the retake than a regular op might on B, but he's not going to expect this angle, will he? He does get the no-scope, I believe, here on the Sands. And Madge, quick on the trade, though, so unfortunately isolated. Yukino finds a frag, and nothing's going the way here of MSU-IIT at all. A mere stinger for Nash, and that's a stingly bite to the back. Yukino follows on up. 6th round here as they extend their lead up to 5.
1 to 6, and well. That was a really good flick off of the tour de force. Even I didn't expect that.
What a shot from Shadow.
That was crazy, but man, I think that play just reminded me of a very long tournament from a long time ago where Wits managed to use a tour de force like freaking shotgun. So
Wixie. Shoutouts to him.
Riley,
Mr. Riley, yes.
wherever you may be.
Oh,
But yeah.
Shadow. Difficult spot. Able to rendezvous on out. Unfortunately, the C's only keeps him in place unless they can TP out, like an
Bungee
Omen or a
jump.
Chamber could. Yeah.
I remember the bug on that one split. Like, I think it was like in garage and then you get trapped by it. Man, I miss split.
Oh, don't we all? Should make a comeback soon, based on whispers and chirpings from birds amongst the flock. Nico here. These positions are what we saw him be really effective in on a map like Icebox.
Bazoink.
Can he find the one? Pulled back by the gravity well, falls back as well. Vundi holding off the push, gets the one, gets the second as well. It's a great value found, even while Blind doesn't need to see to deal death.
Again, sound cues, big factor to this, as well as bullet tracers. Fael might be stuck in a tricky situation.
Last player standing.
Good timing. Check the corner. Fortunately, it was a double peek. Swareb is gonna be stuck just by the entrance of Beating here.
30
Nobody
seconds
coming
left.
through sewers. I don't think he knows where he wants to go right now.
He's trying to find a path out of this maze. 20 seconds left and taking spike on him. All the players here from MT isolated, and that allows this exact type of situation to occur.
10 seconds
He
left.
knows where Nico now is. They are coming from in from CT. It's a double stack through it. The art has to be a problem he has to deal with as well. If he can isolate that raise, that could be big. Finds where Shadow is, finds where Nico is, gets that one. Knows where the chamber is, but doesn't exactly know where the raise is coming from. Through! He finds a kill on the Shadow. On the peak here, Nash almost letting this one go to ashes. But UPD, they give it on up with a valiant effort there from the KO. But the knockout punch fully thrown here by MTE and Nash to get their second.
Man, MTE won that, but at what cost here, Black and Blue? I mean, they lost 4 of their members, which is quite unfortunate. But, man, kudos to Swarib for that round. That was incredible. And really good effort, nonetheless. That's what you love to see with these players, you know? They don't just let go of the rounds, because at the end of the day, it's still a very big advantage to take out the opposing team, because when you think about it, they don't get to, you know, carry over the guns that they have for that current round to the next one. So you are literally forcing them to buy again, even if they won the round. And that's not the, you know, most, I should say, accommodating situation to be in.
Well, doesn't matter being hospitable, being accommodating, because we're in a very, very tough position. Of course, loser, you're out for the count. Winner, we go on through to the top 8. Oblation, they call their timeout. We were talking about it, right? Timeout?
Yes, yes, yes.
Haven't really been seen during the previous series, but this one a bit more prevalent, at least. It's UPT who calls theirs, and curiously enough, they call the timeout even though they're still winning. And this is something that I like to see, right? You stop the momentum of the opposing side after they win a round, and you talk about what's been working for you guys and how to continue that. So, really nicely done here from UPD. I think that's a smart timeout for them to call in this situation, not to let their nerves get to them. But it's MSU who wants to push early and make a dominant, I guess, showing here towards Belong.
Oh, man. But the side of UPD making their way towards A. One of these rounds should be able to intercept here. Showstopper is going to be sent out, and that's going to be Sands chasing them. Did spot the barrel there, unfortunately, but no problem. So Showstopper is going to be getting that final kill. And I might be wrong, but I think they did see the barrel, but they didn't just go for the Showstopper just yet. Okay, Fael, I see. Almost gets that number 3, but I'm going to be satisfied with 2 here.
He did
That's
lots of
info,
damage.
at least. Yep, that's going to be info too.
Sands on the swing up close though. The Phantom prevails. Nico has gotten himself back up to full HP from the first, but Yukino doesn't let that get too out of hand. It's on the Shadow. Was no choice here but to save the operator. Bit too big of an investment to give up for free. In OBE, they take their 7th.
Man, probably would have been wiser if Nico also just backed out with Shadow. You know, save the Vandal, but well,
Okay.
valiant
it's time
effort,
to fix this
at
time.
least. That was a really crucial play from Fel, though. Really good intercept. And in most cases than none, a lot of defenders don't actually check this spot here. So it's good that they took advantage of that.
Yeah. Just positioning himself in a position, as you said, you know, unexpectedly so. Catches off the push here from the flank. Make sure that all alleyways are going to be marked, are going to be checked. I'm trying to play this split on up, and this is exactly what we expected from UPD. To start off this map the way that they are is a big sign that they've really prepared for this, as they should. And Sand, that's another great shot, really shutting down the operator from Shadow. They saved it into this round, but ultimately it doesn't matter as they find him in the pick for free.
For free? Oh man. But Sunshine's gonna be on the other side of the cosmic divide. Question
Spike
is,
planted.
it's gonna be blinding all the. Oops, no, but no problem. Stinger's gonna connect with the kill. Showstopper on the way to fight. Ellen could not do anything about it anymore. It's gonna be a turnaround here. MTE in the driver's seat. They've got 4 versus 3, but the Nightfall is gonna be upon them. Prowler is going to be looking for their targets. Nash will go down, Maggi as well. It will be 2 left for the side of UPD, and it will be a cosmic divide towards them this time around. It will be the flash drive sent out. It should be the diffuser killed. And in great succession, UPD stays alive for this one. 2-8 scoreline. And last round is upon us, Black and Blue.
Yep, and that's exactly the strength of having a full actual flash on your team, right? You pop flash on through, and even with the nerfs towards those right clicks of the KO's flash, they're still very potent, very effective. Aleer just ain't the same. You see it there be a very big, crucial factor for that round. So Swareb, very suave moves he's had in this match, in this series. 8-2, Oblation. They're continuing this streak even further. If they do, we could be potentially looking at the map number 3.
It's a good decision for them to have select this pro map. You can tell that they have done their practice here, and the agent picks have been phenomenal for them. Fortunately, we're not seeing much from the duelist of MTE here. Sunshine's gonna be going down. Bodies dropping left and right as well. UPD is gonna be in the lead with this one. 4 versus 3. Everyone's still quite healthy, but not sure I could say the same for Vundi here. It's literally just 1 breath away from dying for this round.
Well, I don't really expect too much at this point, Yusuke. From this round on MSU's side, don't have the weapons advantage, don't have the man count either going in their way. They've been spotted out where exactly they are. Sands finds that. Vundi able to do some damage. Okay, follow up on Nico, 2v2 effectively. They've given a sliver of hope, but they have to get on this now because the time is ticking to Sands, hollowing on away from the post plant. They've got the cross locked on down, and Nico, no way, almost gets it, but not enough with a Sheriff to secure the round. 9-2 from UPD.
Last round before the
Now it's the last round. My brain thought the 8 was a 9 already. My bad. But
You just remove the circle underneath.
I know.
You might have it.
it is. You remove like the left
There.
curve.
Yeah.
It becomes a 9. Anyways.
The other ball.
Right. The concave, perhaps. Yes.
Convex
Convex, my bad. Yes. Concave.
is
cave,
inward.
Convex. Vex.
Yeah.
Okay.
That'll
Yes.
work.
Thank you for this other math lesson.
You want to
Anyways,
play? Let's play.
do you want to play? That is a good question. Yukido here might be greeted. Something we don't like. Go off the peak. Probably scared them a little bit. Nobody gonna be falling just yet. Blast. Pain shells. Not blast shells. That's something else.
I mean, it does go blast,
I know.
and they are shells,
Yes.
so you're not entirely wrong there.
Yes, but they have paint. They have color.
Yeah, true.
Vamos,
Imagine
George.
painting your room with that. Mom, I want a paint shell to paint my room with.
Hey, nice work.
No construction workers needed. No paint people required. Just paint shells.
Hey, nice work.
Yeah, pop it in your room. There you go. Makeover. Makeover in a bottle. In a can, maybe.
So quiet.
Yeah. like this ground. They made some noise now here towards the A side. Gravity Well prematurely popped, and now they can commit. Sunshine in the corner, has to be careful. No way he gets out of this. Sands, quick and easy, too easy for him. They can extend this up to 10-2.
Yeah, Fael was also a victim of the showstopper, and this time it's going to be opposing Astra. Shadow is also going to be shut down. Magi as well. UPD still in the lead of Fael. Lurking once again. Oh dear God, spray transfer is on a point, sister. There's going to be Nash. Only one left. Second Flowers and Sands. Oh dear, that was a bit too early. Too ambitious, but no problem. We'll still get that final kill. 0 point should stop Nash from throwing any abilities. That's gonna be 3 kills for Fael. 2-10 scoreline. Well. I can already hear the drums.
Slowest wide peak of all time. Still connects there for Nash, so props to him. But 10-2. This is looking like an almost certain ADU. If they can't get this pistol on MTE's side. Yusuke, this is looking really difficult. Now, they are on the attacking side here, yes, MSU. They got that raise. Difference really here is the Reyna, I think, on both sides. That's a real big difference. Reyna on one, KO on the other. And one with more utility on the KO, yes. Reyna, a bit more individual pop-off prowess and potential is what Nico brings. And he's been okay in this map, but not the same heights that we saw him on Icebox. And that's what they need for him to try and regain if they have any chance of coming back in this game.
Let's go UP indeed. Inch deep even. Let's see, buster round wise, MTE quite spread out. They've got 3 people in mid, 2 going towards A. You got Sands waiting for an opportunity towards A link, but nobody's gonna be baited out just yet. L is gonna be shut down by the Headhunter. There's gonna be a free ghost towards there. Magi also goes down, but not before getting Nash. And now it will be 3 for UPD up against 4 for MTE. Sands fighting for dear life with the right leg. It's not gonna connect because you got 2 buddies coming off of Heart. Swatted gets stuck in Periola Cafe. And Yukido is the only one left.
Losing that Astra was really the big point there, I think, for UPD, because they were relying on that pressure on the star there towards the B-Link entrance, towards those double doors. And as soon as the Astra went down, that just suddenly lost any potency in the hold, allowed them to commit on the run-through and barrel through into the Alpha A site. And, well, that was it. That was the round. That was done. 3-10. Remember, Yusuke, coming to this, we talked about the only lifeline between MSU for MSU here in this game is to win the pistol. That they do.
That's not ready. All set up.
They got one. They need to get a second one, and hopefully the bonus round is going to grant them the W as well here. Utilities are going to be sent out for UPD. They've gone full stack in B, and now they are splitting up. Not sure if that was intentional, but it's going to give MTE a little bit of leeway here. Unfortunately, they didn't take 100% advantage of that, but Sands is going to be, just beside Fael, but will fall down to Nico with the Bulldog. Fael here's a jump coming off of Vundi. Prowler doesn't spot anyone just yet. Just a side part. Hello.
Hello. Well, it's because, you know, they didn't really find any information towards B-Long. Then pulls the rotate to try and split on up the backside. They've been given away their intent. They know where they are right now. Bouncing them. The Stinger way too deadly up close like that against unarmored targets. 2v5. I don't see much of a problem here for MTE to secure this round.
UPD-wise, you know, if we're going to be thinking about this one, Black and Blue, they're probably just thinking, yeah, it's a second pistol round. We're not going to want to fight this one. We're not going to want to risk our economy. I mean, you guys are down by 7. So there's no point to have to contest this second pistol round off of the second half. So it's a good decision for them. And this time, you know, might even just go for exit frags. Try to get at least 1 or 2 heads. And that should be the end of the round. So it's usually these types of plays that usually gives the lagging team, you know, signs of life. Oh, we can still do it. But then when you get to the buy rounds, it's like, oh.
There's hope. Quickly squandered, though. Yeah, they get their 4th round. Finally getting something going in this game. But the bonus once more, that's the story of how this really will go. They don't have much of a cushion, so even if they lose this, yes, they're going to be even closer to that match point on the Oblation side, but still doable. So, okay, let's say they lose this bonus, that's fine, but the round right after, those are the ones they have to continuously convert because they do not have much margin for error due to the scoreline.
Need a drop.
Buy-wise, I mean, UPD should have this one in the bag, but Shadow and Sunshine do have Bulldogs with them. And if anything, Bulldogs are actually pretty good at the distance as long as you get that ADS. The only problem with it is that it's burst and wait a minute, what?
That's not a
What?
good start.
That's unfortunate. Where was that?
It was towards the shop, and he threw it from Art. So yeah.
Well, that's a bit painful. Well, you do not want to get stuck in a situation like that, but well. First blood wise, gonna be going towards UPD. Oh yeah, now I see the X.
Yep.
So unfortunate.
4 to 10 to 5v4 effectively here. Left alone on the lurk. They're looking for this chamber to find info, but Shadow's been spotted out, suppressed. Information gathered due to that 0 point. They know there's one. They're not sure if much more presence otherwise, so they're going to stay on here till they confirm where exactly MSU are going to be continuing to put towards, and that seems to be the Art. The Haunt here denied immediately, so they know for sure mid presence is assuredly here. They're coming towards that Art. It's going to have to be that raise and the KO on the defensive Oblation side to go big. Suareb, he's got his flash prepared, goes on the swing, and they completely shut them on down. Sands and Suareb absolutely collapsing here on the attack. And this round, it should be done.
Yep, they know where he is now.
Uh-huh.
No time at all to get that spike down. And the kill to add salt to injury. Sands with the 4 kills there. Pretty good job to intercept. You can see that most of the bodies that have fallen is towards Art. But that first kill was really interesting.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was really funny. But yeah. Yeah, this was a good exchange. Look at that. In quick
30
succession.
seconds.
Last drive. He tried to
Player
escape, but
standing.
Sands is already waiting.
Spike down.
Yeah, it seems like Nash gets turned around at the last moment. Kind of expecting the flash to come from behind, but the double take doesn't even work his way. So they get faked on out instead. Mid pressure trying to be controlled again by MSU-IIT. And we're seeing a lot of the same problems from Oblation during Icebox now happening towards MSU, where they're not really able to give them varying looks, at least effectively. It allows UPD to kind of expect what is to come. They confirm that suspicion towards mid, and now once again, Sands is going to want to contest. He sees out the shoulder as well there, Shadow, who almost goes down.
Cute little footsteps. Can be heard towards mid here. An exchange of utilities.
Bring them down.
Prowler's gonna be spotting one at least. Gravity well too. Man, this squad of MTE, they're gonna have a hard time getting to the site here. It's gonna be Nico shut down. Fundi with the frag. 2 kills at that. Very important kills towards MTE here. You gotta remember UPD is only 1 round away from match point and 2 from winning series point. Pushes to a 3rd map. Now Swareb, I mean, for window sadly will not be greeted by that direction. And now there's gonna be 2 defenders up
30
against 4
seconds
attackers.
Last player standing.
Make that one.
Yep. Not much of a fight put on up here, but this is good for MSU. They need these type of rounds, you know, to help regain some confidence in this map. Ones that are at least almost flawless, ones that are pretty one-sided towards their case. And Yukino, a real chance. Sunshine finds him from behind. It casts some light on this. Bit of a more solar experience. 5 to 11 in MSU-IIT. They're slowly marching back.
Yeah, UPD does not want to have to push this one too far, and it's gonna be a timeout granted towards Nadji here for UPD, and good for them to try and stop the side of MTE with this momentum. And if I think that's one of the things why we do have timeouts is because you're trying to douse the flames, or also just want to talk to your team about what you want to get on the same page with, and hopefully turn that thing around. But it's interesting to consider that UPD is the one who asked for the timeout, even though they are in the driver's seat. But again, back to what I said, it's also good to have that because you're stopping the opposing team who's been winning consecutive rounds.
Yeah.
You know, so that they can also chill a little bit. And there's nothing they can do because
Yeah.
one of the nice things about the tournament mode now in Valorant is you have this very black and white scene. And then you got that timeout active. And you really can't do anything during this time. So
Yep.
you just gotta take a break too. It's like a forced break,
That's a good spot.
if anything.
I mean, as we talked about, a while ago, like, it's really good to make sure that momentum isn't continued. Like, you can call the timeout now and maybe save yourself the trouble, or call it later, rounds later, where the score is a lot closer, 10 to 11 or something like that, and potentially be in a game-defining moment. You do not want to have to be forced back into a corner to do so, to try and win. So, attacking side here from MSU. Love playing this default. They love slowing things down and methodically trying to approach every single lane that they can. Seems like Art is what they're going to be pushing. Yeah, they've kind of given themselves away. So, OBE, they know this is coming. How do they respond?
Okay, they got a couple of bodies here, and Art, and that is going to be Sans with opening kill there. Swareb hoping for another, will be readed by the Prowler. Exchange of utilities once again. That is going to be sent out as well with the showstopper, and oh dear lord, it's a massacre in Art. That is perfectly in tandem with Raze's pink shells here. And the showstopper. Fortunately, will not live too long into this round. Vundi will be getting that additional kill. It will be a 2v3, made that 1v3-4 situation right now. MT is going to be stuck here. Vundi does have the spike. Not much resources to make it work here. Should be able to catch one head at least. Turning it into a 1v3. But they are the odds in their favor. Seem to be taking their interest towards A site. But they will be greeted by two defenders, black and blue.
Doesn't have much time. Gonna have to run towards the side. They know he's coming on in here. Has a Han to try and clear the close angle. Oh, but this doesn't spot him out from a main. No real chance to win that. And match point secured here by UP Diliman Oblation. That's a really good sign for them to be able to win those dominant rounds once more. They realize the Art push is coming because it's been telegraphed here by MSU. And they shut it down. Same exact play we've seen them perform time and time on over. And as I was talking about a while ago, right, on the opening half, that's the difference a proper flash can make compared to a mere near sight. Something like, the Lear or a Paranoia. Completely blind, up close, showstopper finds it too. That at the U. 7 rounds they have to win straight here. No room for error, no margin, no cushion to keep him comfy.
None at all. 5 to 12 mixed buys coming in left and right here. We are going to be seeing a couple of sheriffs, but okay. Full steam ahead for MTE heading towards A, but they're going to have to double back here. Nash has to be careful. Shouldn't have to expose himself too much inside of the Nebula. Well, Magi does get shut down here. Shadow, good job. It's hard to get 3 heads, and that is going to open up the way for MTE to get inside of A. Nash trying to find somebody through. Flowers will get shut down by Fael through Secret, though, and will still be in tandem with this remaining chamber of Yukino.
Fael, he's making me hungry. Every time I see his name, I'm thinking falafel.
I am also thinking falafel.
Well, Nico, not gonna let this one go to waste on the Bulldog. He's been hamming it with that Bulldog. 6 to 12. They've kind of halved up the lead here, but still a long hill for them to climb. We saw similar situations a while ago, right? Between Romancon and UST, but obviously we saw UST prevail at the end. In this case, once more, same situation, 6 to 12. It's gonna be a difficult task, but one I'm sure MSU are up to try and at least accomplish. Otherwise, we go to map 3.
Okay, a lot of kills coming off from both teams, but yeah, you said it yourself. Very big chance this is going to be sent off into map number 3. But MTE not going to let this one go without a good, hard fight. Yukino will be getting that first kill here, that first blood. Slowly making her way towards B. There's not going to be anyone else. Most of the side of MTE are going to be taking interest towards B. I think that's not going to be good for them. More utilities are going to be sent their way. Spike will be picked up by Shadow, however. While we've got 2 members from MTE here going through waters. That's going to be quite punishing for UPD. They did not sense that just yet. Showstopper's going to be sent out by Aldous down. Swatter will also go down. Sands too. Good flank coming off from Nico there. And it is going to be up to Yukino once again to try and clutch this round. It will be a 4v1 situation. Bondi to get a plant. It's going to grant them the ultimate, the Nightfall. It's going to be very useful for them later.
Well, Mindanao State University, you're starting to find their kind of form here, Yusuke, and this is what we needed to have seen earlier on. Better late than never, for sure. 7-12, okay. I think this should force UPD on a difficult economic spot as well. They should be ecoed into this round if you take a look at the buy right now. Yep, exactly the case. So 8-12, probably the most possible outcome of this round. But from then on forward, as we said, they found their form. And if they can continue that mold further on, even without Sunshine really showing up in terms of the fragging department, they're on somewhat of a roll that they can continue momentum forward into. But look at this push. We've seen eco rounds be the ones that the match point team has won. And MTE, they gotta be careful and not complacent to let this one come easily.
I know they do have match point here, but all pressures on the line for MTE. Suara will be the first to go down. It will be an exchange of utilities. Nobody will be dropping further. B is out for the taking. And UPD is playing this eco round with the mindset of having it done. But, as it is, as you said, there are a lot of games that are closed out by Thrifties. And this could be one of them. It's not over just yet.
There.
You have to be careful because File is quite low on health here. That spike is going to be greeted by the wonderful sights of B.
Not too many hopes for this round. 7-12. That, I don't think we're going to delve into much of it. Shadow should find a free killer. Finds a 1, finds a 2. Quick and easy, lemon squeezy. Life gives you lemons, you don't make orange juice.
You make apple.
You make apple juice. You make grape juice. You make some wine out of this. Fundy shuts him down, but Sands okay. Not going to go down without a fight at the very least. They secure the 8-12. So, 4 more rounds to extend this in overtime. Finally, we're getting really good vibes from this MSU squad.
Real good, to the point that they don't really want to have to end this one just yet. See how this one goes. I mean, as we see in the replay, it's good that the side of MTE is taking advantage of the lurk. They do find this weak point that UPD has granted to them.
Yep.
Which is the fact that they don't really double check every single one of their corners. That's pretty good of them.
Recovering it.
Well, have to make sure not to make that same mistake on over. Yukino sees him on out, sees where Nico was, but a bit too tight of an angle to confirm. Gets a follow-on up as Nash thought it was clear. And Yukino starts off this round with a big pick. Could find a follow-up up close with the operator, but Sunshine and Shadow don't let that go unanswered. Quick into the 3v3 immediately, and Shadow finds a follow-up. It's a 3v2 right now. All is left here. Onto the double initiators on the side of OBE to close out the round. They started off strong, but they're going to have to end even stronger. Smoking out that CT makes things difficult for the push.
Blocking vision.
Doesn't make it easier that they can't hear anything, but let's see. Magic getting Bundy out. Swatted fighting for dear life. They get Sunshine out of the way. Haunt is gonna be going towards C's rather. It's gonna be going towards it. That should be a clear kill for Swatted here. It's still gonna be a 1v2 situation. Shadow, the only one left, has been able to clutch this one out before. Are they gonna be able to do it again? I don't think they spotted it, but the Haunt
They know.
should grant something, should check behind, and that is going to be UPG, ladies and gentlemen, with the additional series win. We are going to be seeing map number 3 after that very hard fight.
Wow.
By Oblation.
It came really close. MSU crawling on back once again. No margin for error. Have to play everything perfectly, and the fact that they found the 2 opening picks going their way was just too big of a problem to deal with. They lose their 2 duelists, so they had to rely on that back line to try and bring them back into the round. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. So, map number 3, great effort on the kind of, I guess, recuperation here from MSU, but ultimately, it was their map pick, Oblation. They get that secured. We're going to the map 3 to decide who goes down and out of this tournament and who goes into the top 8.
very, very promising map indeed. But we're gonna have to let our players relax a little bit while that is gonna be going on. I just want to remind everyone out there, if you want to bring esports to your school, the Hackett Arena Alliance program is here just for you. Alliance member clubs get access to Alliance games, mentorship, and of course, event support. Learn how to join the Alliance today by going to academia.com/alliance. Get updates by liking and following Academia on facebook.com/AcademiaGG.
Of course, guys, that's not the only thing we got here for you guys to be aware of. Of course, kung all G ka para i-supercharge ang iyong gaming setup so you can #keep playing, check out Logitech's amazing gaming gear at logitech.academia.com now so you guys can get some really good hardware for your setup, as well as also follow us and check us out on TikTok for amazing, awesome student gamer content. Visit esports.academia.com for news, players, stories, and more about the Alliance games. Use the hashtags #AllG and not just play. That's hashtag not just play, and tag at Academia for your posts on all the social medias that you guys might be active on. So, guys, this is just an amazing series already, back and forth as we've seen from the first opening series. This one continuing on to prove even just as amazing and as, I guess, close and tightly knit as our first one was. We're going to go into map number 3 in just a bit. Yusuke, any final thoughts before we go to the break?
Good luck to both of our teams. Everything is on the line. We got the final stage next week. Don't go anywhere to everyone out there, because this is definitely going to be a killer one. It is the third map. Do or die. That's it. You lose, you're out.
Yeah. So, guys, ladies and gentlemen, friends and folks, Dungeons and Dragons, far and wide, no matter where you are, don't go anywhere, because when we come back here, we are going into the final map of the final series of the day of the Alliance games here right now to decide who goes into the top 8. Will it be MSU or shall it be UP Diliman? We'll see you guys in a bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Outside the game, I'd have a hard time making decisions and just go through life without any direction really. But when I'm in the game and as captain of the team, I have to make confident split-second decisions to lead our team and give us that direction we need to win the game.
Are you ready to get good? Enter Globe Gamer Grounds, your gateway to good gaming. Enjoy hundreds of open tournaments and earn points and rewards every time you play. Register for free at globegamergrounds.com.
What I want. This is what I want. What I want. This is what I want. That thing, that bling, that thing that makes me cool like crazy. Makes me cool like crazy. Makes me cool like crazy. Let me break it down. It's a material world. Show me what you got. I hope you came prepared right there. If you give me the thing that I want, wanna get that thing, that X that makes me cool like crazy. That bad desire, that's lit. No if, no buts, no maybes. It's what I want. This is what I want. This is what I want. What I want. This is what I want. That thing, that bling, that thing that makes me cool like crazy.
And I'm back. There you are.
Hello.
What an introduction.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Oh, that was for a while ago. Yes. Welcome back to the Alliance game split number. I am Yusuke.
I am Dax.
You are
I'm Dax. That's my name.
Dax.
Yes.
We are casting the last game of the day.
I don't know how seriously I should take you when you do this.
Anyway, last map, ladies and gentlemen.
And what's the last map? Sige nga.
Di ko din alam. Anyways, before we get to that, I just want to let everyone know if you want to bring esports to your campus, the Academia Alliance program is
Totoo.
here for you. Ooh. Alliance members get access, of course, to Alliance games, mentorship, and of course, event support. So learn how to join the Alliance today by heading over to acadarena.com/alliance and get updates by liking and following Acadarena on fb.com/acadarena. GG.
Yeah, big shout out to Academia, but no.
Ah! Said shout out. Arena!
Can I just go? Can I just like
Get back here.
Okay, fine.
Get back here.
Okay, so do you want to talk about Pearl or no na?
Oh, Pearl is a
Tapos na. I just wanted to ask you how you thought about
personally I like pearls, but
Mhm.
only if the oyster doesn't
that.
die.
So ano mas ano ka, you're a diamond kind of girl, ano ba?
Yeah, I like pearls, but don't kill the
Yeah, no.
oyster.
Yeah, you don't need to. You just like
Yeah, pearls are pretty.
you just kind of like pluck it. But
Pearl scent.
are you done? You're not done. You're never done. Okay, let's get back on track. It is 1-1. Slowly as the day goes on, guys, Yusuke's sanity kind of slips here in the studio. You can see her eyes already twitching. Can we zoom in on this? Like that one? Holy. You're actually really good at that,
Thank you.
honestly.
Thank you.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed. And now we're gonna be going into the decider. It's still, despite the antics of Hero of Yusuke, do or absolute die. And map number 3, if we could, actually scroll on up, Yusuke, up. There you go. We're gonna be going back to Haven. Pretty much a classic. I think really for both sides, they're very familiar with a map like this. We've seen MSU do it from time to time in terms of the map. Just some hard executes. UP, there are just so many ways that they've been very, very defensible. Pero yung gusto kong sabihin in terms of that second map kanina it really felt like UP had a great plan moving forward. And in all honesty, despite the heroics of like Sunshine, of like Shadow, there were moments there from MSU to get those kills. it just wasn't enough compared to UP, who actually felt very prepared for a map like Pearl kanina.
Yeah, and look at that. We got our draft picks, you know. Lovely you mentioned that our teams are very much used to Haven, because it is definitely one of those maps that have been around for the longest time. And if it's not Ascent, it's usually Haven. And I think we did see, we do have the Killjoy picks. We've got everything we need there. A little bits of this, a little bit of that. So we've got the Breach, of course. Breach is a very big standard when it comes to Haven, especially with the close angles and close corners. And you want to take care of that. We're going to see an Omen for Sands. And I do miss my good buddy Fred. That's gonna prove a very, very useful. Especially the Equals ultimate.
Who's Fred?
His shrouded, no, not shrouded step.
What, from the shadows?
Oh yes, that one.
Who's Fred?
Fred is Omen. That's his real name.
Really?
Yes.
So is Omen the middle name or the last name?
No, that's his new identity. It's like Superman and Kratos.
They're not the same person.
You get what I mean?
So
exactly.
what is Kratos' identity?
A god.
And what is Superman?
A demigod. I'm kidding. He's a full god, right? He's full alien.
No, he's just some guy from Krypton.
Yeah, he's full alien.
This is a very, very derailed conversation, to say the least.
Anyways, on the topic of man versus man, we're still gonna have our final map number 3 here. MTE Excalibur versus our UPD Oblation or Makaptan.
Oh, what does that mean?
The director let us know earlier that apparently it is a complicated deity, but then apparently it's an old write-up, but it's okay. So apparently it also means like holding somehow.
Grabe ka naman. You know how to speak French, you know how to speak English, you know all the Filipino terms too.
No, I don't.
Miss
No, I don't.
Worldwide.
No, I don't.
Everywhere and anywhere. Yusuke is there. Well, we're about to get into the game. Pistol round is upon us. Things are a little dim here on our side, but eventually we should get back onto it. Thing is, I'm honestly looking forward to what kind of defense we're gonna get here, because as you have decided to ascend to the high heavens, we've seen the strengths and weaknesses of both of these teams. Double initiator gonna be here for the attacking side. Here we go for the C side take already. Fault line is the play. And immensely, there's just really hammering down that backside of Mr. Partial. Shadow though finds water to start things off. 2 for 3 straight to begin with. And overall, it's OBE getting C side for themselves.
Man, 3-on-3 here. You got a couple of bodies dropping inside of the site. You do have 2 defenders. Actually, all 3 defenders are going to be coming from spawn. We have a good angle here from the jet. All the way from logs to try and get some information. Good tailwind to get into backside, but it's going to be an exchange of bodies. 2 and 1 down for the defenders. It's still going to go towards the side of UPD here.
Yeah, well, Oblation Esports, they're gonna be able to get it done, and I wonder if they saw you floating like that. There you go. You look so tall.
I know, thank
I'm
you.
so proud of you.
That's how I did that.
Yeah, no. How do you do that?
It's magic.
It's magic?
Yes.
So if there's Jack on the Beanstalk, there's ST in the stool?
We will work on the name, but yeah. Fair enough.
Fair
Anyways.
enough. Anyway, though, we'll get back into it. Oblation Esports, they do have the gun advantage now moving forward. And yet again, I think if we look at that fade, we look at that breach, so many ways to set up the initiation. And look at them go here, Yusuke. They're going straight for that A site. We're getting some calisthenics done here, but right now, the heavy lifting is towards Aquino. 2 already immediately with the Specty. And at the same time, well, as the backside trying to be held together here by MSU, it's just not going to be enough. OBE is just all over the place here.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be seeing the Sheriff at hand. It's gonna be looking for targets all the way back in B, but sadly there isn't gonna be a little bit of a leprechaun showing themselves here. They're all gonna be stuck towards the site of A. Although this is gonna be a 4v2 situation here. They're gonna be set out. Nobody's dropping just yet. If I'm to be honest, Dax, it's probably one of the hardest places to try and enter. It's like you have such a limited window coming out of A-Link. Sobrang sikip dun eh.
Yan talaga. Traffic eh. Yun naman talaga yun. But UPD, they're used to the traffic in Katip, and there you go. They get the round. I just look into the roster though, and there's just so much potential setup. We really have to keep an eye out on Yukino right now, and that's one thing to notice. Yukino, he's usually on that chamber if I remember correctly, but now Sans moves over to the Omen. They want that hard entry. We've been looking for UPD to bring out that extra bit of speed, and this time it really seems like it's tip of the spear gameplay here for OBE.
Tip of the spear. Ah, yes. It reminds me of the days when Lapu-Lapu stabbed the great Magellan.
Sino mas great, si Lapu-Lapu o si Magellan?
That is debatable. But who was the one who died with the tip of the spear?
Magellan pretty much died there. He was gone. He's like, I got
Yeah.
murked in the PH.
Not much he could do. He got nerfed when he stepped on our beaches.
Totoo.
Anyways.
Hindi niya kinaya yung yung init. Things looking hot though. Nash.
Enemy
That's
kill.
Yep, that's a kill. G gonna be shut down. MTE will be 5 up against 3 attackers.
I like how you said 5. It's like, oh, you're so proud that you know how to count. There's still 5 right now. Making that 5v2. A long hold gonna be the play. Flashpoint don't allow him the opening to get that takedown. And as it stands, it's still gonna be the other end of long held together. But quick little evac here from the side of MSU. Only problem for Oblation Esports now, they don't really have the guns to spare. They pick up a rifle, I believe, over onto lobby. Beyond that, it's still the numbers heavily stacked, and well, so my eyesight not 20/20, but it's pretty clear. Oblation Esports gonna struggle to make this 8 take
30
work.
seconds left.
It's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4 for the side of MTE and 2 for UPD. Nobody moving just yet, but yeah, Nico gonna be waiting here in A-Link. Good job on the fault line, and they all die.
And they're all gone. The end. Bow down. But truth be told, I get you. I get your point there. It's just like they're already prepared, right? They already have the link under their hands. They have the connector available. They have graffiti. And from that point on, you know, we got some extra bit of commentary coming in for the prod too at the same time. It's interesting. It's like we have a floor manager whispering in our ear, telling us the ongoings of this broadcast. In the meantime, though, you still gotta look at MTE this time. They got the round back. They're gonna have the arsenal here. Oblation Esports gonna do the same, and I do believe Blade Storm gonna be out and about to take things off towards the middle here.
Blade Storm isn't gonna be finding the Hurricane just yet. Wala pa naman siyang target, so
Wala pa yung hangin.
wala pa daw eh. Mamaya pa daw mag-recharge.
Ano yung sound ng hangin?
According to Kuya Kim Atienza, mukhang hindi pa mahangin sa ating venue ngayon sa Haven. Kasi ang ating Super Typhoon na nakapangalan Daxicles ay hindi pa. Wala pang landfall mga kaibigan. Pero kita nga natin ngayon ang Blade Storm. Mukhang parekta na siya dito sa may A-Link. Hirap na naman dito ang side ng ating MTE para makapasok. Katulad ng sinabi ni Mike Enriquez, pasok, pasok. Pero nahihirapan po siya. Kaya hindi mo na sila papasok.
Abangan natin kung ano na next dito. Saksihan pa nga, 24 oras lang naman. But then again, over onto the link, you still get the hole, and there you have it. Soba gets a peek on over. 1-for-1 pick at the 2-for-1 trade, and it's Oblation Esports getting the advantage. This time around, they got the spike down in the first place. All left now to the Astra. Pero wala pa rin makukuha dito ng MTE. Oblation, binalik lang eh. Diretso lang. Especially with that Jet leading the charge. And seems like here for Oblation right now, their offensive looking pretty proper.
Akala mo lang wala. Kasi wala talaga.
Ito na, meron na.
There.
Basta yun.
Basta yun. And the crowd goes conversational as Oblation Esports. I think the most interesting part here is Yukino really just gonna run with the frenzy this time around. He did use the Blade Storm to open things up. They are gonna be Vandals in the station. But we are back with the guns here for MTE. And look at them prepare themselves for that site. Start things off with the haunts. Yet again, intel gonna be very important for Oblation to find those targets.
Nash is gonna be just sitting atop of the, well, people like to call this elevator. I just call it the tin
How's
can.
that an elevator?
I don't know. People thought it was an elevator at
doesn't
first
even
because there's like stuff underneath it.
Is it
which
like
just
is it
radionite.
like Resident Evil where you go underground?
I would hope not. I'm scared of the Resident Evil monsters. I don't want to see that.
When we see the room of lasers.
I know. Don't even bring up Silent Hill. That's like a completely different type of Ghost.
Yeah,
But
well, there you go. Someone's turned into a ghost. That's one down for Oblation Esports. MTE, ito naman sila. Tambay na naman, bantay muna. Sight for sight. Seems like they're happy to play a bit of those duels, and that's where we look on what Oblation's gonna do, especially without Yukino to lead that charge. We've been watching para sa Oblation na, okay, pwede naman sila dumiretso dito sa site.
30
Pwede nga
seconds
sila
left.
makakuha na space. But now, what do they have here? They lead things over with the Prowler instead, and as it stands, MTE gonna go over to the high ground this time around. Hunter's Fury now the call. There we have it. It does get the tag onto the breach. Yet again, MTE finding picks bit by bit. And well, Spike is desperately trying to get to the ground eventually. Time taking 5v3 scenario. Ito na nga, MTE can be able to get that intel as well. 5v2 now. -1 na naman. Here we have it. Holding close over at the default. They just line up for him. Perfect spray. Gives a chance here, but not enough for Oblation to bail themselves out of that situation. MTE, they found the picks early on, and well, a piece of them survives at the end.
and that's what matters. Just like when Jack and Rose was stuck in the sea. But it's all right.
I wonder if we can actually catch a replay of that and showcase our amazing perspectives right now. But there you go, as we're
Oh yeah, we are looked off in this.
off into the distance. The monitor,
Wow.
my million miles away.
Don't
But hey,
spot out.
this game's still very close here, Yusuke. I think we look at Mindanao State, and if they can just find some of the momentum frags that they got, especially in the last map, then that can keep them in the fight.
Exactly, but oh dear. I see a lot of redheads going towards the side of B, and no, I am not talking about the hair color. And it seems they're gonna go for a full push. Here it is gonna be the lockdown imminent as well towards the side of MTE to try and close this one off. But it's bodies left and right. It is gonna be one person stuck inside of the lockdown though, and ooh, this will be a good job here coming off from the side of UPD stands. Yes, to try and protect that. It is going to be Vondi, who was previously stuck on lockdown, will be shut down as well. Oh dear. Sands makes their way inside. Bodies dropping left and right. So many, but a lockdown. Unfortunately, it's not gonna work for them. Is there gonna be enough time though? Oh dear! Should have sticked it.
No, I
How
couldn't.
unfortunate.
But only Thunder was ready,
I
and
know.
there you go, Oblation Esports. They played that well. Great movement from the Omen, and especially
enemy remaining.
you had that breach prepared and ready for that link area. Allows Oblation Esports a little bit of time to work with. Just listen in for that defuse if ever. And once they realized that he was holding it a little bit longer than the usual tap and peek, then Oblation Esports let the ultimate rip and get the round 1 anyway. So UPD doing a relatively good job here on taking a lot of space here, Yusuke. You notice that they're allowed to advance a little bit deeper than you'd expect, and especially get at least either the links or the opposite ends of the site. So if they can keep that up, that's going to be very effective for them on this offensive half.
Effectivity at its finest.
Efficiency.
Efficiency. We. Oh. Oh. Okay.
That's
That
beautiful.
was something.
My ult's ready.
There was an additional react from that one. But we'll
There-
take it. That
there-
was a good shot.
There were 2 O's on broadcast, a third one whispering in our ear. Okay, we'll take that. But
The voices in our head.
totoo naman, rinig na rinig natin. Pero here, ito na naman tayo. Oblation
Oh.
Esports trying to make the C-take work, but yet again, the share of shots keep MTE alive. Only problem though, disparity is still in set. Smokes are out too. And Oblation Esports now deciding to go hold close for the default. Scouting around with the Owl drone is still a chance here for MTE. Perhaps if they can get some quick tags. There he has the reconnaissance as well. Spots out the Omen. Going to be a beautiful takedown. MTE over onto the backside. Oblation Esports fighting back in the crossfire there. Set up from different angles. Just keeps it even.
Calling my bot coming back.
So, another one for Oblation.
I knew this would be easy.
2-5. A strong round from them, honestly. I mean, if we're gonna be thinking about what MTE did previously on Pearl, it's, yes, the side of UPD, they were very confident in that map, and they even made it all the way to, if I'm not mistaken, I think the scoring was like 3-9. That's how good they were. And then MTE did manage to win the pistol rounds, but you know, it's such a big risk if you're going to be considering that you're going to be fresh off of a first half where the scoreline is practically a stomp. And then, yes, you do win the pistol rounds, but then it just gets increasingly more difficult because the pressure and everything combined with that. So, it's quite unfortunate, but MTE is still trying to make this work. Well, they did call for the timeout. So hopefully they can change things a bit here, especially in a site with a site in a map with 3 sites.
No, I think the biggest problem right now for MT is it seems like they're still going back to what allowed them to keep themselves alive in Pearl. That they're kind of relying on the hard mechanics. Instead, they're just getting hit by utilities, they're getting hit by movement. And overall, Oblation Esports is always in their face. And while MTE makes it contentious na lumalaban pa nga sila, diba? It's just not gonna be enough kung hindi nila makahold na maayos yung mga sites mismo. So, we'll see if MTE can actually fortify the way that they need to. Na nakikita natin kung saan sila pwede maka-rotate na mas mabilis, kung saan sila pwede maka-hold lang talaga on things like backside. Because I notice a lot that Oblation Esports is really just trying to play the clear out as close and as soon as possible. And then you have someone like Fael on the lurk just watching out for anyone pushing from MTE, expecting the aggression.
Aggression as it is. Warab is going to be the first one shut down. First blood towards the side of MTE. Shadow waiting for somebody to come out of a garage. Everyone's just chilling and getting flashpoint set out. Unfortunately, Nash isn't going to be blinded by that. Does get sent out of the way. Magi's going to be shut down as well. Nico does go out, but it's not going to be enough. Fael will also be killed.
Easy slain.
Trust my boss.
Defeated.
Shut down.
Wow. And the voice line rings. But truth be told, that's another situation that MTE can utilize. Go for the full aggress. Decide to full send it, and we've seen Nash be absolutely impressive in this series, especially in single combat. A single pickoff allows a team like MTE to just execute, to go for the takedowns. And especially if they can avoid the setup of Fael, they go over to the other opportunistic angles like the 2 initiators, perhaps even that Omen, honestly. Then, well, the Prowler makes some noise as Yusuke does to Vundi, waiting for the opening coming in from short. And MTE, this time around, they're prepared for this A-side take. 3 of them already stacked up here.
Gonna have to go about this one cautiously. Fael getting greeted by a gravity gun from Sunshine, and that's gonna be a lot of damage taken from them. But that is gonna make the side of UPD think twice at least. So
yeah,
you're not gonna go for that C push this time around.
They're being prepared for that 8-6 still. They wanted to get a bit of attention over onto that C site, and they even did the damage that needs to be done. Cloudburst now into play. Also got the smokes out for the usual spots, especially towards tower. Gives an opening here for Oblation Esports to bring that spike actually towards the hell angle instead. So I'm interested to see, will they utilize the lockdown for this fight? You can see that the Killjoy is holding over onto lobby already, just in case someone plays the flank. And the alarm bot gonna be in the way. Spike still planted. Sunshine setting up the stars, and the lockdown comes in from the sewers. The Cosmic Divide is there though, but time is ticking, and not good situation for MTE until they break it, I believe, in the Aftershock.
Fortunate for them, but yeah, good job to get that lineup set up for them. It's still going to be a 5-on-3 situation. Sands does go down, however, Faultline's going to be sent out towards the site. Vundi does get shut down. Sunshine is still alive with Nico here. Try and clutch things out. Cosmic Divide, it's going to work for them. Gets 2, at least gets that third. Nico will also be shut down. It'll be a 1v1, but I don't think there's going to be enough time to defuse there. Amidst getting that kill.
Yeah. Still no time. You mentioned it. Sakto lang talaga. Swarab, he has fallen short to some of these clutch moments, but in this situation, he bought enough time to get the round win for UPD anyway. Pero ito talaga, retake from MTE. They're just clearing out with the crossfires, trying to set things up. And it was big from Sunshine, honestly, to watch out for Graffiti, to watch out for the boxes. Unfortunately for MTE, it's still not going to be enough. The fact of the matter is, Oblation Esports, they get the site, and they have the time to wind down the clock here, Yusuke.
Oh, time traveler pala sila.
Oo, di ba? Nakikita mo, galing sila from the future. Huwag niyo ito gawin para manalo tayo. Ganun yun.
Huwag niya gawin to! Apo ko! Kung gagawin niya to,
Damay ka mamaya.
Interlane, damay-damay tayo sa may B-side and already the take is so quick from Oblation Esports, but MTE, they're relatively prepared. Heavy stack towards Link. Nico already getting the first takedown. Shadow also knows that Fael is here in the first place. Matched though with the reinforcements, and there you have it now. 2 for on 1 basically to get that takedown. All tied up in the numbers. The Aldron getting a scout yet again. Sands though spotted immediately. Sunshine will get the execution. And MTE, they're trying to get back towards the spike. But the only problem, the Rolling Thunder is available. Both of them now off their feet. Sabay-sabay yung Earthquake natin dito. Match gonna be over onto the Link to try and play the flank. And it's now halfway done in terms of the defuse. Halfway left. Can he just take it anyway in a 2v1 scenario? Yes, he does, as Nico plays protection. MTE with another one.
Yan tayo sa protection eh.
Bago.
What?
Ayaw tapusin yung sentence.
What?
What?
This is for the children.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. Well, child's play for Nico though. That was
I have
huge
extra
from Bridge.
money if anyone needs.
The girls that get it, get it. The girls that don't, don't. But!
Ako basta ako enjoy ako pag kasama kita eh. So totoo lang eh.
But it's alright. I think we're gonna have a little bit of a tech pause. And while we do have the tech pause, Mr. Jax,
Yes, yes, my lady.
let us reflect on
Okay.
what has happened so far.
Amen, amen.
Cherry flavored.
Yeah.
Want to taste.
Oh,
Anyways, so let's see what the situation is for both of these squads. Alright, so for UPD, they do have this 2-point lead. MTE, there are only 2 rounds left before we switch the half. So far, MTE has been doing quite well to keep up with what's been going on. And the squad of UPD is also doing pretty good. Stay forward in the lead. So, well, that's my 2 cents on it.
okay.
Regardless if this does turn into a 6-6 or if it does become a somewhat 4-8, again, pistol round wise, so it's gonna boil down to that.
I think it's very viable though for MTE what they're doing right now. Na in terms of the retake, they're still willing to contest Oblation Esports, but one thing to always watch out for is kung sino nga yung mag-i-extend sa kanila, kung sino nga yung pwede lumapit sa mga kalaban, and I think that's one thing Oblation needs to be prepared for. Sure, they can get those kills, especially kung pinaghahandaan nila yung spike. But then again, because of that extra space, MTE is able to isolate some of these duels na biglang may impact player like kay Nico. Makikita natin na bigla na lang siya yung mag-pop off, makakahanap ng mga pitas, especially towards the spike area that we saw in the last round. Those are the small little things that MTE need rather than just keeling over and die na pinapayagan lang yung OBE to take these kind of sites. So perhaps it's just that mixture yet again from Mindanao State. We keep an eye out on how much they're willing to push, and for now, I think Oblation Esports, if they're gonna be pushing back, they also need to push back not just the player, but the space that has been made because of it.
So mag-a-adjust sila ganun.
Oh, ganun talaga. Means kailangan mo mag-adjust palagi sa Valorant. Ano ka ba? Oh.
I see.
Ikaw,
Sanay na tayo sa ganun
ito kasi yun. Ikaw naman yung nagstay sa Valorant. Kaya kailangan mo mag-adjust para sa Valorant.
So kapag may umalis, na-disconnect.
Sila rin mag-a-adjust kasi mag-reconnect sila. Diba ganun naman yun eh. Mag-a-adjust yung internet at whatnot. But then again, MTE, well, they're 2 away from tying things up. I think when you look at these two teams, both teams very, very experienced on a map like Haven. We're seeing from Oblation though nga a little bit of a different side of them, especially pag si Yukino yung nasa jet mismo. Maganda yung mga takes nila eh. Dire-diretso lang nila kalaban. It's a matter of that kind of timing. But at the very end, yung pinaka-importante na nakuha dito ng Oblation is it's not just a chunk of the site to play default, but they have free reign of every bit of it para sila yung pwede mag-decide kung saan sila mag-plan.
Fair. And it's good that you mentioned like the free reign of that because like sa Haven, medyo maluwag nga tong C and A. The most teams that do go for the B pick, it's more often than not may naiiwan sa loob, but it's usually only 1 or 2 players. And I think there was a popularized Viper lineup all the way from spawn, like what we see right now on stream. And then the snakebite actually goes from there all the way to the entrance of B side. So.
Oh yeah, that's pretty fun actually. Na mag-back off ka doon sa may houses and then you line it up. But no, I don't think that's the real plan here right now for these two teams. We see it especially sa Oblation, medyo clear-cut na once they commit with their utilities, most likely they're gonna commit on that site. Everything else, ano lang yun, poke, prod, and try to draw attention away from the main force.
Okay.
So,
Classic baits and switch.
so anong kakainin mo pataos nito? Tama ka?
Di ko alam eh.
Hinaya ko na kasi hindi ko kanina eh. Ikaw naman
Gusto
ngayon.
ko matulog eh.
Nantok ka na?
May game pa bukas eh.
May game ka pa bukas?
Oo.
Mag-ano ka? Mag-drum ka ulit?
Oo, Lasal UP pre.
Uy, big yun.
Oo nga.
Isa sa Big Four. Ito, UP ngayon.
Oo nga, lakasan ng UP sa basketball game.
Ano ba to? Gusto mo ba manalo UP ngayon para hindi sila manalo bukas?
Hindi naman sa ganun. Iba naman kasi yung bang-bang na ganun tapos yung tres, di ba?
No, totoo.
Di ba pag tres, sumisigaw yung announcer? Bang! Di ko gets ba't bang?
Hindi ko rin gets.
Dapat tres!
Ako, 4-3!
Ayun, pwede.
Diba?
Yun yung maganda.
Basketball announcer.
Yung bang! Gets ka pa, pero bang! Sino si Beng?
Sino si Beng?
Beng?
Si Mare.
Importante ba si Beng?
I mean, ang pangalan ni Omen.
Si Fred.
Oo. Baka isa dyan si Beng. Si Fade, si Beng.
Actually, I think, alam ba natin yung pangalan ni
Diba,
Fade?
may pangalan sila, ano?
No, I know they all have their identities, like,
Leak?
yeah.
Wow.
But like, Fade was the one who leaked it.
So, kasalanan niya.
Ha?
So, kasalanan niya.
Oo.
Oo.
Diba nung biglang may teaser na siya yung next agent, tapos pupunta ka sa range, tapos bababa ka dun sa office ni Brimstone.
May spooky.
May paranoia.
May spooky, natakot ako. I was like, oh no. Ganun. I was like, uy, ba't ganito dito?
Oh, tapos may presento dun sa baba. Sino kayo nakalak dun?
Si Fade. Diba?
Hindi nga.
Hindi nga, nakatakas na siya.
Na-reveal nga yung identity, diba?
Sinabi na lang, paano si Cypher? Kawawa naman.
Give me a corpse.
Naka siya nakabalyaklava pa siya, biglang ko in-reveal. Ba't ba siya nakaganon?
Ano kaya pangalan ni Cypher? I forgot.
Hindi ko alam. I'm not gonna bother trying to say his name, honestly.
Alam ko
Baka may
yung kay
ma-offend pa eh.
Alam ko yung kay Neon.
Ano? Si ano?
Nicole Tala Valdez de Maapi.
It's not long enough for a Filipino name. I'm not gonna
we're
try
not
to say that.
saying-
I'm not saying that name.
Sabi ni Derek yung pangalan ni
I was
Cypher.
like,
We're not gonna try
I'm
to
not
say
gonna
his
try.
name.
Ayoko.
Respectfully.
Ayoko may maaway ngayon.
Ibang, at least pwede natin sabihin pang Assassin's Creed yung pangalan.
Totoo,
niya, diba?
totoo.
Malapit.
Parang si
the
parang
same that they SU.
si parang Altair.
Altair.
Galing. Okay, sige. Doon pa lang
Si
medyo.
Altair de la Cruz.
Ano yung kapatid ni Kaide de la Cruz?
Oo.
Ay, naku.
Favorite ko yun.
Ay,
Uy, Kaide, shoutout. Baka sakali nanonood ka.
ayun nga.
Oh,
How do you expect Kaide to understand you if you don't speak in English for that?
Kaide, remember what Razi taught you. Say it.
Very good.
Kaya siya yung pinapasabi ko, di ba sasabihin, di ba bawal?
Okay, di ba? We had Razzie over and then there's si Chris and everything. So, big shoutouts to everyone. Tara. PGC pare. NEB.
Ano ba yan? Porket sila yung nagko-co-stream, gano'n na agad PGC.
Nag-invite na lang agad ng dire-diretso.
Pwede naman mag-pobla.
No, lie.
Layong lapit-lapit lang ng
We're
pobla.
already here in the night lights of the urban area while we're waiting for this game to get things going. And okay, so let's talk about the series real quick.
Okay.
I have to ask you, who do you think's gonna win this?
Well, honestly, I was high-key rooting for itong MTE because they really impressed me with their growth since I first saw them in Division B, and now they made it all the way to groups. But
Ikaw ba yung parang gardener, pinapanood mo yung plant mag-grow?
pre, kinas ko yung games nila.
Oh, so ikaw nga. Parang ikaw yung nag-water.
Mukha ba akong hardinero?
Oo.
Anak ng... Ano ba yan? Pwede naman. Mahilig naman ako sa plants.
Plantita?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, sige, continue mo kwento mo.
Plantita. But, ayun. My heart goes out to UPD also kasi, yun nga, Season 1, Season 2, nandun din sila. And they were actually pushed down to Division B kasi, yung their performance wasn't
In
like,
all
top
honesty,
tier
it's
anymore.
like let's be real, like, it's slipped down immensely.
I know, the competition got so fierce.
Over
Even,
the months.
even the Atomos Haribons, bumaba din sila.
Tayo,
Division
tayo
two.
medyo mas mababa ngayon. Ano na tayo? Seated down, talking podcast, ganun. I mean, hindi, nag-levitate pala si Yusuke here. Guys, do you wanna show this? Yan, there you go. Look how tall she is. Are you like a 6-footer?
I'm 7-footer, bro. I'm as
Whoa.
tall as Shaquille O'Neal.
Whoa! Dapat
Uy,
pala,
sakto.
dapat pala ikaw yung nag-basketball kaysa nag-drops.
Oo nga eh.
Yeah, well, we're back into the game. Ito na, dribble back.
Tagadug. Tagadug.
Ay, tagadug talaga. But,
Tagadug. Tagadug.
I just can't even get my sentence started.
Conquest kasi diba may drums tayo.
Yeah, I
Ang lapit.
actually didn't notice from the whole setup, but now we notice this! There you go, MTE. Back on the board with the kills. Ang bilis talaga between Nico and Sunshine. They're just so precise here, you see.
Player standing.
Grabe. Oh!
That's one.
Okay.
That's all
Only
he gets, that's all he
Only
gets.
one. Grabe. Sayang.
But that's the kind of round MSU really wants. It's just
Last round.
Yeah, of
go
course.
for the fights, win, and call it a round.
Yes, they're very much inclined to those types of games. And if we do see, from our loadouts, both squads are going to be going for the full buys. And yeah, last round, ito. So they're going to do their best to try and win this one. If it does go to a 6-6, then it's going to be relatively close. But no, I think we've seen from today's games, if there is a certain team na panalo sa first pistol rounds, more often than not, they are able to win the second one. And either nabibitawan nila yung bonus round or not. It seems to be a trend now with a lot of these games. Hindi na binibitawan ng mga tao yung pistol rounds. They really fight for it now. That's really good. Economy-wise, but goodness Lord gracious, lahat ng utilities pinapagod sa T-Dot.
It's the last round of the first half. Might as well expend everything. And yun nga, diba? Utilities do fly, and Vundi, from all of that chaos, advantage niya para makakuha ng pitas. And not only that, eto na, delikado to sa Oblation Esports. Medyo naipit sila dito. And the only one who can make an opening for them has to be Fael, who's actually over at C site already. But that spike is in the hands over at the middle for Oblation Esports. Sands gonna be on top as well, playing very defensively, and Yukino is forced to actually put it down towards B. He could have actually went for that A site, but they didn't have the intel. Now then, they're looking for anyone away from the action and match. Ito pa, mahuli pa nga si Nash sa simula. A chance right now for Oblation Esports to fight back.
4-on-4 lockdown is gonna be available to MTE. Going to be the fault line set out towards him as well. One player is going to be detained, and unfortunately Conflict Divide was not up as fast as they should to protect Sand. Will be two left for side of UPD, and that is going to be a clear defuse for MT.
One enemy remaining.
Wala eh. Just silence at the back of the spike, and there you go, from the wall to the grave. It will be MTE able to tie things up and make it 6-6. So nabawian talaga dito ng MTE. Nakita na natin sila na yung aggress on the defense. They look so much more comfortable. And when you look at the roster like this, pwede talaga mag-frag out. Nico, Sunshine, names you can remember already. You look at Nash, who has been impressive all throughout the series. And honestly, anyone from MTE, pwede pumalag. And dito natin, Sunshine and Nico at the very top. But I think for Oblation, after the initial openings made by Yukino, it kind of hasn't really worked out for them. Hindi nila masyadong matulungan. You put Fael on the lurk, but it doesn't really pan out for them. And it's just interesting na para sa Oblation, nahirapan talaga sila nung bigla na lang sila kinalaban ng MSU ng umpisa pa lang ng round eh.
I know. Simula pa nga, and you want to take things by storm as quickly as you could, and look at this. Right now, the side of UPD here, not making it look like they're defenders at all. Going headstrong into
One enemy
MTE.
remaining.
Forefront. That is going to leave the side of UPD with only one player left, and MTE mounting a comeback. This is very good for them as we turn over to the second round.
Yeah, MTE looking to just finish the job off towards C-side. Fael, though the only one left here, doesn't have the turret available, has the angle from Link, but it's not going to be enough to get that takedown.
Oh, look,
instead,
they're all peeking.
1, 2, 3, they're all peeking, and there's no chance. Tama ka naman, di ba? Hindi pa sila naka-line up. May isa sa kaliwa, may isa sa kanan, may isa off-center.
They really said, don't be shy. Peek for us.
Peek us. Come
Peek
to us. You want to peek, you get to peek. And at the very end, MTE, they're just looking to continue on with this momentum. Kanina natin nakita ang bilis nung last 3 rounds of that first half compared
Napakabilis.
to the start.
Napaka-exciting.
Talaga. At sa totoo, ang mga sinasabi dito ni USK, mapapasigaw ka na lang talaga as Oblation Esports struggles yet again. They're scattered around the map. MTE, tinitingnan kung may mag-rush down papunta sa kanila, pero hindi. At dahil lang dyan, eventually, Should be MTE deciding to just commit towards the site here.
7-6 scoreline. MTE so far relaxing by the gardens of A lobby. Sunshine making their way towards C. Bulldog will say woof woof, but will not find arf arf.
And for more details from this infomercial, please dial 1-800-USK for your money back guaranteed. But Nico, well, that's gonna be absolutely in the money. Fael, huli na dyan. And especially na siya pa yung nag-hold dito ng A side. All the gadgets gonna be broken. Nash gonna be dashing on in also to the other end. And I think this is now where we consider what is going on here for UPD. They just have ran out of steam. They're just getting overrun again and again. And case in point, unless they get some stellar shots this time around on the retake.
Yes, the retake is really where everything happens, doesn't it? But they have to be careful because you do have Suns waiting. And when they will be changing their mind, they will push towards a link instead. Yeah, good job, because File can spell you right here. Anyways.
Yeah, MTE is just going to take this round. No, Oblation Esports should be dying to the spike sooner or later. And there you have it. Quick little evacuation. Everyone kept alive. Some nano swarms just in case anyone decides to go for the taps. But this is another one here. 8-6 gonna be the scoreline this time around. MTE.
Oh, that's so sad to watch. They really said, Wakanda forever! Anyways.
And then wala na talaga sila. Wakanda nowhere to be seen.
Ah, yes.
Unfortunately.
T'Challa, my king.
Yeah, well, he will live forever on our hearts, but if Oblation Esports wants to live in the series, wants to live in this game, they need to pull out a round here. It's just so confident right now from MSU. They feel like everything is just going in their way, and just with them, how they're playing right now, it really feels like Oblation Esports is letting them walk all over themselves. This time though, rifles are out. Ito na ang laban talaga ng UP this time.
They really said, turn my face into a runway. But MTE doing their doing what they can to stay alive here, staying alive like the beaches. But sabay-sabay sila po pasok dito sa garage. Naku, Nash literally just did a whole roundabout.
He cleared the alarm button with himself. And that's just wild here. Fael though over onto the logs. The paranoia gonna be perfect. And Fael still standing to get 3 before he falls to the hand of Bundi. At the very end though, Fael just sets him up. Everything knocks down. And just with a little bit of help from the Omen, UPD get back on the board.
Wait, that was a big NT. But Fael definitely took charge for that round. And if anything, without Fael, that would have been an MTE win. That's good. Score's going to be 8-7 in terms of the buys. Well, side of UPD, they do have a little bit of allowance, but I think the side of MTE might be a bit more comfortable. It's going to be full buys here. File, on the other hand, will only be stuck with a Spectre. So it's going to be a mixed buy for UPD. So MTE does have the upper hand here. Haunt is going to be set out towards a lobby, but it will be destroyed. And Nash did not see Yukino in time.
Yeah,
called out.
I thought he had it lined up already. Diba?
Bro, it's kind of hard to differentiate the button from the eyebrow.
Especially paano kung color white yung crosshair mo, diba?
Exactly.
It's unfortunate. And truth be told, it's an angle that you expect, but you don't see as quickly. So Oblation, that's a very good start here for Yukino. Makes their lives so much easier, especially given the fact they don't have the best buys here. Fael though, Jiggle peeking into the takedown, wins it out with the Spectre anyway. And beyond that, maybe a next contender, but the alarm bot though has been seen by Shadow, and he knows someone is waiting nearby. The smoke gonna be into play too. A bit of an angle, but he hears Fael coming. He's gonna actually move on in, and Shadow tailing Fael to get that takedown.
Yeah, it's a good kill as well, and unfortunate that it had to be Fael, who did have most of the traps set up there. So they're going to be disarmed immediately. Still going to be 4 defenders up against 3 attackers, though they're quite spread out. Vundi does have that spike down, just a little to the left of the default plant. They seem to be playing this one for long sets. That's the paranoia intact magic in the cities. We'll catch 1, 2. 103 is headed towards almost all of them. But unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough to kill them all. But we'll get 2 at least, and good spray coming off. And you can see right now, Yukino is going left, right. And good job with the shock bolt to stop the defuse. It's still half, however. But Fundy's playing this so well. Saktong-sakto yung shock bolt. sa spike, and now it's gonna be the recon bolt. What a headache for Sans, but it is going to be the dark cover. It's not going to suffice. The defuse will work.
Yeah,
And
unfortunately.
what's a thriller of an ending?
Muntik na yan para kay Bondi, but sayang eh. Hindi siya Green Archer, fighting Maroon eh.
Sayang talaga.
Huge Hunter Fury, in all honesty. The tags were just absolutely primed. And not only that, the Shock Dart here to actually fly towards Yukino, who was low on the HP. He knew someone was still on it by that point. Let him go for that halfway just to secure the frag. Unfortunately for him, Sans even smarter, throws at the dark cover. And I think the problem was he just couldn't get the ping on it in the first place. Hindi niya mahanap nung simula. Mas malaki yung AoE nung Shock Dart rather than those bullets. And at the very end, we're tied up again. Nahabol naman ng Oblation Esports yung scoreline na to. Only problem, it has been relatively shaky and they don't have the most money to work with to continue on. Instead, the judge sees the rifle and Sunshine already dimming here.
Grabe. Sabog agad, but 1:1. Nash nag-tailwind sa harapan ng Prowler. Nico will go down 3 versus 4 defenders. Make that 3-on-2 defenders after Vundi and Nash getting so important kills. Fael will retreat back to Garage. It should be joined by Yukino. Spike isn't going to be put down just yet. Shadow still living their best life under the sun. And finally going to be getting the Spike down. Lockdown should be initiated as well. And that should push the side of MTE to get out of there.
That's the thing, MTE actually pushing to get out rather than pushing in. They don't want to actually go into that lockdown, knowing the fact that Fael is awaiting. And Happy still play towards long anyway. They do break the turret though, first and foremost here for the side of Oblation. Cloudburst to get some cover and at least try and make someone peek. There you have it now, the swings do come and will be a 1-for-1 trade, and Bundy is there to just neatly tidy up at the very end of that one.
Yeah, it would have been a good setup, but then, you know, 2 versus 3. Equitably difficult. And then, of course, you did have a Sova on the attacking side, so I mean, we saw how that almost worked out in the previous round. So they probably told themselves, okay, yeah, hindi na natin ulitin yan. Vundi, i-clutch mo yung round. Dapat i-clutch mo yan.
Ito na, this is your second chance, Bundi. Bawian mo namin. Pero
Yes.
totoo naman eh. This is the mode that MTE turns on from time to time. Especially how they got to the top 3 last time. Na bigla na lang, they're just so potent on the frags, so quick on the kills. And if they can continue this kind of streak, this kind of momentum, Oblation Esports, a very tactical team, they're just gonna be unable to keep up to the pace here, Yusuke.
They have to adapt a bit faster though, because it's only just a couple of rounds before we are greeted by the first match point. And as it stands between these two squads, can't really tell just yet who's gonna have the upper hand. And everything is on the line. All of the games you watched today have been pushed to that map number 3. And you can definitely see why it is a do or die if these players are playing. Magi gonna be forfeiting to the Blade Storm.
Good start there, and immediately dash on in towards C-Link 2. They're crossing the Cloudburst, but Fael has been spotted eventually. Still, them damage done. Nico now just trying to clean up house neatly. Yukino gonna be the only one frenzy shots. Don't get the connection though. And Nico brings out the classic to show him how to be a pistolero himself. 10-8. Now the Breach has the Rolling Thunder, but the transfers has been sublime, especially in the past 2 maps. Looking at the cleanup, so Fael decides to actually go in like that. The Blade Storm is there, but look at Nico go left and right. He gets those takes.
Down B.
Masyado madaming ganap for that round, but yeah, double digits for MTE. And this is quite the game, Dax, because I mean, that first half, UPD was, if not mistaken, it was like 2-4, so it was roughly a close game. And then they managed to make it 6. And humabol pa din tong MTE. Yes, we did have a little bit of a tech pause that ended the additional timeout, but can definitely see how big of a factor momentum does end up playing for these games in Nightfall. It's going to be sent out in C-Long. Unfortunately, it's not going to be finding any victims, as the rest of MTE is going towards B site.
Right there.
That's the thing, because they were expecting perhaps someone to go for the refrag, but this time around, it's the B site instead. The ultimate's expended here by MTE, or rather by Oblation Esports, but Swarab now gonna fall to the hand of Nash. MTE still ready to watch out for the links yet again, but Yukino, a certain tap certain shots. There you go, precision from Yukino, but Fundi answers back. Shadow now finding Fael, makes it a 2v1, and time is ticking. Not on the side of Yukino whatsoever. The timer on the spike, the timer on the lockdown, and look at Fundi slowly but surely plant his feet down, get ready for the contact, and give another round here to MTE.
It was so smart. He literally just like left. He really said, nah.
He knows he's coming, that's the thing.
I know.
Wala takas-takas.
Sorry, that was just really funny. You could just see him like trek back away from everything.
Look,
But,
Fundi's the type of guy to say, I ain't having a piece of that, let me play from range. Yun na yun.
True.
Mapapahilo ka na lang talaga eh.
Cool. And time out once again towards the side of UPD. Yes.
Yes?
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 No?
Totoo?
Maybe?
Yeah.
Talaga?
Oo.
Bakit?
Ganun talaga.
Sino?
Si siya.
Totoo?
Oo.
Kala ko ba
ganun.
hindi?
Kaya ganun.
Ba't ganyan?
Eh, ganito eh.
Sino ba?
Siya.
Saan banda?
Dito.
Sa Gina?
Sa akin na rin na.
Okay.
Ayan, there you go. What a conversation. But I think really the biggest talking point right now has to be Oblation Esports. What else can they do? Where can they get that extra bit of oomph on the firepower? Because they're just getting manhandled here by MTE. And it isn't even the most, I'd say, coordinated assault from MTE in terms of utilities. Instead, it's the angles that they're playing, it's the squads that are sent out, and in terms of the movement, that's where the coordination from MTE comes to fruition. But can Oblation Esports use some of the utilities here to get even more value? We look at the Killjoy and perhaps some of those setups to stop them in their tracks. That breach, that fade, so many possibilities here for UPD, but the only answer right now is no way, because MTE gets that first kill. Swarab answers back as they aggress towards that C side, but MSU, they're ready for UPD anyway, so they're hanging back and looking to regroup before going in.
They didn't get baited by the Vandal. They didn't want to try and get it. Really good of them, but fortunate for MTE, they probably would have thought someone from UPD would come closer so they get an easy kill, but not this time around. Still gonna be a 4v4. If anything, there's gonna be a full equip of ARs towards the side of MTE. Can't say the same for UPD though. It seems that they're all gonna be going for the save here. And it's a very critical point for them. Very risky, but they have to pull this off. And that's why they're not taking any risks. They're waiting inside of the sites. They're gonna play the sites once MTE goes in.
They're going elsewhere. They're going away. Noticing the fact that Oblation Esports
30 seconds left.
stack talaga sila sa may C-side. Sheriffs in hand. I believe the Blade Storm is out and about as well. But you have to look for those headshots. And you'll have to... Oh, there you have it. I was asking for it. And Fael does deliver. Lined it up perfectly to go for the shot. Turret now gonna get broken. Nash gonna be the next target. But Nash actually kills Mash before Swarab answers back. It's 2v2 now. Time running out here for MTE. Default plant though gonna be the call. Swarab ready with the fault line. But can't stop this one at all. And instead, it will be Yukino who catches out the Sova. We go back to the Wano Imano, the 1v1 duel. Swarab though doesn't have enough to actually kill Shadow here on the opposite end. A single bullet will do both of these players in right now, Yusuke. And who does it? It's Shadow. Faster fire rate and a faster shot there to put MTE on match points.
That was a great reposition for Shadow to just push into the side instead of staying in sewers. And you can tell from the body language of Swarab na hindi niya in-expect na tumawid na pala si Shadow. Gulat yarn. But yeah, you could tell that both players were probably shaking their mouths because
the jitters were
halatang
there.
kinakabahan eh.
Ito naman, elimination, isipin mo, Yusuke. Pag matalo ka dito sa map na to, you are gonna be out of the Alliance games. One goes on to the playoffs, one goes home. And let's see now if MTE can send UPD back down to the ground. There we have the Cosmic Divide to start things off. It's MTE now already offensive towards the side. Prowler though gets a bit of intel. They break it though in time before it gets the launch. And Nash is gonna get the plant down. But look at the heroics here from UPD. Diretso na lang nila. 3 for 2 situation. Nico the only one getting those targets. But in the end, it's MTE who still gets the spike planted down. 2v2 now from the shadows available for Sans. If he needs to reposition the dark cover, gonna be the answer. Instead, the aftershock will force him out. The paranoia gets a catch with the shadow though. And Sans gets it tap, forcing Nico to come in closer, but Nico doesn't care. Nico is here, and Nico is wanting to win this already for MTE. Nico does it yet again with the quad at the end, and it's MTE who moves on.
Go! MTE! I don't know what their cheer is.
I don't know what the cheer is either, but we know their name. MTE, Excalibur, they are back into the playoffs. The Cinderella dream, I have to say, that started in the Lions game Split 1. Well, it's getting its fairy tale ending perhaps here in Split 2 as they move on to our top 8. What a way to win, though. I honestly have to just say that for MTE, last few rounds especially, it just looked like they were willing to overwhelm UPD there time and time again.
Well, as you said it, Cinderella story, MTE has actually come a very long way from their career here at the Alliance Games. And it's very impressive to see how far they've come. But of course, GGWP to UPD, or before they used to be Oblation. Now they are
Oblation.
Makaptan.
It's like Oblation
Or
Esports something.
Yeah, exactly.
We just call them Oblation Esports, that's the thing. And come on, we know UPD has always been one of those founding organizations, not just, here in Academia, like in esports in general, right? One of the first collegiate ones, if not the first. So it really just goes to show that taking down UPD there is just another notch under the belt of amazing wins here by MTE Excalibur. They are just an impressive roster overall. That it doesn't need to be a certain person. It can just be anyone on that roster to start fragging out and to start carrying the team and giving them that momentum to push on forward. Then, that's when they decide na, okay, we can play at a different level than our opponents, and they've proven it here yet again against UPD.
Exactly. And that's what Lions Games is all about. Surprises left and right, and you're not really sure what happens until the curtain closes.
Ooh.
But,
Ganun, yan ito.
yeah,
Totoo.
it is closed already.
It is closed
but if you want,
already.
let's open it.
Just to close it again. Uy! I'm shy. Thank you.
Right. Lalabas natin yan for sure. Pagkasama na si...
Ang sweet mo naman talaga, SD. Yan talaga.
Pagkasama na si Rachel for
Ay,
sure.
naku.
Maraming
lahat ng chismis ng esports nakasulat dito, parang may gossip corner. But before we start wrapping things up, I do just want to say big props to UPD for making this far. Na we see it that yet again, tactical team. Nilabas nila yung Pearl. Minsan walang makikita yun, especially in the collegiate scene, and they look so prepared for it.
That
but
was literally the first time we saw
alam mo pala yung stats eh. Yung pala yun eh. And that's the thing. We saw them able to really set up so well on that map, especially now they put up such a good fight to make it this far in the first place. And compared to some of the previous outings we've had with them, this time that they actually were impeccable no matter what of the maps. Only problem nga, some of these teams, they're just at a different level eh.
Yeah, they really are. And if we're gonna be comparing collegiate Valorant to UAC Season 1 and how it is now, sobrang iba talaga. A lot of these teams are hungry for it, and it's fantastic. And of course, thank you to everyone who's joining and sa lahat na naging part ng Alliance. Obviously this wouldn't be possible without all of the organizations joining, and of course the student leaders who make their organizations possible, and for all the activities that they do to make sure that esports is relevant in their campus. Big shout outs to you guys. And we're just getting started, because even though next week we do have the final stage upon us, the playoffs, we'll see, because question at hand is the LSU still gonna be getting that win? Are we finally gonna be crowning a new winner? But
that's always a thing. That's always on the table. Makakuha pa natin 5-bit. Kung magagawa pa ng Virtus Arcus yun, can we get a new champion? That's why. Baka naman, diba? They take a map, but can they take a series? That's the thing. But then we will find all those answers as we wrap up the group stage and move on to the playoffs very, very soon. That's next week, as Yusuke has said. And of course, for more exciting news, standing schedules, and special features, visit esports@akaarena.com, kasi dun ka ma-update talaga. Aalamin mo kung ano yung mga schedule ng mga iba't ibang games, ng mga iba't ibang tournaments, kung makakasali ka sa iba't ibang games, tournaments, and activities in Discord. So you guys already know, esports@akaarena.com. Nandun si Yusuke. Makakausap mo siya sa Discord.
You can't tell them that. Right. Thank you to everyone who's joined us.
Kita.
Yes.
Thank
Thank you. But yeah, as you said, daan kayo sa Arena Discord. There's a lot of fun activities and games you can do, and there's also constant giveaways. So, malay nyo, sasali lang kayo ng seminar. Tapos biglang may pangdagdag na sa Gcash nyo, you know? Hey, it works. It's true. Even the surveys, isagot yung mga
I
surveys.
can't believe you're spilling the secrets here. But guys, if you want to be part of the community, you know what to do here at Akad Arena. And for that, it's time for us to call it a night. Two amazing series that went the distance, really proving that these teams are fighting for survival and looking to just go past and beyond the limits that they had in the first place. For now, though, it's time for us to sign on out. That's here with Yusuke. Of course, Black and Blue over there onto the side. Also happy that the day is ended. You guys have been watching the Alliance Game Split 2 of Valorant, and we'll see you guys next week for more.
Outside the game, I'd have a hard time making decisions and just go through life without any direction really. But when I'm in the game and as captain of the team, I have to make confident split-second decisions to lead our team and give us that direction we need to win the game.